Okay, good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. If I could ask you to start taking your seats. That was quick. Good morning. I'm Greg Daniel. I'm Deputy Center Director at the Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy, and I'd like to welcome all of you here with us today in person and via our webcast to our public workshop, Improving the Implementation of Risk-Based Monitoring Approaches of Clinical Investigations. This workshop is being hosted by the Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy and supported by a cooperative agreement with the FDA. Today we'll discuss the importance of effective and efficient monitoring of clinical investigations and the opportunity for risk-based monitoring to promote study quality. Traditionally, as many of you know, clinical investigations are monitored through on-site monitoring with 100% source data verification, which is quite resource-intensive and costly. Furthermore, emerging research demonstrates that 100% source data verification may not necessarily have a significant impact on the quality of the investigation itself. As a result, risk-based monitoring instead focuses sponsor oversight on the most important and likely risks to the quality of the investigation, including risks to human subjects, human subject protections, and data integrity, as well as on the risks that may be less likely to occur but also have significant impact on potential impact on the quality of the investigation. To improve the quality of clinical investigations, the FDA has published two guidances on the use of risk-based monitoring. The RBM guidances together recommend development of monitoring plans that include risk-based monitoring approaches for centralized and on-site monitoring. Once risks are identified, sponsors should perform, according to these guidances, a risk assessment to determine how best to mitigate risks and to describe how important risks will be tracked throughout the clinical investigation. Risk-based monitoring approaches can be integrated into clinical trial quality management systems in order to assist in identifying critical factors that impact study quality in order to protect human subjects and ensure reliability of the results. To date, use of risk-based monitoring is growing, but has yet to be widely implemented. A lot of the reasons for the public workshop today. Some of those factors that may influence the uptake of risk-based monitoring include the integration of new technologies, adjustments to change management, and the development of a system to evaluate risk-based monitoring approaches. Today, we'll discuss those current and past experiences that many of you have had implementing risk-based monitoring and barriers and enablers to successful adoption of risk-based monitoring and associated practices. Before we begin, I'm just going to provide a quick overview of the agenda for today. We'll begin with opening comments from Jacqueline Corrigan-Curai, the Director of the Office of Medical Policy at CDER, FDA. Following her remarks, we'll move to the next session to have a few level-setting presentations by both the FDA and the EMA. And they'll provide the audience with a general background of risk-based monitoring and discuss the role of risk-based monitoring in clinical investigations. This will lead us into our second session of the day, which is focused on stakeholder experiences implementing risk-based monitoring approaches. That'll take us into our first break at 10:20, roughly. We'll then come back for a panel discussion on the analytical tools and methods that can be applied to support implementation of risk-based monitoring practices. We'll then break for lunch at 11:30. We'll then reconvene at 12:30 for our fourth session of the day. In this session, panelists will discuss the factors that enable successful implementation of risk-based monitoring and strategies for overcoming some of the barriers that stakeholders are experiencing. We'll then take another break at 2, and we'll return with panelists and discuss the uptake and impact of risk-based monitoring. So we're going to cover all angles and issues related to your experiences with risk-based monitoring. We'll then take our last break at 3:15, and then our final session of the day, one representative from each of the various sessions and a representative from FDA will discuss what we heard today, lessons learned throughout the day, identify high priority next steps, for stakeholders to take at improving the ease of implementation of risk-based monitoring. Before I introduce Jacqueline, we're going to just go through a few housekeeping remarks. I want to remind everyone that this is a public meeting. It is also being webcast online. The record of the webcast will be available on the Duke Margolis website following the event. We're not looking to achieve consensus today. This is not a Federal Advisory Committee meeting. Rather, we're hoping to have a robust discussion. We want to hear from all of you on the experiences that you've had implementing risk-based monitoring approaches, ideas that you all have at how better to implement and to use those approaches. As you can tell from the agenda, we've reserved much of the time throughout the day for participants in the audience to make comments, ask questions, and engage with the panelists. So make sure that we do that. Mark McClellan will be moderating in the second half of the day, and he'll also make sure that we have plenty of time for all of you to engage with us either here in person via the microphones or through the webcast via the sort of capabilities to ask questions there, and our staff will make sure the moderator has those questions. Feel free to help yourself to coffee and beverages throughout the day, which is located in the back of the room. Lunch will be on your own, so when lunch approaches, our staff at the registration desk will have a list of restaurants nearby. There are plenty of good ones, and you might even find a food truck or two. We'll be starting promptly on time after the lunch, but if you're not able to finish, you're welcome to bring your lunches back into this room. Okay, so with that, I'll introduce Jacqueline Corrigan-Curry, Director of the Office of Medical Policy at Cedar FDA. Okay, thank you.
Good morning and welcome, and thanks, Greg, for the kind introductions and overview of today's. It's really an exciting and important and timely workshop for us. I want to thank everyone, our invited guests and panelists, the participants in the room, and then everyone who's online for your interest and dedication to improving the quality of clinical investigations. I'd also like to extend my thanks to Duke Margolis for bringing this together, and to the staff in my office, and in particular Anselin Stewart and Raymond Chang, for really working tirelessly to get this together. I want to extend a special welcome to our regulatory counterpart, the EMA, for joining us today to offer their perspectives on the shared goal of promoting efficient clinical trial conduct through the use of risk-based monitoring. Clinical trials, as you all know, are critical to our assessment of the safety and effectiveness of new medications. And they not only represent a substantial financial investment by sponsors, but they also represent significant investment by participants who not only give up their time, but it really entrusts us to protect their health and to advance public health in general. There is considerable interest in promoting new clinical trial designs that can improve efficiency and serve the needs of patients and other stakeholders. Not only do we need to think about how we improve those trial designs, we also need to focus on methods that we are going to use to ensure the integrity of those trials and their results. We need to leverage all tools and methods to improve the processes and optimize the efficiency and reliability of that oversight, and that's what we're here to talk about today. And this includes exploration of promising cross-cutting tools and approaches. Today, we are really here to learn from each other, and as Greg said, there will be a lot of opportunity for participation we want you to share with us. What experiences do you have? How do we leverage those experiences and to better understand the opportunities and challenges of implementing risk-based monitoring as part of an overall quality management system? Risk-based monitoring and quality management support our shared goals of both protecting human subjects who participate in clinical investigations and ensuring the data collected is quality data that we can rely on. Today's workshop is timely because there's a convergence of interest, willingness, and technology to make risk-based monitoring more reality for everyone. We know that many people are doing it, and we want to extend that use. As you hear more later today, FDA, and as Greg mentioned, we have 2 guidance documents on the topic. The latest, the comment period just closed, and we received a number of very helpful comments. We want to thank everyone for sending those comments, and so we're looking forward, we're both reviewing those comments, and we're looking to this meeting to further inform us about the challenges, barriers, and enablers that might impact the adoption. So in closing, I want to get us on the road. To paraphrase Malcolm Gladwell, who's known for discourse on tipping points, the success of any endeavor is dependent on the involvement of people with a particular set of gifts. All of you here today are such people, and I trust today's workshop will serve as a real tipping point for risk-based monitoring adoption. So with that, I'd like to hand it off to our first speakers, and thank you again.
Okay, thank you, Jacqueline. So I'll go ahead and introduce our first speakers. As I mentioned, you'll be hearing from representatives from the EMA and FDA to discuss risk-based monitoring in the context of quality management approaches and opportunities for risk-based monitoring as part of clinical investigations. We're going to start off with David Burrow, who's the Director of the Office of Scientific Investigations, Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at US FDA. After David, then we'll hear from Camelia Mihescu, Scientific Administrator, Committees and Inspections Department at the European Medicines Agency. So I'll turn things over to David.
Thank you, and welcome. I really appreciate the time to come and speak with you today. I think we have a great event and one that really adds value to the clinical research enterprise globally. And I'd like to thank Duke for hosting, Duke Margolis for hosting this event, and our colleague from EMA, Camelia, for joining me in this session. I think this really speaks to the global nature of the risk-based quality management concept. Notice that I use the risk-based quality management concept rather than risk-based monitoring, because that's really what we're talking about. It's the whole system of risk-based quality management, not just the last component of monitoring. So my role with this session, just to kick us off today, is to lay the groundwork, to set the foundation for the day. What that really means is talking about the same terminology. It's common terminology across the board, because one of the things that we see more often than not is when I say risk-based monitoring, it turns out that I mean something completely different than you. Not you specifically, but you generally. So this is just a short session to really get us moving in the right direction with the same terms, talking about the same things the same way. I think I broke it. All right. So this really is a global conversation, and we are blessed to have EMA here with us today. And although we may differ slightly in the terminology that we use in the risk-based quality management conversation, there are common elements in risk-based monitoring across the industry, across all stakeholders. The first one here is risk assessment. Notice we're not starting with monitoring. We're starting with the risk assessment from the get-go. That's step one. It's a common terminology across all of industry, and it's a necessary component for effective risk-based monitoring. The second is using that risk assessment to develop a well-articulated, clean, crisp, clear, appropriate protocol based on that risk assessment. And secondly, or lastly, we have the risk-based monitoring plan. Risk-based monitoring plans, to be effective, must be built on an appropriate risk assessment. It sounds pretty fundamental, pretty elementary, but it is a common misconception across the board. People often find that you could take a risk-based monitoring strategy and put it on top of an already developed protocol. That is not the case. When we talk about risk-based quality management, we talk about these three things together. So what does that really mean? Broke it again. We're going to use arrows. There we are. There's maybe just a delay. That's my fault. User error, technology. Emphasis on the wrong syllable. So back on track. What I wanted to really start with here is the three big areas. why we're talking about risk-based monitoring, what risk-based monitoring really is, and how that's implemented. I got flustered there. Why risk-based monitoring matters is really about the idea of our shared interest. It's the absence of errors that matter. That's what quality really is. That's a concept that we've heard over and over again. We've heard the quality by design, critical to quality factors, quality risk management. There's a common theme there. The common theme there is quality. Note that I'm saying quality and not regulatory compliance. These are different things. The reason we're talking about risk-based monitoring and the quality idea is because we need to ensure that we have the absence of the errors that matter. It's a regulatory requirement to monitor, but quality is independent from regulatory compliance. Now, when we talk about what risk-based monitoring is, we typically talk about these three ideas, the three monitoring activities: on-site monitoring, centralized monitoring, and remote monitoring. Again, a common foundation. The key is that you could have all three of these types of monitoring that are risk-based, and you could have all three of these types of monitoring that are not risk-based. You could have centralized monitoring that is not risk-based. And I think that is also a common misconception. So I wanted to name that for us today. Risk-based monitoring is the use of these varied monitoring activities in a risk-based way. That's using the risk assessment, creating a well-articulated protocol, and then creating a monitoring plan that uses a combination of these monitoring strategies in a risk-based way. Risk-based monitoring is not 100% centralized monitoring. Risk-based monitoring is not like a sampling of documents or sites or subjects. Risk-based monitoring is using the assessment and the protocol to create a monitoring plan that is tailored to the risks of that study. Again, something that we hear quite often in our conferences, in our public meetings and things like that, where I just wanted to make sure that we're talking about the same things the same way from the get-go here. Now, I know that this is a really complicated system, right? It's critical that we have a shared understanding of terminology. This is a very complex system. Monitoring is fluid. It's not a set it and forget it type of idea. There are variables in place, variable paths for risk-based monitoring that need to take into account study design, the quality by design principles, the critical to quality factors, all of those different things. And the idea is that when you take that into account with the risk assessment and develop a clearly articulated protocol and properly implement and operationalize risk-based monitoring, you can take this complex system and make it much, much simpler. Next slide. So everybody knows that there are public resources available. This is a conversation that we've been having for almost a decade. I won't take time to go through each of these public resources right now. I know my colleague Camelia will be going through some of the EMA resources as well. What I wanted to be able to do was to use this conversation to understand that hearing the input from all of you today is what is going to help drive the next evolution of these documents. We want to hear your perspectives to be able to understand what we need to do in order to raise the level of awareness globally for risk-based quality management and risk-based monitoring. So what I want to use the rest of my time this morning to do is to help to more appropriately articulate the question of why. Why does it matter? And the short answer is that when FDA has data that are reliable, interpretable, and traceable, we can take action on applications with a high degree of certainty in the data. So what that could mean is that if we have questions about something we see in the data from our clinical inspections, we could issue an information request or recommend a third-party audit or a CR action or a sensitivity analysis. And the key, the reason all of this message about quality matters is because all of those things take time, and time equals money. Time to the approval of getting a new product on the market to add value to the American public. And there's a great way for me to help to articulate why these things matter for us. Next slide there. Dead air. Not great. So what we did was we did an analysis of our clinical inspection summaries. Can we go back one? Maybe go back two? So clinical inspection summaries, for those of you who don't know, that's my office, the Office of Scientific Investigation's primary mechanism to relay our recommendations to the Office of New Drugs. Those recommendations are based on all of the inspections that we've done in support of that application. So it includes a cross-section of clinical investigator site inspections, as well as potentially a sponsor inspection or a CRO inspection. We take together all of the findings that we have from those inspections and look across sites, look at the system as a whole for the study, for the application, and make a recommendation to the Office of New Drugs about the relative level of reliability, interpretability, and traceability of the data in support of that application. It considers all of the information we have at our disposal. Can we go to the next slide, please? So in the analysis that we did, we looked at all of the clinical inspection summaries that we did over the course of a 3-year period. Well over 300 clinical inspection summaries, well over 3,000 pages of documents, and we had one person do that. The reason we had one person do that was because these are narrative reports, and they are subjective in nature. I wanted to have one person do that review so that we had consistency in the analysis to make sure that we were talking about the same thing the same way, so this data is as reliable as it possibly could be. What we needed to do was to find a way to bucket our findings in 2 different categories. The first is the passive, right? A passive recommendation is just saying that the data appear reliable in support of the application. That is a great recommendation. That means that the quality message, the risk-based quality management system has been very effective and the data are reliable. The other side of that equation is an active recommendation. That is the Office of Scientific Investigations saying to the Office of New Drugs, we recommend that you do X, Y, Z. Some of those recommendations could include things like recommending a sensitivity analysis to assess the impact in the endpoint of a site or conduct. It could recommend excluding data from a site or multiple sites in support of that application. It could be a recommendation to conduct additional inspections. Say, for example, we find an issue that we think might be meaningful at 1 or 2 sites, and we want to assess whether or not that is a more systemic issue for the study as a whole. We might recommend additional inspections. We could recommend an information request to the sponsor to assess what the sponsor did once they found out about a specific issue in order to clarify the impact that that might have on the data overall. So the big reveal, next slide. Of the 334 CISs that were reviewed, 19% of those had at least one active recommendation. That might sound pretty scary, but that's 81% that have passive recommendations. The data are reliable, and keep in mind that these active recommendations are not necessarily things that are catastrophic to an application. They are just FDA seeking additional information from the sponsor about a specific issue that we saw that caused a question about some element of quality in the study, in the application. Next slide. This is a key point. My message about quality being independent from regulatory compliance. For the active recommendations that we had in our clinical inspection summaries, the majority of those recommendations were driven by NAI and VAI inspections. They're not from OAI inspections. There is tremendous value in NAI and VAI inspections because what we're doing is looking at the whole system at play when we are putting together our recommendations for a clinical inspection summary. It's not about one inspection site. The message here is one that you've heard over and over again already, that the protocol is the blueprint for quality. When you have a clear, well-articulated protocol, it drives quality. Next slide. There we are. So I think my messages here, the first one is clearly that terminology is critical. We might use different terms. It's not just about centralized monitoring, because centralized monitoring could be done in a non-risk-based way. It's not just about getting away from site visits, because site visits can be done in a risk-based monitoring way and very, very important. It's about the what as well as the why, and for that matter, the how. What documents are you going to look at? What endpoints are you going to look at? Which sites you might go to for a triggered site visit. The other message here is that quality in clinical research is not about regulatory compliance, really. It's about the full system of the conduct of the study across clinical sites, and that risk-based monitoring needs to be fit for purpose. It needs to be fit for purpose based on that risk assessment that really drives a clear, well-articulated protocol with a risk-based monitoring plan that takes into account those critical to quality factors across the board. And of course, that valid, reliable, and interpretable data are in the shared interest of both the applicant and the agency. And with that as a general foundation for our terminology and the way that we're viewing risk-based monitoring, I will pause and pass the baton to my colleague on the phone, to Camelia.
Great, thanks, David. So Camelia will be joining us remotely. Let me check. Camelia, are you on the line?
Hello. Yes,
Okay.
I can hear you.
Great.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly, and we've got your slides up as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I hope the line is clear, and apologies, I was not able to attend in person this very interesting workshop. But before we engage in the actual detailed discussion that hear about your experiences in implementing risk-based monitoring and also the tools and methods used to support this approach, I would like to build upon David's presentation and to start by setting the scene and refresh everyone's understanding of the key concepts related to quality in clinical trials, and then of course expand to our topic of today, that is risk-based monitoring. Next slide, please. In this presentation, I will talk you through the relevant regulatory documents on risk-based approaches to clinical trials which are available in the EU. I will position the topic of this meeting into the wide field of terms related to quality in clinical trials. Then, of course, I will talk about what is actually meant by quality in clinical trials, and further on, also talk about the risk-based quality management and the monitoring tools available. Finally, I will conclude by sharing some GCP inspections-related aspects to be considered when implementing risk-based monitoring. And last but not least, I will wrap up with a few take-home messages. Next slide, please. In Europe, we have for quite a number of years now regulatory resources available which are useful tools for the implementation of risk-proportionate approaches to clinical trials, and I have mentioned them on this slide. However, I would like to point out that a turning point for us was when the new clinical trial regulation was published in 2014, and this is a legally binding document for all member states, which clearly sets the foundation of risk adaptations in clinical trials. Also, following this document, other two important documents are further facilitating risk-based approaches. And we have here the recommendations published by the European Commission in 2017 on risk-proportionate approaches in clinical trials, and of course the revision 2 of the ICH E6 guidelines, so also published and available in Europe as of 2017. Next slide, please. I think everyone is now looking at a very nice photo of cherry blossom trees and a flower. So basically, as indicated at the beginning of my talk, I believe it is very important, and also David mentioned it, that before we actually start discussing about risk-based monitoring, it would be very useful to clearly position this monitoring strategy into the broader set of concepts which altogether define the high-level term quality in clinical trials. Next slide, please. So what is actually meant by quality in clinical trials? There are many definitions available, and one of them proposes, and it's written actually in the draft revision 1 of the ICH E8 guideline, and it defines quality as fitness for purpose, or the ability to generate reliable information to answer key questions and support decision-making while protecting, of course, study subjects. The quality of this information that is generated should be therefore sufficient to support good decision-making. Now, zooming further into this concept, we need to highlight the critical to quality factors that David was also mentioning in his presentation. And these are actually, in brief, aspects of the study design or conduct that are critical to the protection of study subjects, to generating reliable data, and also to the decision-making process. Next slide, please. Taking into account now the concept just discussed, a valid question would arise, okay, how do we actually build quality in a clinical trial? And this can be achieved by implementing an approach called quality by design. And in this way, quality is actually designed into the study protocol and processes at the very beginning. And the focus would be then twofold. Firstly, on those critical to quality factors, with always having in mind the protection of study subjects and data reliability, and secondly, correct management of the risks related to these critical to quality factors. And one way of managing these risks is implementing a risk-based quality management system. Next slide, please. Now, talking about the risks, these risks in clinical trials should be always considered at the system level. For instance, I'm talking about facilities, SOPs, computer systems, and so on, but also at the trial level system. And this is mainly related to the investigational medicinal product or the trial design. So we always need to focus at two levels, not only at trial level, but also at the system level. Now, to ensure quality is consistently maintained in a clinical trial, a risk-based quality management should be built into an organization's quality system. And basically, the assessment and mitigation of risks during a trial allows for the identification of those areas with higher risk that can be mitigated, and the areas with lower risk that can be adapted and simplified and accepted. And finally, I would like to get to the point of our workshop and mention and highlight that the risk-adapted monitoring should be embedded in a risk-based quality management approach. So hopefully this way we have, David and I, put together all the concepts and correctly positioned them and interrelated them. Now if we, next slide please, so slide 7. Now if we focus on the monitoring activities, we need to stress that this aspect of a clinical trial is a key element in the drug development, and it's aimed at safeguarding the subject safety, the data quality, and of course the protocol compliance, and directs the sponsor's oversight to the most important aspects of a study conduct. Next slide, please. So when we talk about on-site monitoring and relying heavily on source data verification, we have heard that it's not the only means to ensure subject safety and data quality. And in fact, reports show that the vast majority of data errors identified through source data verification are random by nature. So monitoring is really an area where risk adaptations can be applied. And a flexible and risk-adapted approach contributes to a greater effectiveness and efficiency of the monitoring process. And this adaptive approach actually directs the focus on the critical aspects of a trial, and while contributing to subject safety and data integrity and reliability. And as we heard, a monitoring strategy can also involve central tools that, of course, help identify the need for targeted monitoring visits, and these central tools use commonly accrued data and information. And we should also not forget that the type and combination of monitoring activities should always be trial-specific. So there is no one solution that fits all trials, and we can have a combination of on-site monitoring, remote monitoring, and centralized monitoring. And just to highlight, before we move to the next slide, the difference between remote monitoring and centralized monitoring. So remote monitoring is basically a tool which can be applied effectively, for instance, by use of phone calls to sites to obtain like status updates or documentation such as delegation logs that are sent to a centralized unit, while the actual centralized monitoring is, in brief, a process of reviewing aggregate data by using analytics. Next slide, please. So slide number 9, please. So the purpose of the centralized monitoring technique is, first of all, to identify missing or inconsistent data, data outliers, any unexpected lack of variability, protocol deviations, and of course, a trending and a statistical monitoring can be used to identify any unusual or any extraordinary patterns in data, for instance, potential fraud or data fabrication, for example, or sites that are outliers with respect to withdrawals or eligibility violations. And of course, centralized monitoring can be used also to analyze site performance and metrics. And finally, as mentioned before, it's a useful tool to select those sites and processes for targeted on-site monitoring. Next slide, please. And just to conclude on the monitoring part of my talk, I would like to highlight that monitoring activities should always be documented, and a monitoring plan should be constantly reviewed and updated in line with any changes of the risk assessment and mitigation plan. So there should always be a connection between the monitoring plan and the risk assessment and mitigation plan. Next slide, please. And I would like to share now with you in the following slides some points to consider in relation to GCP inspections. And in other words, I would like to provide you some thoughts about questions that GCP inspectors might ask in relation to a risk-based monitoring approach you have implemented in the clinical trial subject to an inspection. So these are really things that you may wish to reflect upon when implementing a risk-based monitoring from the perspective of a GCP inspector. So first of all, it's really the question about, is the monitoring planned and implemented in parallel with the protocol and CRF design and with the contractual agreements and the training activities? So this is really key to keep in mind. And also, as mentioned before, it's important to think whether the risk-based approach takes into account the trial-specific risks and not just using any generic parameters to define the scope or the content or the frequency of site visits or source data verification or sample size. And also, if you use remote monitoring for source data verification, is it used also for subject-related data? And this is a question that is linking also to the data protection issues. Further on, any monitoring results on slide 12, please, are very important that they are documented so that there is sufficient information to allow the verification of compliance with the monitoring plan. Then, of course, is a risk review performed periodically, and is also the monitoring strategy reviewed regularly. And finally, is the risk-based monitoring focusing on the critical to quality factors, and especially on those aspects of the trial that are really not within the clinical routine practice and that may require additional training. Next slide, please. And finally, to conclude, I would like to stress that quality should rely on good trial design and conduct and not on over-reliance on any retrospective document checking, monitoring, auditing, or inspection. And all these activities, all these retrospective activities are an important part of a quality assurance process. However, they are not sufficient to ensure quality for a clinical study. Quality needs to be built into the study from the early beginnings. And risk adaptation allows a shift in focus from the correctness of individual data points to trial results reliability, which then, of course, is the basis for regulatory decision making. Next slide, please. And a study-specific quality management strategy and a multidisciplinary approach to study design are really key features of good quality clinical trials. And finally, I would like to stress what everyone knows already, that risk-based monitoring is really a great tool, and we really need to use it in the right way. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thanks, Camelia. So we're going to take just a couple of minutes before our next session to field any questions from the audience. So we do have two microphones close to the front. So if you have any questions or comments based on the presentations from either David or Camelia, please join us.
I didn't complete. It's general.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead and state your name and affiliation again.
Al Chester with AstraZeneca. So I'm in complete agreement. Well, first of all, thank you for clarifying the subset between RBM and risk-based quality management. But the question we have, and it wasn't raised there, is about QTLs, quality tolerance limits. So based on the size of the study, for early phase is quite different from late phase. So the population size in the early phase is going to be small, so QTLs really don't work so well. So just your thoughts on that.
Well, first, I'd like to say that I'm happy to see that the technological limitations weren't limited to me. I think, those are great operational and business-related conversations that need to happen that are very trial-specific based on all of the individual factors that you're looking at, and also things that need to be flexible over the course of a trial, I think. But that's also a great question for some of our individuals in the panelists later on today that are actually deep into doing that in real life as part of their day-to-day, as if government work isn't real life. But I think my perspective is probably a lot less valuable than the operational experience that some of our colleagues here today have had. So that's a great deflection of your question. How about that?
Okay, any other questions, comments? Go ahead.
I'm tempted to go, oh, this is on, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Can you hear me? Can I first get a feeling?
Your name and affiliation?
Sorry, Paula Kamen with a CRO, small CRO, RCRI, out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I'd like to get a feeling for who's in the audience. If you're with a sponsor company, can you raise your hand? Any other CRO folks? Good to see you. And then, okay, that just gives me an idea where questions and what is coming from. Thanks. We are slowly adapting risk-based everything, but this one of her last slides said risk-based monitoring works well unless it's not used correctly. Can anyone give me an example of how you've seen it not used correctly? I think that's a big fear of a lot of people, of implementing something that doesn't work. So.
Thanks. That's a great question, and we'll try to make sure that maybe that gets filtered into the sort of some of the moderated discussion, particularly in the session where we have stakeholder feedback on sort of implementing correctly versus not, and what the impact is. So thanks for that question. Okay, looks like we have one more.
Deb Jendrazik, Premier Research. I just had a question since we're talking about terminology. One of the slides talked about the feedback from centralized monitoring, driving, targeted monitoring, visits. And the word visits was used there, and I just wanted maybe a little bit more clarification on that. I think, from my perspective, what you find in central monitoring should drive targeted investigation, but not necessarily force a physical visit or a phone visit even. It should be more broad than that. So just curious for definition there.
I think that's a very fair point, and that is maybe like not a rule. You can use centralized monitoring to trigger further investigation. That doesn't necessarily have to be on-site visit.
Okay, thanks. And Camelia, any comments or feedback based on the questions that you might have heard?
Thank you. No, just on the last one, it's correct. I was just referring to targeted on-site monitoring in the light of combining all three monitoring possibilities and methodologies, but indeed it's broader than just forcing on-site monitoring.
Okay, great, thanks. So we'll go ahead and conclude this session. So thanks to David and Camelia for being able to dial in and join us remotely. So thank you. It was a wonderful set of presentations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go right into our next session. So if I can invite our panelists up to the stage with me. In this session, as I alluded to before, we'll hear from representatives from key stakeholder groups, including clinical research organizations, other groups that weren't part of your question earlier, academic groups, clinical research sites, as well as sponsors to describe their experiences implementing risk-based monitoring. So I'd like to introduce Nicole Stansbury, who's Vice President, Central Monitoring Services at Syneos Health, Tyrus Rorick, Interim Head of Research Operations at the Duke Clinical Research Institute, Tim Rolfe, Director of Centralized and Risk-Based Monitoring at GlaxoSmithKline, and Michelle Cameron, Director of Clinical Research at Clearwater Cardiovascular Consultants. So turning things over to Nicole.
Okay, after seeing some of the struggles with the slides, I have a lot of animation in mine. I'm doubtful it's going to work, but we'll see. So, the risk-based monitoring challenge. The challenge that's been put in front of us is coming up with a solution that must bring better quality data, better patient safety, and cost efficiencies. There we go. The starting place for us is traditional, what we would consider traditional monitoring, where we are using primarily on-site IMVs, site management activities, site process assessments, which include things like facilities reviews, staff, IP, informed consent assessments, And we've combined that over the years with other functional reviews, like data listings from data management teams, medical reviews from our medics. And so we've taken a cross-functional approach in the past, but these items haven't been really tightly connected. We've been doing this primarily through 100% SDR and SDV. And as a result, we have pretty good data quality, pretty good patient safety, but the costs have been high. So to meet this RBM challenge, we've got to try to improve quality and patient safety and look at ways to make those costs more effective. So as we've mentioned and heard earlier, risk assessment is a key component of that. But as we've begun to adopt some of these risk-based monitoring approaches, when we add pieces like risk-based monitoring, that actually increases some cost. If we just add that component. We've seen information from different organizations that we've worked with and supported that are conducting a risk assessment, sometimes could take anywhere from 20 hours to 80 hours to be able to get a really true, robust risk assessment, and it involves a lot of people. It involves the entire cross-functional team putting their heads together and really trying to break down that protocol, identify where those challenges are going to happen, and then come up with the mitigations cross-functionally. Then we add the next piece to the process, which is central monitoring. And central monitoring can have a lot of different components to it. It can have some of those same traditional components like data listings and medical review, but then there's new components with new technologies added. Things like dashboards for key risk indicator analysis and quality tolerance limits, which I've been doing RBM for probably about 10 years now, and quality tolerance limits just came in 3 years ago. So we haven't even finished the strategy, and new components are being introduced on top of that, which are sometimes a challenge to be able to incorporate and figure out where those now fit in. Statistical analysis. These are some of the most useful, I think, data visualizations to identify trend, perhaps fraudulent data, data that indicates a process failure or a system failure or a lab failure in some ways, and being able to identify some of that ahead of time. And then things like patient profiles, where we can see that entire set of data across a patient, see where that patient may stand out, and where we might need to look in particular at a certain patient and identify what additional areas we want to focus on. But adding centralized monitoring components, while that has given us better data quality and better patient safety, as an industry, this is costing us more. So we're still not meeting that challenge of hitting better data quality, better patient safety, and a lower cost. So in order to start to shift that move in the next direction, we've seen across the industry in the last 10 years, people starting to use, while they're still doing 100% SDR, using reduced or targeted SDV. Depending on how you accomplish that targeted SDV, you might need another system and another technology, and that could add cost. So we're going in the opposite direction. In some cases, we are able to put some technologies or systems or process in place that actually do allow us to have some reductions in cost related to reduced SDV. But what's going to really tip us to that next level? Well, one of the things that we can add to this process is remote IMVs. So if we can start looking and utilizing that central monitoring data, reviewing it ahead of time, targeting what we're assessing for sites, adding some of those remote monitoring visits, we can do that. But if we only add remote monitoring visits and we don't change our on-site strategy, and we can't really change our on-site strategy if we're still doing 100% SDR, because that's what takes the majority of your time during a monitoring visit, now we've still gone the opposite direction with cost. So the one of the changes that we might need to be able to make it to that step where we're actually seeing cost efficiencies would be to add in that reduced SDR and SDV, a combination with that and targeted SDR and SDV. So your reduced SDR and SDV might be a strategy where you're using that risk assessment to determine which visits particular to this study, which subjects, which data points, which however you want to break it down, to look at as a starting point, and then at a minimum starting point, and then you supplement that with your targeted SDR and SDV that's driven by your centralized monitoring findings. And when we get to this level of effort, we can actually start to see some of that impact to cost, because we've now been able to do more targeted process assessments and targeted on-site monitoring visits, which actually allows us to bring down that cost. So this is a complex process. I may have made it sound kind of simple in outlining the steps, but why can't we get here? What is causing us to take more than 10 years to get to a point where we can map out the process? Well, there's a lot of complicating factors. First and foremost, I think it's the order of operations. Just like in any mathematical calculation, you have to do things in a certain order or your formula doesn't work. You come out with the wrong answer. And I think as an industry, we haven't necessarily started doing things in the right order because different pieces were coming in to us at different times. 10 years ago, the only thing we talked about was reduced SDV. Well, if we started there, we probably would not have seen better data quality and better patient safety because we would have just cut things for the cost efficiencies before we added in the centralized monitoring components. So order of operations is very important. Getting all these pieces in place in an order that makes sense and right-sizing those steps so that you can have that balance of cost and quality. This change means new roles within the industry. We've spent 30 years creating specific roles, and now we're breaking that down and we're creating new roles. Roles for risk managers, roles for central monitors where they still need the clinical skills, but now we're asking them to have more of those data analytics skills as well. Process integration. So while we have answers to a lot of this through technology today, we don't have good connections between the central monitoring and like our CTMS systems. You know, we struggle with that challenge. So we can find things in central monitoring, but how do you get those findings to CTMS systems where your CRAs can then pick it up and act on it? And so there's challenges there. The technologies, there's a lot of choices for technologies out there. They're fantastic, but they add other layers of questions and other components to the process. User acceptance testing, validation for any changes, those add complications to our process. And then anytime our process or technology changes, we then have to make changes in our process, sometimes in our roles. And the other thing that breaks for us is our ability to measure our own performance, our productivity, our quality. We have to reassess all of those metrics, come up with new metrics to measure ourselves. And without some of those new metrics to measure ourselves and our quality of performance, I think there's a lot of fear in, are we ready to take this step? If we can't measure it, how can we go to that next step? We need to get the measurements in place before we can then move to the next step. But if we're not certain on that next step until you measure it, it's kind of like the cart and the horse. So there's challenges there from that perspective. And then the last thing I think is really fear. There's fear of what an inspection is going to bring. There is fear of not wanting to be the first one. There is fear of the what if I didn't think of all the risks ahead of time. And if you see how, if I could explain to you how long it took me to get these gears to go on this page and all this thing to work, I mean, you know, RBM as a system or quality management as a system, all the pieces have to fit together. It's like a precisely calibrated watch. And you've got to get all the pieces to fit together. And that's the challenge, I think, as an industry that we face today in trying to come up with a solution for this. It's a fun challenge. It's a puzzle. I think probably all of us in the room, because we're here, have that type of mentality of liking to solve puzzles. And that's exactly what I consider it, something that we have to try and figure out in solution, but I think it's doable. I think we just have to face our complicating factors and continue to forge ahead. So, thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. Next we'll have Tyrus.
Thanks, Greg. Good morning, everyone. So I think Nicole nicely outlined sort of the challenges, the complexity, as well as the opportunity we have as it relates to implementing risk-based monitoring. And I'm going to spend the next few minutes walking you through some experiences I've had in implementing a global phase 3, phase 4 study in collaboration with multiple partners, which is usually the case when you're conducting a large global study. I think the first thing, and I was comforted to hear from the regulators this morning that we really have to sort of think about the way we're doing this and be smart, efficient, and think about how we're defining quality first and foremost. So one of the guideposts we've used at the DCRI in defining quality is, do we have the right patient enrolled? So are the right participants being enrolled based on the protocol with adequate consent? Are they receiving the right treatment? So did they receive their assigned treatment and did they stay on that treatment? Are we collecting the right data, which applies to numbers 3 and 4, which do we have complete ascertainment of both efficacy and safety data? And do we do the right thing? So were there significant GCP issues that we managed quickly and efficiently throughout that process? From the DCRI's perspective, as well as our global collaborators, I think we believe that if we hit these 5 guiding principles at the end of the day with a study, that we will be able to answer the question, as well as have a quality design study and implementation of that study that meets the regulatory requirements. So Nicole mentioned this a bit, but to just summarize quickly, how do you put a global risk-based monitoring plan together, especially when you have multiple stakeholders who are looking at things from very different ways? Firstly, we have to assure that as a CRO or academic organization, we understand the sponsor's expectations. What is the intensity of activity during enrollment versus follow-up? Changes in enrollment patterns or follow-up. What do we need to do differently and how do we implement that? Do there need to be some minimum expectations for a site that at a minimum, despite if they don't enroll or they do enroll, that will at least physically go at least once a year? And then how do we spend our time when we are on site as it relates to review of consent and regulatory documents? There are also global CRO as well as academic processes and systems. And how do we blend those sponsor and academic ideas and systems and SOPs into a global consistent process that can be applied at every site in the world? Obviously, from my point of view, it needs to be done in a fit-for-purpose way, utilizing configurable systems that allow flexibility. And then we need a global operational plan. We need agreement on the key risk indicators that have been mentioned previously this morning. We need to think carefully about the SDV requirements, particularly as it relates to patient eligibility and event ascertainment as well as safety ascertainment. And then we need a consistent single global monitoring plan. So what are some of the key risk-based monitoring differentiators that can be applied for a global program? Firstly, streamlined and efficient processes, focusing on the guiding principles and certainly the FDA and EMA guidances, and do not overly complicate things. We need to have system integration. Again, in a global project with multiple collaborators, we may be utilizing systems across contract research organizations, sponsors, other partners, and how do we bring those things together? We need the ability for immediate intervention. Someone mentioned about, do we have to go on site to do things? I firmly believe we do not. But what we do need to do is have immediate intervention when we find out about something at a site that poses a risk. So we need easy-to-use systems that help us to alert us to those things. We need to ensure the trial team has integrated tools at their fingertips so they can act quickly. And we need programmed alerts within those systems that address the things that can really cause a quality issue on the study as it relates to loss of follow-up patients, patients who withdraw their consent, patients who discontinue study drug or receive the incorrect drug assignment. Additional on-site visits are typically not the answer. I think the answer is action that is rapid, and we work closely with the site to resolve it, and the ability to quickly identify rapid high recruiters, and then additional site visits may be necessary at those sites, given, again, when you think about the risk from a site perspective. Some global RBM principles that I think we all need to consider. One is a single global plan. Two, based on those 5 guiding principles as well as the FDA and EMA guidance documents. One thing that we have learned is it's okay to ask the FDA for input on your global monitoring plan. They provide very good feedback, and it gives you that sort of initial assurance that we're on the same page as it relates to how we're going to monitor this study. It needs to be a blend of both remote and on-site activity. Those RBM principles need to provide a roadmap for our CRAs, both remote and on-site. In a global program, we may have hundreds of CRAs that are implementing this monitoring plan across the world, and those CRAs will change over time. It's inevitable. So how do you assure that the monitoring plan provides a clear roadmap for CRAs to do their job? So it needs to be focused and clear. It needs to allow for adaptability where necessary and ensure global quality and consistency. So when thinking about that global monitoring plan, there are 3 key areas. Identification of key risk indicators, establishing and implementing a global risk-based plan, and central oversight. As it relates to the key risk indicators, some things to keep in mind. They need to be able to be applied globally. Identification of those KRIs based on experience, guiding principles, and guidance documents that are available to us, and then document the plan for assessment of those KRIs. As it relates to the monitoring plan, review and agree on monitoring SOP requirements. Again, in a large global study, you may have SOPs across multiple collaborators. How do you bring that into one global consistent product that can be applied? Determine pathways to monitor those KRIs, either on-site or remotely. Source data verification is still something that will be done on-site, and then allow for adaptability while assuring global consistency. And then lastly, on the central oversight front, review of integrated reports looking for pattern recognition, implement action plans and assure they're resolved in a timely manner, and then plan for managing sites that are non-compliant. Some key risk indicator examples for consideration. One is access to records. Globally, the ability for monitors to access records is incredibly different. And they may be different for a CRA versus what the principal investigator has access to a coordinator. So understanding that up front is one of the important key risk indicators to understand. What type of site is it? Is it a freestanding clinic? You're going to hear from Michelle here in a moment. We were talking before, actually, about the differences in types of sites across the world. So you have research only. You have some that are academic or affiliated with one health system, but perhaps multiple sites affiliated with that health system. How are patients being identified for this study? Are they referrals? Are they from your own practice? Where do they come from? Because that's important as it relates to follow-up of patients. Site team, who is the team? Do they have backups? Are there sub-investigators? Should the principal investigator decide to retire or move? Turnover of the site team. If coordinators leave or principal investigators leave, how do we quickly act to assure that they're ready to keep moving that protocol forward? In the same vein, CRAs, we know again there's CRA turnover, so how do we assure that our CRAs are managing the study as well as it relates to turnover? Looking at enrollment patterns, rapid, high, low, how is the site enrolling over time? Assuring data currency and cleanliness, and safety and event reporting. So lastly, what are the key messages? So firstly, aligning your expectations early is really, really important. Creating a global, single, consistent plan in a large phase 3 or phase 4 trial will help assure the success and the quality of the study at the end of the day. Focus on the guiding principles that I outlined firstly. Be consistent and allow for adaptability and flexibility. Understand the likely areas of vulnerability and how you will manage those up front. Engage the sites in planning the RBM. I think that's one aspect we forget about, and it impacts the site directly, and you're going to hear a little bit more about that from Michelle here in a moment. Submit monitoring plan in advance for feedback to regulators, and oftentimes have someone that's not directly affiliated with the program look at your monitoring plan, even aside from regulators, to see what they think about it, and is it going to meet the needs as it relates to quality. And keep it simple. Thank you.
Thanks, Tyrus. We'll go to Tim.
Thanks, Ty. So I'm here to represent Pharma. We started off by sending out a survey to each of the Pharma member companies. And just wanted to summarize some of their findings and some of the feedback, mainly around RBM implementation. I think a lot of the big sponsors have been doing this for a while now. We turn up, we see some of the familiar faces as we come to these, and it's amazing how fast RBM as a thing, concept has grown. I think my first session was a European one where there was 15, 20 people in a room. So to see something on this scale is really tantamount to the efforts that are going into, make risk-based quality management a success. But, some of the feedback is really focusing on, what are some of the challenges? Why has it been hard for the industry as a whole? Some of the main points that came through in the feedback from the pharma sponsors really concerns, a lot of it was fear-based, concerns around the acceptability. Some of the challenges were inconsistency with the way that RBM approaches were being handled by the different regulatory authorities. And I think this is especially pertinent for global development programs. We know that FDA and the MEA, and we've heard already, the guidance is similar. It's going down the same line, but the terminology is never quite the same. Going more broadly, that became an even bigger challenge, especially when there's, regional variation. And I think, a lot of work's being done. The updates to ICH GCP has, helped strengthen this position. But there's still work to be done, especially around kind of some of the inspection findings that are being given. It's changing the culture. We've already heard change management is a huge part of what we're doing with RBM. Some of the industry concerns, again, fear. Well, if we're going to do less, to Nicole's, okay, we're trying to be more efficient, but, well, if we do less monitoring of the data, we're going to get less quality. We're not going to know, if we've not monitored it, we're not going to know what the inspectors are going to find when they come to look at it. Standard fears. One of the challenges that came through in the feedback was around, actually there's a roadmap for RBM, but as we've heard, each individual sponsor does it slightly differently. Each individual CRO will do it slightly differently. There's 100 different flavors of RBM out there. So from a sponsor's perspective, if you're working with multiple partners, each using a slightly different flavor of RBM, that leaves them open to again, there's concerns about sponsor oversight, but also from the study teams themselves about, not having that clear idea of, what is that key foundation for what RBM should be. Also, another fear that came through in the feedback was the fear of accidental unblinding of the sponsor, especially with the more powerful analytics that have been developed, the tools that are available, and we're going to hear more about those in the next session. But what happens if you just accidentally stumble across something that clearly unblinds your patients? It's not just a risk for RBM, it's a risk for any in-stream data management, data monitoring that we do. But again, that's heralded as one of the barriers that's there. Another area that came up, within the feedback was different study types, especially around more novel, complex trial designs, basket trials, umbrella studies. Actually, how do we go about taking a real risk-based approach across all of those areas? And small sample sizes, we heard in the comment about QTLs, which again is another, my next bullet. But small studies, it's one of the most common feedbacks I hear day to day is, well, it's a phase 1 study, there's only 6 patients, we might as well monitor it all. It's that, you still need to have those RBM principles of focusing on what's really important. Just because it's simple to do doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. QTLs, I think this is going to keep coming up. It is the hot topic. There is, there's a real uncertainty about what's needed, how to implement, and that's an area where I think people are really struggling to get a clear idea of what's going to be needed. Another one in terms of implementation, remote source data review is going to be really challenging with some of the data privacy regulations that are out there, especially as we're moving more towards electronic medical records, electronic informed consent, etc., etc. So those are some of the various barriers. In terms of the summary, we tried to pull it together for some, recommendations for implementation, things to consider for the industry as a whole. Essentially, we start off with that, fundamental underpinning that, the risk management is really fundamental, but it needs to be tailored to all study types. And, there isn't a study that's too small, too short, or too simple. The fundamentals of RBM still apply. It's just that certain components might not necessarily be relevant. A very fast turnover study, may not have the time to leverage, the really complex data analytics that a large, multi-year trial may benefit from. And those considerations need to be borne in mind. Change management is absolutely critical to implement. RBM is, I think was sold as a series of tools. It's not. It's a quality management system. It's processes, and to change people's, the process, you need to change the people and their way of thinking, and that really shouldn't be underestimated. Key to point out, it's cross-functional, it's collaborative. We were talking earlier on about, where do RBM, where do central monitors come from, and it's statistical, but it's data management, and it's operational, and it's monitoring. It's all of those things rolled in. So actually, you need to get that real cross-functional collaboration, sharing the skills, having the skill sets for doing, risk-based monitoring. You're not going to find that the person that's necessarily perfect, or all of them. It's really there to bring the various experiences together. One of the things that came out probably more often than not is one size does not fit all. I think we heard about that earlier on with it has to be tailored, it has to be study specific. You cannot just implement a generic suite and expect it to work on irrespective of the trial. You need to think about what you're implementing, and talk using the prior experience and knowledge that you gain. That will then help to further refine the approaches and manage those study-specific considerations. Again, in terms of bringing it back, the guidance around risk assessment using impact, likelihood, probability, detectability within the risk assessment, that carries on through the life cycle of the trial. Another one that's always a challenge across the industry is data availability, the access to quotes, real-time data, or as near real-time as you can get it. We're not in that situation where the data instantly appears, but it's getting closer all the time. But if you don't have the data, you can't monitor it. And that's one of the big challenges for sponsors. Our historical contracts were set up where, you'd get your data transferred and it'd come in monthly. We need to change those cycles to, that's not good enough for the way that we're working anymore. The technology's there to do things faster and more efficient. We need to bring the whole organisation along on that journey. And another piece I think that came up from almost all of the respondents was that really key risk managers, central monitors, fundamental roles need to be created. And I think Nicole touched on it really nicely earlier on. That we're changing the way that we monitor our data and that we manage our risks, and it needs specialists to help that occur. So final couple of pieces are how can FDA help to overcome some of those barriers. Some of the low-hanging fruit are make sure that the inspection guidance is fully aligned. And I think some of that's already happening. I think some of the feedback's been historical. Inspectors picking up on things that weren't in the risk plan, the study teams didn't think was critical, but still getting findings on that sort of stuff. So making sure that the inspectors that are going out there are up to speed on what the RBM expectations are. And that's going to have to include QTLs, and really the ability to accept low-risk findings. And I think, from my personal experience, what we have found is, the major and critical findings may have come down, but actually you see an increase in minor findings. Well, they're minor findings, and we've not been focusing on monitoring on those because we're focusing on what's critical. So don't get upset when the data does what the data's going to do. It's an artifact of doing things to focus on the high quality. Oh, sorry, yeah, one piece. A communication channel, and I think it was interesting to hear Ty's comment about talking to the FDA. I think, few respondents came back to say it would be really nice to have a clear line of communication with the FDA so that you can get that early input on your plans. Other areas, QTL definitions, expectations, really would be very helpful for the industry. It is a challenge. People are struggling with how to implement those. Question on small studies, how do we go about that? One size doesn't fit all, and you can't necessarily use all the complex analytics on small trials. So, what flavors of RBM do you need for those? SDV and SDR, and I think really, clear support of being able to reduce SDV, and what level of expectation, sampling around SDR. Do we have to monitor 100%, as Nicole says, or actually can we take a risk-based approach on that? Sample it. If we find problems, increase. But supporting guidance around that would be really helpful. In terms of other areas, really, it's important to stress that RBM is a holistic, cross-functional approach, but it will vary by sponsor, as we say. And it may take 10, 15, 20 years. And I think Transcelerate have been working hard at trying to get more and more standardization, but it will take time to come. Open channels of communication, as I mentioned earlier, really it would be very useful to be able to share experiences within RBM. And, the deferred question from earlier, actually point out, the good, but also the not quite so good, so that people can learn from the early mistakes that are being made in a kind of, fashion that's not going, open and transparent, to really, enhance the way that we work. And another one was, is it possible to have some sort of reference data that sponsors can calibrate what they're doing? There's a vast number of tools out there available, and we're all trying to, find those quirky sites, the atypicalness, the fraudulent data. Is there something that could be generated to use to kind of validate that the tools are actually doing what they're intended to do? Fortunately, we find that direct fraud is rare, but site-to-site variability is incredibly common. But yeah, so understanding how the tools work is going to be particularly challenging.
Great, thanks, Tim. So we'll move to Michelle.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Ty, Nicole, Tim, for explaining risk-based monitoring to me in terms I honestly did not understand before today. So my job here is to give the site perspective on risk-based monitoring. So I want to preface that by saying my presentation is based on my experience as a director of a clinical research site. It's a large cardiovascular practice-based site with 20 investigators, 20 plus investigators, and a staff of 12 full-time research staff. So just to preface that, and also it is based on experience from the Society of Clinical Research Sites. So the Society of Clinical Research Sites did do a survey, and we're going to start with that. And they asked the question, oops, got to go back. They asked the question, what was your 2016 experience with risk-based monitored studies compared to traditional monitored studies? Sites replied, 10% replied better, 35% replied the same, 32% worse, and 21% at that time had no experience at all. They then went on to ask the question, how has risk-based monitoring impacted your site? This is a busy slide. I'm going to try and break it down for you. So they were given 3 choices of impact: increase, decrease, or no change in 12 categories. They saw the majority of sites responded increases in regulatory obligations, workload, resource needs, cost, data monitoring, and sites' need for a quality program/process. They went on with decreases in relationship with sponsor, relationship with CRO. And they saw no changes in data quality, study volunteer safety, regulatory findings, observations during audits and inspections, and no changes in the number of patients you were able to see. So some interesting feedback. It'd be interesting to see if we surveyed the sites today if we'd get these same responses. We may have to do that. So each site has a varied exposure to RBM, and this has led to different interpretations of what it is and, honestly, a general discomfort. So some of the discomfort has been talked about today were risk-based monitoring versus remote monitoring. Sites didn't understand the difference between that. I now understand that it's an integration. So monitors and CRAs were not able to provide clarification. That's our first line for information. The CRA, those are the folks that we talk to on a daily basis. They're not able to provide clarification on the monitoring plan. And then operational changes such as that might increase costs, such as, sites felt that work was being passed on by the sponsors and CROs, that quality assurance personnel may have to do the work of the monitor, submitting redacted documents. So there were costs, additional costs that were going to have to be taken on by the sites. So the site perspective in general is that sites are on the front line of data collection. Many times they must take qualitative data and fit it into quantitative boxes created for them so that, and again, created for them so that the information can be analyzed and questions can be answered. This requires a collaborative effort between the creator and the user at the site level. So if we can all keep that in mind as we're creating, I think it would be helpful. So challenges. Allow for study diversity. I think it's been said several times throughout this presentation that sites are very different. That's what makes it difficult. We can have a site with one PI and one coordinator doing everything, and then you've got very, very large sites. Practice-based sites, academic, institutional, independent, single, multi-therapeutic. Staff sizes can differ. Role differentiation at the site level can differ. You may have one person who's entering data versus the coordinator who's not only seeing patients but entering all the data. The structure and operation of a site can be different. You can have, again, one site with several locations or just in several states perhaps, or in the same state. And then the experience level of the site is going to dictate exactly how easily they can adapt to change. The second challenge, is that sites need a clear RBM guideline. They need to understand the monitoring plan from the very beginning. They don't understand the concept. They don't understand the value of RBM. Sites are the end users of the plans, but again, they have no input into the RBM plan. So perhaps that's something that we can all talk about. And sites require timely, detailed information for study planning. So the sooner we can know that monitoring plan, the better. As you know, study startup can be a lengthy process. We're trying to decrease the time that we can start that study up, and part of that is understanding what the monitoring plan is. Third challenge is making the end user at the site more efficient. We all talk about efficiencies. It's very important at the site level. So provide site with a knowledgeable contacts that have direct access to superiors that can exact change quickly if necessary. When we go to the CRA, a lot of times the questions get passed up, and there's not an answer quickly and efficiently. It takes days sometimes to get an answer back down to the site. Limit queries, get a lot of repetitive queries, and consider triggers for collaborative phone calls, perhaps. Again, it's about collaboration. And less frequent, more substantial, regular phone calls. And I've heard this reiterated throughout this presentation. So to summarize, just communicate the monitoring plan as soon as possible, allow for adaptability for sites, collaborate with sites during the RBM plan process, consider efficiencies for site end user to make your plan more efficient at that end, and then provide sites with a well-informed contact that can exact change. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, thanks to all of the speakers who produced a lot of really useful presentations. I want to start, I just have a few minutes, and then I am going to open it up to the audience, so start thinking about your questions and line up at the mics, and I'll judge how long to go on with my questions based on the length of the line. So my first question, I'm going to start with Michelle. The survey of the sites was really interesting, at least from my perspective, to look at. And I'd like to ask the other panelists sort of your reaction to what Michelle presented of what the sites are saying. One thing I wanted to ask Michelle before that, though, is on the one slide where you saw sites were reporting, for those that reported having an increase in they felt regulatory obligations, an increase in the workload, and decreases in the relationship with the sponsor. Was there variability in that? So were some sites reporting decreased workload and regulatory obligations, and other sites were reporting a lot of increase? And what were is it that some sites were better equipped to adopt these new changes, or what's your take on that?
So I'd like to give a definitive answer to that, but as we know, all the sites are very different. But yes, some did adapt better, and some did not. And I inherently, just knowing the site at the level I do, would say yes, that their experience as a site is going to dictate how well they adapt to things. Now, this survey was done in 2016. The regulation came out in 2013. And like yourselves, it takes time. I think that sites are, just like yourselves, have to adapt and sometimes look at change rather in what could possibly happen, not what is actually happening to them.
Yeah, Thanks. And maybe to Tyrus and Tim and Michelle, sort of your reactions to what you saw from the sites and thoughts on what might be happening or what things might help the sites get more efficient, like to get the end user at the site more efficient. What Michelle was saying, what needs to happen?
Well, a couple of things from my perspective that Michelle mentioned that made me think, we need to do some things differently. I like the suggestion from Michelle about coming up with triggers for what might require a phone visit versus just a simple phone call or an email even. So I like that suggestion to help, streamline some of that communication. I think that the question that's kind of always come up is around how much to communicate to the sites around the monitoring plan. There's kind of two trains of thought. One is to be very open and transparent. The other one is to, if we tell them we're going to look at screening baseline, probably 2 out of every 3 cycles, and it's most likely going to be cycle 4 in the oncology trial because that's where we start to see the toxicities come into play for this particular drug. Are they going to only focus their time and attention and their quality assessment on those visits, or are they going to, rely on that quality across the way? And so there's trains of thoughts and how much to communicate about the specific nature of the strategy so that the sites don't know exactly what we're going to be looking at and they're prepared to maintain the quality of the entire subject.
Yeah, I would just add, I think from a broad perspective, I think that the variability and the inconsistency with which we all apply RBM makes it such that the site doesn't know what direction anybody's coming from at any given point in time. So I think that how we apply RBM, as an industry, will help the sites better be prepared for how they need to react to it. It feels like right now we're doing it 130 different ways, and I can't imagine how a site can ever be prepared for what the CRA may ask them to do.
Yeah, no,
Tim?
I agree entirely with. Is that on? Yeah, it is on. Yeah, I agree entirely with what everybody said. I think, historically, we may have made some mistakes in the way that we work. Faxing in pages and pages worth of CRFs so that they can be remotely SDV'd, it's pain. There's very little value to be gained from that, I think, in my opinion. And the sites absolutely hated us for it. So, there are ways that we can do that. I agree. I think it'd be really fascinating to repeat that. We've done some outreach with our own sites. And again, it touches on, there's so many different ways that they're meant to be, engaged. Some sponsors are great at telling them, what's really important. Others are, as you say, very secretive about it. And that doesn't help with the transparency and building the trust and the collaborative relationships that we need with our sites. Their aim is to deliver quality for the patients just as it is for a sponsor. So, personally, I think the more that we can share, the more that we can standardize what we do in and around our processes, then, that's really going to help to strengthen the trust and the working relationships.
Great, thank you. Question from the audience?
Hi, my name is Markham Luke. I'm with the Food and Drug Administration. I've been there for 23 years in various roles. And we do, in my division, I'm the director of the Division of Therapeutic Performance. In my division, we run some clinical trials. We actually contract with CROs to do some studies for the Food and Drug Administration. They include ensuring patient safety during conduct those studies. And the RBM issue is an important issue. And I wanted to point out, like David even said, Dave Burrows over there said, there's inconsistency. And he relied on a single FDA staffer to look at his data sets because he recognized that there's inconsistency even at FDA with how we apply RBM. And those issues become problems with not just the integrity of the data, but also the safety of the subjects. Because what we see is when there's turnover in staff, and this may be because of dissatisfaction in the work environment, or perhaps they're not getting paid enough, or you're not applying the same tools that you use for patient retention as you do for coordinator retention or site retention. Perhaps you should have some bonuses, and just as an aside, for our valued study conduct people out there. But in that sense, is there some degree of standardization that we can put forward with RBMs? Is there a certification program? Like whenever, and I'm a physician, so whenever we're thinking about standardization of practice, we do training programs on, say, how do you inject Botox into patients, and we try to develop courses around that and have some standards for approaching that. We recognize that there'll be some variability in the field, but to have a baseline standardization for an understanding of RBM, and having, before someone applies RBM, have an understanding of what that is, have a certification program. Perhaps Duke Margolis can take that up. I know this is a good start that we're doing here, but it's something just to think about. And for the sites, maybe it's important to have that, if you can recognize, hey, we're certified to do this kind of thing, and if you're not, then don't enroll that site. Then this becomes an important thing for industry to think about as well. Thank you.
Probably not Duke Margolis, but we would love it if some group could help with that help with that process. So maybe a quick to the panelists or your thoughts. There's a great point about sort of like where to start with standardizations and how that might make things more efficient. So any
I love the idea
comments?
about a standard, and loosely a standard. There is one sponsor company that I've worked with that I would love, if there's anyone, I'm not going to mention the name, but if they are here and it is you, I'd love for you to speak up and share this. But they came up with 11 points that they look at for their CRO partners in their RBM approach. And if the CRO partner had these 11 components included in their RBM approach, they allowed that CRO partner to perform RBM in their methodology. Because what is happening a lot of times is we may have an approach as a CRO, but when a sponsor comes in and says, actually, we don't want you to do that part, we're doing that part. Well, it breaks all those gears, and we spend more time trying to fix it or fill the gaps, and it breaks it. It doesn't work. And if I think more sponsors, or if we came up with a standard as an industry that says, look, there are going to be different flavors. Ice cream is ice cream. It's got cream, it's got, sugar, and it's got a flavor. And as long as you've got those three pieces and it's frozen, it's ice cream. That's what we need, I think. When we start trying to have everyone try to do it exactly the same we do, all the benefits that organization may have developed, and we start bringing it down to the lowest common denominator instead of being able to use somebody's piece that was exceptional. And I think that as an industry, something like a standard like that, even if it's a minimum set of requirements, is exactly what we need.
Great. Question?
I'm Linda Sullivan from the Metrics Champion Consortium. Nicole, you just started to talk about something that occurred to me during your presentation. Maybe you can comment a little more, which is you described sort of how long it's taking and how many man-hours are going into doing the risk assessment up front, and then you repeat it. And I wondered, how often are you doing that with your sponsor? Like, are you and the sponsor doing that together, or are you doing it separately to look at and try to figure out the risks for implementing the monitoring component that you're in charge of?
So I think it depends. For a lot of times, the CROs are not involved in that initial risk assessment that happens at the protocol development stage. And so we prefer to be involved at that stage, but a lot of times we aren't. Further, some sponsors just don't have a really thorough process on risk assessment. Others do. And so sometimes the sponsor wants to do their own, and then we will do our own, and we'll kind of come together. Our preferred methodology really is to sit down together, and we all do it at once at the same time. But that sometimes doesn't happen based on timing or based on differences in approaches and the timing of when those are supposed to occur.
Question?
I was looking at time. I know we're getting close. So
feel free.
I think we're heading down an interesting little. I'll introduce myself. Brian Barnes with PPD CRO, and I think Tim kind of brought up an interesting bullet in their sponsors barrier approach, where it said the sponsors are struggling with different CRO RBM methodologies, and I think that's an interesting statement because I think it should be flipped. And this is where I think the CRO industry is catching some headwind where, to Nicole's point, I think to Linda's, we have different flavors that are coming in where it shouldn't be a CRO that's driving an RBM methodology. It should be the sponsor that's driving the CRO's methodology. And that comes from, and I know we have a large audience of sponsors, but having a quality management system, RBM-based, coming into that engagement with the CRO. So I just wanted to see kind of what your thoughts were, because I kind of saw that as actually the flip, where we're saying, come to us with somewhat of a idea of what your requirements are, and we can help and define a better strategy going into it rather than having all these different things going on.
Yeah, no, I think you hit on a really good point, because actually working with any supplier it's got to be a two-way process, and I think obviously the farmer feedback is, sponsor feedback from working with there. But yeah, I do agree with what you're saying, that, and I don't know whether it's a historical piece, that RBM again seem to suddenly catch on, and a lot of CROs started developing their own tools, and some of the challenges were but our tool doesn't do that. And as a sponsor, you're kind of going, yeah, but we have our way of working, and you hit that barrier of a CRO saying, yeah, but we've designed our tool to do it this way, and I think the flexibility, has come over the 7, 8, 10 years that we've been doing this now, that actually I think it is more flexible in terms of whether it's a CRO that's driving or not. And I think to touch on the point, for the way, certainly from my personal experiences, we would like to do our assessments and say, actually, yes, CRO, we approve the way that you're working with your RBM processes, and we will just give that whole gamut away, or we will do it our way in-house. But it has to be that collaboration. I fully agree. Our experience of well, we'll do this bit, but you do that bit, and it just it's an integrated process. And if you try and just take certain little aspects of it, to the ice cream analogy, if you just have the cream and freeze it, yeah. It's not ice cream, really, is it? So yeah, I think it works well.
Okay, thanks. Last question.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Reptile Khan. I'm from Regeneron Pharmaceuticals, and I'm here representing Transcelerate. And some of the commentary that I've heard today, it's interesting to hear. Part of if you think about the number of models of RBM implementation that we're seeing, it's a little bit of a function of the infrastructure that's been set up across the ecosystem. And Nicole, I think we're probably one of the companies that kind of came up with the 11 points that are important. And the belief is that because you have different ways, different parties that are executing studies, and they've invested in infrastructure and capabilities, it's very hard to just come back and say, this is the way it must be done procedurally, right? Or these are the systems you must use because you're working with multiple flavors. So the philosophy is to say, hey, let's identify what are the things that are really critical. And I'll get into that later on, I think, when I'm in the podium. But if you can identify what's really critical, and then you work with your partner, if it's a CRO or it's an academic research center, and say, you execute it, but these are the principles that are sacrosanct. And I think that's the important piece. I think sometimes we get hung up on this SDV and this is SDR. I mean, those are just proxies for doing the work. And I think the primary focus should be on looking at the protocol, looking at actually what's important from a risk perspective, and how are we going to mitigate the risk. And it's not about the people physically going out to the site and monitoring. It's actually about the overall preponderance of the study and who's actually going to be monitoring and managing the risk associated with the study.
Great, thanks for that. Go ahead, real quick, just last question.
Kim Skemp, Beringer Ingelheim. I just wanted to bring up a question around a topic that's just a piece of this overall centralized monitoring, but I've heard it mentioned in all 4 of your presentations, and I heard Camelia mention it as well, and it's remote monitoring and the concern around the data protection issues that go with that. I guess my question really is do you see remote SDV playing a role in the future of RBQM? What I have been seeing as we go out and do site selection visits, we're seeing sites put limitations in place in regards to how much time our monitors can even spend on site. And what they're doing is supplementing that by saying, well, we'll give your monitors access to our EMR remotely and they can do remote SDV. But this data protection piece is scary. So I'm just curious what that looks like in the future.
Any quick comments or reactions?
So, yeah, no, please go ahead. Yeah, so from my perspective, I'm really looking forward to getting into the more virtual clinical trials where we get eSource as our primary source, and then SDV can go away. From my perspective, I don't think it adds particularly great value. SDR is far more important at identifying systematic errors within the data. SDV picks up, random transcription errors. Then, the data suggests, Transalorate looked at it, it's really low quality activity, it's high cost, very low return. So yeah, I'd love to see us move away from SDV completely.
Yeah. So thanks for those comments. I guess building on that last comment, and one of the important points that I heard coming out of this session is Nicole, what you were saying is that this doesn't work if you sort of try to implement all of these new risk-based monitoring tools and techniques on top of everything that you're already doing. That generally doesn't lead to efficiencies. And something that I heard that came up from a couple of the speakers was the role of centralized monitoring, like doing dashboards for key risk indicators that would tap into the sites. And Tim, you mentioned that that only really works well if you can have the data available. If the data available from centralized monitoring actually works and gives key insight. So that was a key point that I think dovetails really nicely into the next session, which is focused on analytic tools and methods. And we're going to get into what some of those analytics that could be in the dashboard or done centrally, and what is key in making sure that those data are available. So thanks to all of our panelists. It was a great session and great presentations. We're going to go ahead and we're running a little bit over. We're going to take about a 10-minute break, and I'll ask everyone to come back at 10:40 for session 3. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started on our next session. If I can ask you all to start taking your chairs. And I'll ask the next panelists to join me up on stage, please. Good morning, how are you? Good morning. Good to see you. Great, thank you. This next session will focus on how organizations promote effective application of the emerging tools and analytic approaches that can be used for risk-based monitoring. As I mentioned at the end of the last session, centralized monitoring and the access of data and the tools to actually produce information that's meeker to implement risk-based monitoring approaches would be critical. I'll introduce our next set of panel speakers. Ann Meeker-O'Connell is Global Head Quality Assurance at IQVIA. Ann Lindblad, sorry for that, President and CEO of EMIS. Stephanie Clark, Director of Risk Management Central Monitoring, Janssen Research and Development. Jonathan Ardress, Chief Business Officer at Clinical Inc. And Mike Henderson, who is the Healthcare and Life Sciences Customer Advisory Leader at SAS. So with that, I'll turn things over to Ann.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. I've been an ardent advocate of risk-based quality management and monitoring since my time at FDA, being involved in the development of the guidance, so I'm delighted to be here to continue the discussion on monitoring and particularly on analytics. So as a panel, I think we have a lot of discussion on the what analytics might look like to support risk-based monitoring. But I wanted to start, I think we wanted to ground the discussion in talking about the why and the how analytics truly are integral to being able to effectively deliver risk-based monitoring. So when I think of analytics, I tend to, in my mind, divide them into three categories, if you will. The first are study-specific, so those analytics that are tailored to the nuances of a study design and study implementation. The second would be more operational measures linked to the successful completion of a study. And the last category would be more supportive advanced analytics, the things that allow you to look at trends across sites, trends across subjects, and really identify trends and patterns that wouldn't be feasible looking data point by data point, subject by subject. So how do you get to those study-specific analytics? There it goes. I need to press harder. I lifted weights this morning in the gym, so I think my arm is a little bit still impacted by that. But so I think this may sound similar to some of the discussion you've heard this morning, and I promise Dave Burrows and I did not talk before, but I think those study-specific analytics truly start at the time of trial design. So if you have these discussions in protocol development, that allows you to identify what are the things that are critical, what are the things that are truly important to being able to draw meaningful conclusions about a study's data or to protecting participants. Understanding that and where there are opportunities for important errors allows you to then evaluate risks, understand which might require mitigation, and which could actually be potentially prevented through tailoring the trial design and making sure that the trial is operationally feasible. So coming out of that discussion, you are able to highlight those important risks in critical areas of study design that require additional mitigation through study implementation. So you can translate that knowledge into tailored oversight, into designing those specific targeted strategies that will allow you to reduce those important risks. Tailor your monitoring plan and other oversight plans to focus on early detection of those important risks materializing. And I think this is where the study-specific analytics come in. They give you a very keen ability to look at, are those important risks materializing? Are the controls that we put in place to manage the risk effective? Or are we, is there some additional action that we need to take? So they truly facilitate risk monitoring. And so I think that's part of the why of analytics in risk-based monitoring, is it truly gives you an objective, data-driven early insight into how well those important risks that you identified up front at the time of study design are controlled, and allows you to evaluate signals and, where necessary, take action. So within our company, risk assessment is truly a central part of our central monitoring platform. It allows us to bring together a cross-functional team to identify those scientific and operational risks, to document them in a risk assessment and mitigation plan, and then to translate those operational risks into key risk indicators that may be particularly relevant for that study, whether that's something like study discontinuation, the enrollment rate, or query aging, so those more standardized operational key risk indicators. It also allows us to translate scientific risks into what are those key data or other key variables that are specific to study design that we want to keep a close eye on and to look at what analytics may be the most pertinent for their ongoing evaluation. So things like primary and secondary endpoint criteria, the events leading to discontinuation of study treatment, things that might be particularly relevant based on a trial design. For example, if you have a large cardiovascular outcomes trial, paying close attention to early discontinuations would be something you might closely scrutinize because of the potential for an ultimate impact on analysis if you don't have the ability to monitor subjects for an appropriate period to determine whether or not they've had an endpoint. So another example might be translating an endpoint, for example, one that requires a rater evaluation, and looking at what are the things we might do to promote consistency of that. From a study implementation standpoint, that might be having specific rater training. It might be having a process for certifying raters that are conducting an endpoint assessment. The analytic piece might be looking at inter and intra-rater variability because, again, the whole purpose is to look for consistency in the measurement of the endpoint. So I mentioned those supportive advanced analytics and just wanted to highlight a few. So one thing that we've done is to develop a composite site ranking that gives a holistic risk assessment. And this really permits dynamic monitoring to identify what sites might need that more closer attention or more support. It allows us to kind of tailor, whether it's what was mentioned, I think, in the previous discussion, that more targeted discussion with a site, whether it's through a phone call or through other ways of communicating. Another area that we've invested in has been the application of machine learning-based analytics to support subject data review. And so this is essentially taking advantage of a multivariate analysis across subjects, across visits to identify, to support medical monitoring and understanding which sites may be have a potential safety risk because they're high outliers kind of across different visits. The last thing I want to talk about, and something that I think we discussed a lot in some of the discussions on the time we were of the development of the risk-based monitoring guidance, was the concept that centralized approaches, particularly statistical approaches, might be particularly amenable to identifying and monitoring for data integrity. Again, it's things that might be hard to get to by a manual eyeballing of data. And so these are capabilities that we have been building and really statistical review of data outliers, whether that be for potentially detecting duplicate subjects, duplicate visits, or looking at a statistical review of data variability or the lack thereof. So I think that the analytics can come in many shapes and many forms. I think the important piece is to really think about what the relevant analytics are, really tied to those discussions and tied to the risk assessment and the risk that you're going to monitor. I think it was said previously, not just picking analytics that you have, but really understanding what's going to be the most valuable to detect in this trial. Think of it in terms of, in my car, I have an alert set up. So when I exceed a certain speed limit, I won't share what that is here with you today, out of an abundance of caution. But if I exceed that, it lets out a very shrill, loud, impossible to ignore noise. And it doesn't mean that at that point I have committed a moving violation for any officers in the room, or have put somebody at harm, but it's a signal to me that I need to take action. I need to evaluate how I'm driving, what I'm doing, and perhaps make changes. And I think that to me is an analogy for kind of the use of analytics in risk-based monitoring. They serve as a very objective way of identifying those things that may require further evaluation and potentially action. And I think that's it.
Great, thank you. Turn things over to Ann Lindblad.
Great, thank you. So good morning. My name is Ann Lindblad. I'm the president and CEO of EMIS. EMIS is a global contract research organization serving clinical research for about 42 years. I'm a biostatistician. I've been with EMIS 37 years. And I tell you that because one of the first projects I worked on was for the National Cancer Institute in 1982. And we used a form of risk-based monitoring back in 1982 when the dinosaurs were around. Of course, the tools that we have now provide so much more sophistication in terms of the things we can do when we think about risk-based monitoring. And there are case studies such as the fraud that was detected with the National Surgical Adjuvant Breast Cancer Project that back in the early 90s that make us even more vigilant when we think about how we monitor. So as a CRO, we think of sort of three buckets when we're considering a risk-based monitoring approach to a trial. What can we do centrally? Could we do as off-site monitoring without putting undue hardship on clinical sites? For example, there are circumstances where we've had access to electronic health records and can do some site data, source data verification using those methods. And then most importantly, what should we be doing on site? And I say that because if we can do things like SDV in other ways and use sampling, as a statistician, I believe in sampling and using those data to inform decisions, then we can spend more time when we're at the site thinking about informed consent process, not checking the box that an informed consent was signed and dated appropriately, but actually what's the process? We can be looking at safety, we can be looking at drug accountability, these important factors for human subjects protection and also protocol application at the site. So that's the goal as we consider these things. So as you've heard already this morning, how do you approach creating a risk-based monitoring plan? Sometimes we do have the luxury of being involved by quality by design in terms of protocol development. Other times we don't. Regardless, at the time of thinking about the risk-based approach, if you have the protocol, it's already FDA thumbs up, and now we have to think, how are we implementing quality assurance? Assembling that multidisciplinary team is crucial, and I would include as well, and we do, site participation in that process as well, sponsor, statisticians, CRAs, data managers, clinicians. Because we need to look at the complexity of the protocol. Let's say there's a steroid tapering in a transplant study. That could be quite complex. We want to make sure we're identifying and monitoring at the site how are they implementing the tapering protocol. We want to think about the complexity of data collection and how we might focus our activities on things that may be nuanced. And even though we've trained, we're not 100% sure that that training is going to yield the data quality that we expect. And then our plan has to include a method to evaluate how effective it is. What are the methods we're using to survey the data? What's the frequency? Who's responsible for it? What is the escalation plan? And documenting those things and then having a means to document the effectiveness of that plan helps give you some confidence that you're implementing it the right way. So I want to give just a few specifics of some of the things that could be part of this plan and should be documented. For example, if part of your plan is to do a sample of source data verification, writing those specifications and having them as part of your study document and making sure the specifications are appropriately translated to code, tested, the usual software life cycle development process. But something like this, which is a specification table that shows the interdependencies of forms and the triggers that may result from the proportion of patients that have been enrolled or other forms that have been filled out that may trigger a sampling for site data verification. And then once you've implemented it within, and so we integrate this within our EDC system, because what we know is if it's not simple, people don't comply with it. So making it as simple as we can and as seamless becomes very important. And then monitoring the outcomes about what discrepancies are being found, are they being resolved, who the monitor was that has been finding these discrepancies, so that there can be central monitoring of the process. So the rest of my time, because it's short, I want to focus on a topic dear to my own heart, which is central statistical monitoring. So we did work with Anne and the FDA as well as Transcelerate looking at the power central statistical monitoring could give to us, because what we realized is that item-by-item verification does a great job of verifying the trees exist, but in doing so, sometimes you miss the forest. And that's because monitors don't have that ability to see the totality of the data. But using statistics and visualization, you have that opportunity to find things that are probably unfindable on an item-by-item basis. So when I talk about central statistical monitoring as something that's in our toolbox, to me, it includes modeling and pattern detection, visual analytics, quantification of signal versus noise, and should be amenable to machine learning kinds of activities so it can adapt as data are collected. Not only from your own trial, but ideally as data are collected from other trials, it gives you a norm as well to compare with data being collected to your particular trial. But to work, it has to be seamlessly integrated into the risk-based program. Data comes from many sources, and as we know, there are many EDC systems out there as well. And so the way it's used has to be agnostic to the type of data that's coming in, as well as to the system that it's running within. And statisticians cannot be depended to be the only ones to look at these data and interpret them. Having an approach that allows any team member of any discipline to see the results and understand them in an intuitive way, in a consistently interpretable way, gives them a lot of power at their fingertips. They aren't dependent on other disciplines to be able to look at the data. Clinicians can look at it, in-house CRAs, data managers. And so at the end of the day, it has to be a very efficient and transparent process. So I'm going to show you a few examples. We use a tool called Trial Site that we developed after working with FDA and seeing the power. And in the beginning, the statisticians were running it, but now what we hope we've done is created a tool that our data managers use, which they do. So here's an example. This is a risk matrix, and it allows the data manager to slide a slider to decide how much signal versus noise they want to see. In this case, there are two risk points that are these two dots, and by clicking on that dot, you can get a visual representation of the data. In this case, it's what is called a parallel coordinate plot. In this plot, you can see multiple variables represented. Each panel is a site. The first panel is all subjects at all sites. Each line is a subject. So the coordinator can click on a line and then visualize the data, which is the panel in the middle. So quickly go from a pattern recognition to now what is the data telling me? And from that, make a decision on whether further investigation might be needed, either by talking with a CRA or with the site directly. Here's another example where quickly one can see under or over reporting, for example, of adverse events. And then here's a digit preference. And so you've seen some of these analytics, but I wanted to show you some actual pictures where you can, I don't think this is going to work. Anyway, you can see the square box. So obviously a digit preference for 0 in weight, maybe not an important primary variable, but might this be the smoking gun because is there sloppiness at that site? That might actually indicate there are other problems there. So this could be a signal to understand a little bit more. Maybe there's a lot of staff turnover as well. By then taking these data in the center, there's a dashboard that they can then add the findings they have, whether it's a data manager or in-house CRA, and then share that with, according to the risk-based monitoring plan, the escalation team to evaluate and decide what next steps are appropriate according to the plan. So I wanted to end with this slide, which is kind of to the point of what I've heard about, well, what if you have small trials? You know, can you really use statistical analytics? And I'm going to tell you, yes, I think you can. There's still a place for them. So at the top panel on the left is one site's data accumulated at the end of the trial after 100% monitoring. And on the top right is sort of a typical site. And you can see the red line is sort of the average of all sites. Now, on the bottom panel on the left are just the first 2 patients from that site. And on the right are 2 patients from another site. So I would pose to you that in this case, it would have been possible for them to early identify there may be an equipment calibration issue at this site, and it could have been caught after just 2 patients, at least flagged and investigated. Maybe it was a training issue. So to me, this is a great example where this was 100% monitored, and they did a great job verifying the trees. But when I look at this picture, to me, they've missed the whole forest. And so that is some of the power of the central statistical monitoring that I think, as we think of risk-based monitoring plans, should be a part of all those plans. Thanks.
Next is Stephanie.
Thank you. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak here to the experience of Janssen R&D in the RBM space. I'll start with a spoiler alert. I have a really hard time talking about data analytics without talking about process and people. So there you have it. You're going to hear maybe more about people and process than even about data. So let me advance the slides a bit here. Just to level set, just to let you know that at Janssen, we certainly do have a lot of experience in the RBM space. We have a relatively large portfolio of RBM studies that vary by study type. They vary by phase, certainly by therapeutic area, and even now a bit across of the different sectors at J&J. What we have done over the past 7+ years is build a suite of analytical tools to support our RBM studies. But part and parcel of that has been the development of robust processes as well as dedicated, skilled workforce to help make it all work. We're happy to report that we've had a lot of success, but I would be very remiss if I stood here and didn't say that there have been a lot of limitations and certainly a lot of challenges. There still are. And maybe the most valuable thing would be not only to tell you a little bit more about our analytical tools, but about those limits and challenges, because they could really serve as good discussion points for us today. So looking at the multi-level approach that we have to data analytics, we do use a dashboard of standard KRIs across our RBM studies, but then we also have tailored, unique reports that are built based on an individual's studies, critical data, and critical processes. And then thirdly, as many have already discussed, we also have a central statistical surveillance capability to help us identify if we have intentional or unintentional non-compliance with our protocols. As you can imagine, together, these tools bring us a lot of strength and ability to see our data holistically throughout study execution to help us to minimize missing data, but also identify and resolve issues that we note. Also importantly, though, is we've tried to democratize our data insights. So everyone from the CRAs on a team to the study physicians, our clinical operations leaders, and others have access to this data. It's not just our dedicated central monitoring folks. And each of these roles, they do receive training that's relevant to their roles in how to leverage these insights. So that's a piece of like the process going around this. Another really important point, and it's been brought up this morning, I think it would be a great idea if we continue to discuss it, is that in spite of the power of all of these analytics to identify signals, we still have a lot of issues with change management, and we have issues with redundancy. So for example, utilizing these tools, we can take a portion of our data review and we can move it to the in-house roles that are looking at this data early and in an ongoing fashion. This means that there's an opportunity at times to do fewer on-site visits. But when we do those visits, our CRAs can look at what's really important, right? Our CRAs can do those tasks that are uniquely require that they be on site. Make no mistake, we're not all there yet, because even though we have the tools, I think as Nicole mentioned earlier, everyone is amenable to layering on additional quality and safety oversight. Not as many people understand that it's okay to take away the redundancy in those cases. A primary example, just to hammer it home a little bit more, is the lingering hesitancy we have about SDV. It is still the gold standard for data accuracy and integrity, and we really need to think as an industry about how to move away from that. So I did bring with me a couple of examples of our different kinds of reports, but rather than go into all of the details of them, I'll just highlight what some of the limitations and challenges are. So this is just an example from one of many standard key risk indicators we have. This one is most relevant for oncology studies, where we're looking at the identification of subjects who over a series of study visits and time have not reported any adverse events. And in these particular studies, it would have been expected. You can see quite clearly that there was a signal. I can't see if you can see clearly that it was in China in this case, but you can certainly see a darker blue bar. And what our folks do on the teams is they then dig in to look at all of the sites that are contributing to that signal. You can see in the second visual that certainly some sites are contributing more than others. What's important about this is that it's not enough. You now need your team to assess the signal and decide how to follow up. And you may find, as we often do with a signal like this, that in fact the site does need some retraining. They need to understand about safety reporting and how to document that. But you may also find that there was no real signal, that in fact the site has confirmed there are no adverse events, and the CRA has gone back and also confirmed that. But that's where you need that next level of analysis in order to interpret the strongest of analytics. Moving to a study-specific report, this is where you have such a strong link with process, with protocol de-risking early in the study. And this is how you determine what kinds of reports you're going to create. In this case, we're looking at a biomarker sample report and the fact that there were a number of biomarker samples missing, as we noted in one particular country here. When we drill down into this country, we see that, again, it is one site that is contributing heavily to this signal. Our cross-functional team got together, discussed the signal. One of the study team members reached out to the site, and in fact, in this particular case, the site acknowledged that they were confused about this part of the protocol. They were able to be retrained, and no recurrence has happened. Sounds like a great story, happy ending, but not without challenges. Study-specific reports, in our experience, are complex. They take time to program. They're almost never ready on day one, FPI, right? In addition, if based on how your study is built and organized and based on how the report is written, if there is a dependency on availability of data, in this case, dependent on ECRF data. So you have the fact that we were, not at FPI prepared with the report. The site needed to do appropriate data entry on time, and they were delayed. And the site had fast enrollment. So it took us a little bit of time. Now, we nabbed it in time, and we were able to remediate. But I think these are important limitations to consider, right? Another point that I think is important about our process is that we're also very keen to make sure that from an end-to-end perspective, we've documented what was assessed as a risk, what were the findings, how did we follow up on it, and how was it resolved. We're always looking for ways to streamline that process. I think that's another place we can look for improvement, but we recognize the importance of having that documented on an end-to-end perspective. We've certainly talked a lot about central statistical surveillance today, so I won't dig into too many details here, but I will point out that in spite of the strength that I think is self-evident, there are challenges here as well. The visuals themselves that I've offered show on the left, you can see certainly when we look at study data holistically, there are a handful of sites that stick out as very obviously different from the others. And then when we dig into one of those red sites in question and we take a look at a specific study assessment, we can see that not only did that data differ from the study norm or what you would expect, but also within that that site itself, which is the red line on the bottom right, there was very little variance. There's almost no error bars. So this is another instance where we'll have to have the study team discuss how to proceed and then, work with the site to understand this difference. That brings me to the challenges. So central statistical surveillance, are we able to apply that to all of our studies? Well, you certainly do need a minimum volume of data. So it's going to be a certain subset of studies. And then even on those studies where it stands to give you the most value, your large, complex studies, you need to wait until you have enough data to look. So normally we need to wait, depending on the study, halfway through enrollment, end of enrollment, before we can really harness this power. In addition, mentioned earlier, we have to be concerned about accidental unblinding. So we have to take very specific steps to make sure that we have control over who's looking at the data, how they're looking at the data, so that that doesn't occur. And then I'll also point out, going back to people, that you need an even more skilled workforce here, because while we do have dedicated specialists that work on our risk management and the whole process, as well as central monitoring, it's really quite complex to go into a lot of these statistical tools and pull out true findings, or what are likely to be true findings, out of the noise. And so we felt it important to set aside a group to do that for us, but then also to be able to translate this to the study team so that it becomes meaningful and actionable. So these are just some other things. They're not limitations that are insurmountable, but they're things to keep in mind, because it's just not enough to have the best tools with all the bells and whistles, although it's great to have those. We need to have process around it. We need to be able to make it actionable and have the people that can do that. I know I'm a little bit short on time, and I do want to get us to the discussion, so I won't dive into too much here. This was really just a slide to open up conversation about, well, what are other tools that we could use or we already do use in the industry? So just super high level, anything and everything that gives us real-time or near real-time access to data from a central or remote perspective, fantastic. I know a lot of people in the industry are working on predictive algorithms to help even further right-size our monitoring based on workload and performance. And last but not least, I did reference earlier the idea that we can find even better systems to document and help streamline our risk management approaches. With that in mind, and just in closing, I think there's no one here that would argue that data analytics and methodologies, as they've been evolving, are powerful. There are limitations and challenges, but I think we can take those on. The question becomes, how are we as the industry, how can we move the needle? How can we not just leverage these tools, but do it appropriately to maximum advantage without being redundant, without costing more, right? How can we do that? And how can our regulatory partners support us in that? Because we do need help. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So we'll turn things to Jonathan.
Good morning. Thank you. Hard to believe it's 96 or 97 degrees outside when you could almost hang meat in this room with as cool as they make it, but probably to help keep everyone awake. So I am here representing the Society for Clinical Data Management. Let's see, get this working. And the Society for Clinical Data Management, just for those of you who don't know, we're about a 3,000 member organization, a global organization that represents data management professionals focused on good clinical data management practices. We actually have a certification exam that we're completely overhauling these days, and of course these topics are certainly very much a part of those conversations. So I'm going to touch upon some things from an SCDM perspective, as well as some of the more actually, Stephanie, some of the tools that you just talked about that you didn't get a whole lot of time to talk about, some of the lower level things that DMs and others are doing to help with kind of real time looking at ways to target SDR, targeted source data review, source document verification. So kind of wearing two different hats today, but bring the perspective from the societal standpoint as well. So really looking from an area of discussion standpoint, the importance of data management in RBM, discussion on really how some of the members of the SCDM have used tools to enable RBM, whether it be DDC, subject capture, targeted review, those types of things, and then also touching upon, again, in the short time that we have together here, some emerging technologies to help efficiently and effectively streamline the way that we conduct clinical trials. So really looking at ways that we can do things better. So, from a societal perspective, one of the things that we focus on, at least even from our good clinical data management practices, and what we encourage our members that are professionals in data management to do, is to work with their clinical cohorts and other team members to develop necessary reports. Work very closely with them on how can we effectively set up the system and the logic to enable kind of real-time transactional-based tools and technologies to help identify where there might be problem areas instead of waiting for perhaps a report to come out that might, where essentially you're able to catch things more real time and take action in a much more fast-paced environment. Integration of disparate data. It's interesting. There's been a lot of conversation about EDC or case report form data, but some recent metrics statistics show us that the overwhelming majority of data doesn't even come from case report form data these days, right? It's labs, it's ECOA, it's ePro, it's sensors, it's wearables, it's all of those things. And so those are topics from a society standpoint that we're grappling with too. And how do you apply these different tools and techniques to those kinds of data that aren't necessarily as tightly controlled as you would from a case report form standpoint? Partnership with stats, clinical, and vendors in order to help facilitate the best study setup environment to really help reduce redundant and unnecessary data review, and to have more focused site visits. And I know that's been talked about in a couple of the other presentations earlier today, but not spending time on truly unnecessary or superfluous activities at the site, to focus on things that really matter towards safety and efficacy aspects within a given study. So one of the things from a data management response standpoint, and again, I know this is a bit of an eye chart, especially for those of you in the back of the room. I assume these slides are available post the conference. I put a link there. We being SCDM, recently released a reflection paper on the evolution of clinical data management to what we're now kind of terming clinical data science, as we look to kind of harness and bring all of these different data elements together. And this is really focused on the impact that it has on the clinical research industry and on clinical data management. And again, I know that chart is really tough to look at. It was somewhat similar to an earlier chart that showed all the different moving pieces and parts that go into a clinical trial, but everything from umbrella trials to adaptive design to imaging and genomic data, ECOA, and just all these different types of data, and how do we effectively clean and manage all those things. And so this white paper is really focused on some ideas and suggestions that companies, sponsors, CROs, whoever you might be represented here today, can look at as far as how to effectively manage data and clean data in a robust way. So I'd encourage you to check that out. It's a free. We make all of our reflection papers and white papers free to the public. There is a link there, and again, it'll be available to that. And especially as we get into the world of virtual studies and real-world evidence and hybrid studies, what does that mean to how we go about actually taking part in applying risk-based approaches to those kinds of studies? So one thing that I did prior to coming here to speak with you all here in our nation's capital was to do an informal survey of some DM leaders that are involved within the society. And one of the things I asked was, are your organizations actually using a risk-based approach to data and clinical review on a regular basis? So I actually got a number of responses. The first one came from a top 3 pharmaceutical company where basically he admitted that they really just started down the path. In a way, they had been doing it, RBM, to some degree, using their data review plans and trying to integrate those through and with the SAP. But now they're starting to drive into some more of the analytics, some of the things that folks here, and I know Mike you'll talk more about as well, into how to drive risk-based data review going forward. But it was interesting that even a company of that size and that magnitude and the number of studies that they're doing, they're really just starting to dip their toe in the water around some of those things. Then I asked a medium-sized pharmaceutical company, what's been your experience at this point? And again, they fully adopted RBM into their clinical and data review, but they're now just really rolling out targeted source document verification. And they finally now have begun to start to reduce site monitoring visit frequency and using the data to help drive that. So again, some really early stages and early steps that companies are taking in and around that. One of the other, I also wanted to make sure I covered CROs too. And so one of the small specialty focused CROs saying that they were using the risk assessment categorization tool to really help identify areas of risk and identify methods and thresholds that would indicate intervention. She mentioned that they're using site scorecards and using Harvey balls to help identify items that might be of concern. They review those each week. Again, relatively small organization, but allows them to identify areas of concern where they're really able to immediately react to avoid any bigger potential issues that might grow from there. And then medium-sized pharma. Earlier this year, they indicated that they rolled out, again, the RAC guidance for DM, and that it feeds into their data review plans and data quality management plans. And again, they're also building more advanced analytics. So again, really early stages of doing these things in a whole kind of wide variety of different organizations within industry. One of the other folks that I asked, who also came from a medium-sized pharma based in the Midwest, indicated that they're also doing a lot of audit trail review at their company. And they've been in discussion with the eClinical Forum and some of the things that they've been doing there too. And they're using that to use the definition of critical data from RBM to define what's reviewed in the audit trail to also help identify and detect oddities too. So it's not only looking at the clinical data, but it's also looking at the audit trail data to look for potential oddities and what might be going on at a clinical research site. So then, one of the other things I asked is, well, why have your organizations been so slow to adopt? And there was a presenter earlier today that touched on some of these things, but it was a consistent theme I think we're beginning to hear, and it's fear of change, fear of non-acceptance by regulators, because what if I miss something? I do this risk-based approach, I have this plan, and a site is identified as having an issue that maybe didn't pop out as one of the sites that I needed to focus on more than another. And so there's just this true fear of really wanting to embrace it fully because of what if I miss something? And then all of a sudden other things get called into question and it just balloons and things get really out of control. And then, in general, industry tends to be risk adverse. They're very much used to reviewing everything, even if it has limited importance to the overall study safety and efficacy. It was just an interesting survey that I wanted to do prior to coming here, just to kind of see where folks within the data management realm, especially in the senior levels within these companies, were with things. So some RBM tools and methods. What we're seeing within the society is a lot of organizations are now embracing DDC, which again might be a new acronym to some, but that's direct data capture, so actually direct capture of data from subjects, doing targeted SDV and targeted SDR, virtual and siteless trials. Our organization right now, I think we're doing about 6 virtual clinical trials at this point, which is a combination of both traveling virtual study coordinators, coordinators traveling out to sites. And so, a lot of organizations are embracing this collection of data directly from subjects with no transcription whatsoever, which then enables the targeted SDR. And part of that is a result of, and there's a quote there on the right-hand side of the screen, and again, I know it's tough to read, so I'll read it to you, which was from Scott Gottlieb, that a fraction of U.S. patients, only about 3 to 5% in the case of cancer patients, participate in clinical trials because it's such a burden, such a barrier to them to participate in these studies because of how far it is for them to travel to these research sites. So a lot of companies are embracing new and innovative approaches for how they carry out these kinds of clinical trials. So, then the question becomes, how do we use these different types of tool sets and using the RACT and other tools to determine where to target clinical and data review based on the data that have been entered, which would then trigger required form review. And then virtual and sightless trials. A lot of questions still abound here, and ones that when we meet with sponsor companies, they're really still grappling with. For example, how do I monitor and ensure data integrity? Even with that, RBM approaches aside, just how do I go about doing those kinds of things? One of the interesting things is around drug supply and integrity of traceability. If I'm doing a virtual study, how am I ensuring the delivery of drug supply to that subject at their home? Are they going to a pharmacy, a location to pick that up? And how do I ensure the integrity and the safety of those particular drug components? And then, of course, what is the source and how do I go about monitoring that? So from a TS SDV and SDR, one of the things that we're seeing in some systems and some of our member societal members are using is that they're using specific data points. So this is actually transactional kind of risk-based approach to targeted SDR and SDV, where for example, a BMI that might be 10% higher than it was in the last reported BMI then triggers a require for that to be reviewed. A trigger can be based on a specific user. So for example, the very first time that a patient completes or a clinician completes an ADAS-COG form, that has to be reviewed to ensure consistency of completion. Limited review required when patient is noted as a screen failure, right? If this patient's a screen failure, limiting the type of review based upon risk of what kinds of data need to be reviewed with regard to that. And then when those criteria are met, then there's a trigger then that requires that review to be done by that monitor. So again, kind of more transactional in the moment kinds of risk-based approach for how review can be done. And then of course, and I'll just touch on these briefly because I know our time is limited. Just spoke recently at the DIA with some of my friends from the FDA about real-world evidence and real-world data. Again, as a society, we're also looking at what kinds of recommendations and approaches are we going to have around that in dealing with data coming in from that. And it's important that these data get aggregated to help employ a risk-based approach to dealing with these kinds of real-world evidence and real-world data. And then hybrid studies, where you've got both a mix of virtual as well as brick and mortar sites, and how are those managed effectively. And it was talked about before too, and I think it was actually a question from the audience about ensuring patient privacy and protections when dealing with those kinds of data collections. So these are things that from a society standpoint we're looking at to put together different guidance and other things for our members. So, really, in summary, from a societal perspective, things that we're trying to do is, from a partnership perspective, encourage our members to have partnership across both project and program teams is really critical. Of course, we're a little biased, but we think that data management is poised to kind of be at the center of helping to enable and be the broker, if you will, the data broker of all these different disparate data into an environment that really helps have an effective RBM strategy. And then in all the different tools, technologies, and styles, we really have to look at how the data are collected, both from not only a source standpoint, but also the method that was chosen. So is it a traditional sites? Is it virtual study, hybrid studies? And then what does that mean to the collective RBM approach and the plans that organizations put into place and the techniques that are done based upon the tools and the styles that are selected? So very good, and I believe Mr. Henderson is up next.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan.
Sure.
We'll turn the mic.
All right, I'm between you and lunch, and I get the pleasure of going fifth, which has a great honor of being able to say this. Ditto to what everybody here said. You hear nothing else. Ditto to what these four have said. I'm going to try to add a few things to it. I'm probably going to say a few things that are not in the lexicon of this space. I worked in this space for a little over a decade, and since then I've been able to enjoy a lot of other spaces like banking and finance and different parts of government where risk and quality are native. And I'm trying to borrow some of those ideas and bring them into this space in a unique way. But before I get into any of that, I have to reiterate what Stephanie has said. People, processes, technology. In some areas, technology comes in and tries to disrupt. In this space, we have great people who are very well motivated at all levels of the trial ecosystem. We have very good processes that are focused on the right things. Our technologies are growing and they're getting better. One statement from the earlier panel, can we eliminate SDV? Please. So as we get into this, I don't want to think about technology as a disruptor or a changer. I want it to be an enabler. How does it connect the processes that enable the people to do the workflow they already know is right? So let's dig into that. So as we know the ecosystem, I left some boxes off. There are lots of things collecting data, everything from source data and EMRs, which, by the way, have tons of alerts. Doctors complain about it, nurses complain about it. So anything I say today isn't about more alerting. It's about more intelligent enabling of a process. So I'll go ahead and give that punchline. We're getting lots of new sources like devices. Data is at a higher frequency from more sources. You have imaging. You have text in different ways that you're trying to translate into concepts and using your data. And then you have enabling processes at the bottom. You have systems where you're designing studies, you're building things like CRFs, and you're using a protocol to trigger a number of processes, and you're doing things to conduct a trial, like your CTMS system, which is kind of the heart of a lot of what I'm going to talk about here. So, as a trial statistician for many years, I kind of just viewed the world in the upper right-hand corner here. It's a filtered subset of trial data that goes from raw to SDTM to ATOM and gets used for reporting. This is a great source, but in a lot of ways, if I do risk and quality-based activities here, it's like the coroner showing up in the graveyard. Not really that helpful all the time. Every single one of the people before me have made a statement in some way about latency to information is a problem. We've seen it in the presentation. When this clicker doesn't work, it's almost like it went to another country and asked a person to switch the slide, and with latency, we waited someone to go to the projector and remove the transparency and put a new one on so it'd show up. It completely irritates our thought processes. That kind of happens in our trial processes. How do I connect all these things? In so many ways today, I come from a software company. You can read my badge and my name. I'm not asking software systems to own all of this. I'm asking software systems to communicate. Not necessarily drop their data off so another one can pick it up. That's a little bit of an old way. If I go to banking and look at how they connect systems, you'll hear about technologies like streaming. You'll hear about open source technologies like Kafka and NiFi. You'll hear about SAS talking about event stream processing. But what do these things do? Well, they were motivated by high velocity data coming from a lot of sources. But in our area, we can take advantage because we have lots of systems that need to talk to each other. And what it does is it says in an ecosystem where data hasn't landed in a database or a file, different processes can subscribe, they can cache, they can apply information, they can flag it, and then they can publish back to the stream for the other processes to pick up. So I want to look at this and say, well, where are decisions made today? Highly intelligent people look at things, they make decisions in their head, and they collect it in our system. I want to take that, put it in a decision engine that can subscribe and publish to all the different systems on the screen. I want to think about, and this might not be a physical entity, but I want to think about a rules bank, where the most important thing are these common rules, these things that all of us know and we've already considered. The patient has data, but they didn't sign an informed consent. Sounds like a problem. Common rules, then you get to study-specific rules. You might even get to site-specific rules. You might apply these when a site's doing their first trial for you, or a particular investigator at a site's new. You might have specific rules for them. Field-level checks. The number of times I've sat at a table with some of the people in this very room and discussed what is a possible outcome in this field, what is a probable outcome in this field. There's a much better way to look at this that we'll talk about in a second. And then trend analysis all the way down to some of the more modern techniques I'm going to mention in a moment, just a few of them, machine learning type specifications. We can't do any of those if we can't enable decisions directly in the system. So I'm going to keep, every time I mention that point, I'll slow down the cadence of my talk. All right. And it's in real time. If a CRA queries a field and it leads to a result being changed or an action, that sounds like a pretty good piece of information. So even if a study's already started, how do I translate that into a rule that can then be broadcast to that field across all other sites, all others, to then say, well, we noticed you made this change here, or you triggered this thing here. How about considering it in these 15 other places where it seems applicable? That might even involve text analytics. All right. So, my last slide. In this rules bank, I'm going to call it a few things and introduce a few terms to the lexicon. I'm happy to be contacted. My email is at the end or in the program. We can talk all day. I'll even post examples online if you want those. But in the area of checks, I view it as, in this bank, when you start a study, there are certain things that are risk-based. You promote them at a very high level. Some are like things you would consider, maybe they're second level. So there's a way of ranking them and tiering them, so they alert people at different frequencies. Sometimes they need validation. So if it's an automated-based check that an algorithm has detected, maybe a CRA sees it. They don't have to respond to it. But if they do, that gives a vote of confidence to promote it across the study for others to use. Query association, we talked about this. If a CRA triggers something, how do I then broadcast that to other fields if it resulted in an action? If they promoted an automatically derived rule, how do I then give that a vote of confidence to make it flag at a higher level on other fields? Filtering methods. When I go back to that field level or cross-field level edit checks, rather than sitting and thinking what's a probable or likely answer, we have this whole concept that's also emerging in the space of real-world data, real-world evidence. If you've ever filled out anything on the web, chances are, behind the scenes, there's this thing called a Kalman filter, a Bayesian filtering method that's determining, are you an at-risk? Is this a real thing that you're doing? Maybe you filled out a CAPTCHA. Those sometimes are driven by this. But the idea is your inclusion-exclusion criteria and your strata in your study define a cohort. I can go to real-world data and I can derive distributions of what the likely field values are, and I can then apply those. I might even get so specific to make it dynamic to the individual patient and take the vector of information prior to that field and use that to determine what I expect from them in that field so I know, should I trigger this field or not? So this is a very hot topic that I've talked to a number of folks about, and some people are trying out. And in the area of modeling, I've listed a number of methods that are used in this space. Some of them rely on different types of data with different amounts of data, different velocities of data, different variation structures. But one that I really am excited that I've seen used in this space is something called an isolation forest. Now, if you go Google this, it'll be very much applied to spaces outside clinical research. And they'll talk about build lots of decision trees, and you're looking for the ones with the shortest paths. And those are the ones that were the easiest points to isolate. Those are anomalies. Well, in our space, the longest paths and the biggest terminal nodes are also anomalies because they're very low variance, which happens a lot in clinical trials. So we can take these methods, we can read about them, we can apply them in our space, and use them to automate the rule generation that feeds the space. All right. And with that, a little thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, I think we are a bit out of time, but I've got a quick question to the group, and then I'll invite the audience to go ahead and start lining up at the mics with your questions too. So one of the things that we heard very consistently from the first session to the second to this is one of the main factors for the lack of implementation and adoption of these sort of more novel approaches to risk-based monitoring is this fear of an uncertainty that comes with, well, if we sort of do things more efficiently and target, we might miss something, and that could be a problem with audits. With regard to all of the great tools and analytics that you all talked about on this session, how can companies who are really struggling or organizations who are really struggling with this fear of sort of implementing these tools appropriately, what can be done to sort of overcome them? Are there sort of low-hanging fruit type ways that these analytics can sort of demonstrate that yes, it's okay to proceed in this manner? What would be those sort of low-hanging fruit ways to implement these analytics? Any takers on that? Anne?
I want to answer the question, sort of what is generating the fear and what do they need to get over the fear? And I think it's data. And there's research out there that maybe we as a group haven't promoted. You know, some of it's in the discussion materials for this meeting about 100% source data verification does not provide the value. In fact, I think the central statistical monitoring says it actually misses things as well. So it's not the be-all, end-all. And so educating our community that what you think you're doing to protect risk isn't actually doing that. And so use your monetary resources wisely and thoughtfully with creating these multidisciplinary panels to really think about the risk and apply your methodology according to that plan, not just 100% is the safest thing. So that fear is, I think we now have collected data to convince people that that fear is no longer relevant, and in fact it's important as a community to use our resources to get better treatments to patients faster, and we're not going to do that by spending it, you know, traveling for 100% STV. These tools, that technology, again, I said in my dinosaur story, we were doing risk-based monitoring with the NIH, you know, back in the 80s. And those studies are good. Yes, there was fraud, and we could have probably caught that now that we couldn't then. But there's still fraud going on, and there's still lack of training that it's not purposeful fraud, but it's affecting our data quality. So it worked then, it can still work now, but we have to have that purpose.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would just like to add to that. I absolutely agree with you, but I'd like to add that another problem, another contributor to fear is actually lack of data, because we've built out a framework, it's flexible, people utilize it. Companies that are just coming into the fold now have the advantage of looking what other companies have done, so there is some data to look at, but what's missing is the results. I don't think as an industry we've been horribly forthcoming about what has worked and what hasn't worked. And I think that's a space where we can talk about how we can partner, and we can also talk about, I believe it was mentioned in session 2, the idea of asking our regulatory partners as well to show us, they're positioned perfectly to tell us in an anonymized fashion, what have they seen that doesn't work? What have they seen that works? Because I think it's, even at a company that's been implementing RBM for quite some time, sometimes that's the sticking point, that we can't point to something and say, here's how it ended.
Okay, question?
Quick question. Nicole Stansberry at Syneos Health. For Anne in particular, when we're doing data visualizations from a quality assurance and inspection perspective, we are getting questions about, can you prove what that data visualization looked like at a point in time 6 years ago or 6 months ago? What are your thoughts on whether or not that's actually required, or is a description of the finding sufficient?
I mean, I think, so I think part of it, and this links to kind of, I think one of the other fears that I've heard kind of surfaced related to if we have something that is an indicator that's red, that people will expect some action. So I think first, I think I would say that you need to have, there's some education for people to understand, and I think it's been reiterated multiple times throughout the day already, that signal doesn't immediately require action. It doesn't indicate that something's wrong. It requires evaluation and a decision on what to do. So I think being able to document that decision, being able to document what the particular variable was that was being responded to in a simple way kind of will help assuage that fear. And also lead to some education. It's like my example in the car. It doesn't mean that I'm imminently violating a law. It just means I need to maybe stop and pause and evaluate. So I think that's an education piece we want to talk more about is what do we do when we have signals? Or how do we appropriately convey what analytics are? They aren't in themselves a decision. They are something that I think enables, as it was said earlier, decision making.
Thank you. And then if you'll just afford me one other question for Mike. You had some really fantastic ideas about taking this a step further, and a lot of what you talked about requires even more data than what we've got at our fingertips today, like the percent of change when we query something. What is that? I know that data exists. Trying to get our technology vendors to share that and make it available to us is a challenge. And I think I cannot encourage more communication, cooperation in this direction, because those are all things we need, and some of the limitation is access to it.
And make it a requirement in your RFIs and RFPs.
Okay, last question, very, very quick. Thanks.
Okay, real quick, and maybe this is for Jonathan, but I invite all of you, because you were talking about clinical data management and their perspective on this. And I think from my experience and organizations that I've been working with, very often the central monitoring skill sets are coming from clinical data management. That seems to be a very common, and I think appropriate. You very typically will find the right type of profile or skill sets to manage that. What I've observed in a number of organizations that are doing that within clinical data management is not always a real good understanding or clear distinction of the mission of risk detection versus the mission of data cleaning, which is more of a traditional. And I wonder if you could comment, what are your observations on that, and maybe what can we do to better help data management and the whole organization to understand that distinction?
No, I agree, and I think that's, when I asked the fear question to those that responded, and again, they were purely, purist data management folks, right? Those were more about, well, I'm just so used to reviewing all of the data, period. It wasn't so much about some of the risk detection and things like that. And so I think it's more of an aversion to, that's just not the way we've always done it, right? Even when I first started back when we had double data entry systems and then moved to fax, and what were we going to do then? And then we moved to, as the systems progressed from there, I think that the collaboration and the coordination between that, what I'm seeing now more of, at least in some organizations, is the kind of convergence of data management and centralized monitoring coming together to partner to provide, how DM can work closely with the clinical monitoring teams from a centralized perspective, especially with the kind of innovative tools and technologies that are being used to, reduce the amount of even SDV that has to be done, because it's being captured directly, either direct from subjects, direct from the clinicians at the site without any transcription. And I think that's what's really important, to kind of get past those fears and concerns.
Okay. Okay, so that concludes this session. Terrific discussion. Thank you for all of your presentations. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. As I mentioned before, there are a number of restaurants in the area, and Sarah Saprisi at our registration desk has a list of some of the closest ones. We're going to meet back here at 12:45, shave off a little bit from the hour. If you can't finish, feel free to bring your food back here into this room. Thank you.
In this session, our panelists are going to share their experiences in adopting risk-based monitoring and provide some insights on the enablers that can help organizations implement these monitoring approaches and overcome barriers. So I'm expecting to hear some practical insights about what the barriers are to what we've heard about today. It seems like a good overall strategic direction for trial conduct, but what can we do to help really accelerate effective progress in adopting the risk-based monitoring approaches? So for the panel, we're joined by Rebar Tayyab, who's head of research and global development sourcing at Regeneron, Roseanne Petros, who's the clinical research manager at Merck, Deborah Jendrasik, who's adaptive clinical strategy partner at Premier Research, David Burrow, the director of the Office of Scientific Investigations at CEDAR, and Steve Young, the Chief Operations Officer at CluePoints. So they're each going to make some opening comments, and I want to have a discussion among them and also with you about both enablers and obstacles that you think could be overcome by maybe more of a focus on effective enablers. Just a note on time. We got this session started a little bit late because we had such good discussions and presentations in the morning. We're going to try to make up a little bit of time in this session. We also built in a cushion in our final session of the day, so we still expect to conclude by 4 o'clock on schedule. So I'd like to start by turning this over to Reb.
Thank you, Mark. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to come and speak in front of you all today. Just by way of introduction, my name is Rep Khan. My day job and the people that pay my bills are Regeneron. But for the last 7 years or so, I've been involved in Transcelerate and had the privilege of working with Transcelerate from the very early days when we set up our first 5 projects, and one of them was the risk-based monitoring project. And I had a chance to work with a lot of fellow colleagues across the Transcelerate companies to kind of put together the original position paper and all the subsequent body of work that the Transcelerate RBM team has shared. So this is a topic that's very near and dear to my heart and something that I want to actually see flourish and succeed long term. So I have a bias. I'll be very honest with you. So in terms of some key points that I wanted to make, and this is, I'm here representing Transcelerate, so it's not just specific to Regeneron, but some key points I wanted to make sure I got a chance to make today were, one, around the fact that it all starts at the beginning, and Anne will sometimes say it all starts with the protocol, stupid. And so I'll go back in time a little bit. So back in 2012, when we were having our initial RBM meetings, our team initially thought it was all about the monitoring at the site. And the conversation back then was, okay, what can we do to reduce the amount of monitoring, make it more efficient, focus on what was right? And so we had all these debates about SDV and what percentage of SDV is appropriate, and should it be 30%, should it be 20%, should it be 0%? And at the end of the day, we said, okay, well, we need to have some way of algorithmically trying to figure out what is the appropriate level of source data verification, or for that matter, source data review. And the way we kind of did that was to say, well, let's take a look at what are the drivers that would define risk, and could we then say, based on a high, medium, low score, kind of be able to triangulate on the right level of data review at the site. What became evidently clear during that second RBM meeting was that it really wasn't about the monitoring at the site. It was actually about looking at the protocol in its entirety and identifying, what were the key risks or issues or opportunities with that particular protocol, and then putting together a framework that we would essentially be able to monitor that study. And when I say monitor that study, I'm not talking about the small m of site monitoring. I'm actually talking about the big M of monitoring a study, because off of that initial risk assessment, you put together an integrated quality risk management plan. That integrated quality risk management plan has components which are a safety management plan, a medical monitoring plan, a data review plan, a site monitoring plan. Site monitoring is just one leg of that stool, and I think that everyone needs to appreciate that. And so when I think about one of the enablers of risk-based monitoring, it really is that upfront work in terms of doing the RACT. And whenever we engage with different sponsors and talk to them about, how are you implementing, if they're not putting together the resources up front to do the risk assessment, they don't really have an RBM program. The second point I wanted to make was around SDV, and I know we spent a lot of time talking about SDV, and the SDR was essentially there as a way of deflecting attention from SDV. But one of the things we find to be somewhat challenging is it's something that's stuck. As an industry, we're still stuck on this concept of doing SDV, and part of it is it's kind of used as a way of defining work. It's a way of going into different resourcing algorithms and defining work. It's a way of contracting for work when we're working with external partners. And our general point of view is SDV should not be a driver of site monitoring. What should be driver of site monitoring is a certain number of minimum visits you need to do, and then being able to define, based on subject workload, patient workload, the amount of critical data that you do want to review and investigate at a site, the amount of associated effort from that, and that should be calculated into your visits. And a point I wanted to make around SDV before I get to my third point was we also have gotten some information that says that sponsors are still asking all of their CROs to do 100% SDV. So one of the things that the Transcelerate companies did was they said, well, let's go and find out, at least amongst the Transcelerate companies, are we actually asking for 100% SDV? And so I'll just forward it ahead here. So we have about 18 member companies. Amongst those member companies, what we came across with was that we're giving a lot of leniency to our partners in terms of how to monitor the studies. In some cases, we're giving some very specific guidance in terms of what critical data we want to review and monitor. In some cases, there are certain data points we want to have 100% SDV'd. There was only one sponsor amongst our 18 that actually said that they require 100% SDV of all data points. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there in that from a Transcelerate perspective, we're not necessarily, our member companies aren't necessarily promoting it en masse. But with that said, I take the other piece of information, which is companies are still asking for 100% SDV, as a data point, which is there's room for opportunity. And the reason I'm bringing that point home is I think there's a huge role that everyone here can play in terms of educating the broader ecosystem. There's a lot of information out there. A lot of people can sit and spend a couple of days just reading all the publications, looking through all the different toolkits that have been shared. You can bring in different partners to talk about their methodology. So it's all out there. But how are we actually really, really promoting the concept of implementing RBM? And I think that we do have to think about an educational program. We do have to all take some ownership here and promote the concepts. And we can't just default to what we feel as being something that's comfortable, which is kind of reverting back to the way we always did it. So I'm going to leave it with that right now. I'm sure there'll be questions, and I really encourage questions as we go through today's panel discussion, but I appreciate your time.
Great. Thanks, Reb. Very efficient presentation. So next is Roseanne.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. So I'm from Merck, and I actually sent this around for people to look at. You can read this. I think we've talked about the RBM, and it's not just risk-based monitoring at the site. The other point that I want to make is to destigmatize risk, and that risk is bad. So risk is risk, and some risk is unavoidable, and alerts that come up, we should investigate them if they are ones that need to be investigated, or we need to intervene. So a lot of times when we talk about alerts and risk, the CRA say, well, my site's not bad. Doesn't mean your site's bad. Let's just look and see what's going on. And then the next question, it's not a single assessment, but continuous improvement. As Reb had talked about the various plans, we have all those plans in place before we have first site ready, and those are living documents. All of our plans, our medical monitoring, site monitoring, our data management plan, living documents. We are, with RBM, we're tailoring monitoring to match the risks. So we've talked about this in this trial. And also, not all KRIs are equivalent. So, we want to look at our KRIs. Some may require, investigation. Multiple alerts of the same thing might raise what we're doing and move to action or intervention. So we have to look at that. Study design and risk factors should dictate the use of different monitoring techniques, and we have used central monitoring when we have a large volume of data, like in our vaccine trials, and we have temperatures to see if maybe there's equipment malfunction. So we can certainly mix and match our monitoring styles. So on-site central monitoring, our investigation can be a phone call or, a series of phone calls to talk about things, or it could be an on-site visit. Let's see. What are the challenges of implementing RBM in multiple national trials? So some of the feedback that we got was, you know, it's really different within the countries and the regions. So some regions and countries really rely on the CRAs to do a lot of the quality control. We have different regulatory environments. I know that we have FDA and EMEA are pretty aligned, but you know, Asia, it's different. So that makes it very challenging. The other thing that we have is a myriad of languages. And we have to do training in all these different languages because we tend to do a lot of our training in English. People are proficient in English, but maybe the whole depth of what we're doing is not explainable in just one language. As far as how do we fully implement it, we have to modify our old ways of working. We had talked about organizational silos. There's also silos within the industry. I'm glad we belong to Transcelerate. So we've gotten a lot of information from them, and really it's been an evolution with Merck. And even working here with FDA, I mean, this is great to get this all out there and to really talk about what the issues are and what best practices are. So hopefully that'll be in the future. We'll talk about best practices. And regarding FDA's role, I think we talked about this across various speakers. We want to not squash innovation, so we want to be able to innovate, so we don't want to be really, buttoned down as to what we need to do. So we should be able to innovate with the technology that comes across, and it has to be usable technology. We, have systems, and sometimes people don't access them because they're just too clunky or too hard to use. And that, I think our regulatory people here know that it's still evolving and that there will be differences, and we've seen the differences, and that we should look at best practices across the industry. So that's what I had here. Can I turn it over to Deb?
Great.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Roseanne.
Sure.
And next is Deborah.
Thanks. I'm going to try to hit on just a couple of different talking points, some of which I think has been touched on today, so I'm going to really talk quickly over those. But I wanted to start with sort of a little cheerleading bit, and that is really don't give up. I think everybody in this room is here for the same purpose. I think we're all looking to make the industry better and make things more efficient, and it can be challenging. What I'm going to share with you is what I've seen at my organization now, and there are challenges, but I think, again, don't give up. We're going to get there. Okay, so I joined the company that I'm with, Premier Research, 18 months ago, and at that point we started tracking how much time our team was spending helping our project teams deploy any study that was using a risk-based monitoring, which we call risk-based study execution, to Reb's point, the big M instead of the little m. This takes a look at not 100% of the person's time, because obviously they have all sorts of conference calls and other things that they do during the day. But we looked at their time spent and what they were doing. And so my advice to you is that as far as factors that influence the uptake, the amount of support that is needed cannot be underestimated. When we first started to use a risk-based study execution system or management system, most of the effort was at first getting teams understanding what they needed to do. There was also the technology. We do have a technology that we use to build the visual analytics, and we had to educate both our business development teams, our people going out to do bid defenses for sponsor projects, as well as internal teams. And then we were building all of the SOPs and processes around the systems that we were using. If you look forward, each one of these bar graphs shows the amount of time and how it changed over the last 18 months, and we are by no means done. It is a continual process of educating and moving people forward. So what you will notice, though, is that the amount of support for project management and the other areas of the clinical study teams, that piece really hasn't shrunk. It took a little dip last fall, and then it popped right back up. So again, it can't be underestimated, and having a team of people that are focused on keeping things consistent from one project to another, one therapeutic area to another, one phase to another, evaluating things the same way is important. As far as challenges, I think overall risk is complex, and I think no study, it's not easy to define what the risks are in a particular protocol or in a particular project. I think Nicole mentioned earlier how much time it could take a project team. So again, that amount of time can't be underestimated. We continue to learn, and everything that we learn funnels right back into the way we do things the next time. We also have found there are a lot of sort of distractions that take us away or keep us from seeing the big picture. We work with a lot of very small biotech companies who use a lot of very small vendors as well. So getting consistency in the vendor data, knowing what we want to, we decide what we want to look at, what's important to look at, and then trying to get that data, get it consistent, get it in a situation or a format that we can actually use it and see those identifiers is sometimes challenging. We have deployed a lot of things to help educate, and again, it's a continual thing. We put forward something that we just called the Risk-Based Study Execution Adoption Campaign. So we did tack on a whole training piece of it. Really, the goal of this was to be able to set a baseline awareness for all members of the company and provide to them the information that they needed for their particular job at that particular time. So we saw no point in training everybody a whole lot when they weren't going to be working on a project that maybe followed the risk-based study execution model. We really needed them to have that information when they were starting that project. So we broke down all of the training. We followed what's called the ADKAR methodology, hitting those 5 points that you see for the ADKAR, and then really separating out each of the different departments or functions based on what it was they needed to know. Does this team member need to know how to identify the risks, or does this team member need to know how to take action on something that's presented to them? Or are they part of all of these and they need all 4 pieces? And then we realized that a lot of our teams maybe weren't fully understanding what the purpose of the risk assessment categorization tool was. So we went all the way back to the beginning, and we deployed workshops in various different formats to be able to teach different areas, again, only what they needed to know, to be able to fully understand what the first step, that risk assessment, really was supposed to do and what it was supposed to capture. We also continually update our central monitoring team with any new technologies or any new techniques that have been brought forward, and we're always doing technology training for all of the other project team members. So again, ongoing all the time. And that's it for me.
Thank you. All right, thanks, and next is David.
Hello again. David Burrow from the FDA. You might be asking yourself why somebody from the FDA is on a panel talking about enablers and challenges with implementing risk-based monitoring, because as somebody who has not implemented risk-based monitoring, what do I have to add? Well, that's why I have no slides, but my presence here has allowed me the opportunity to take what I've heard so far today and to really try to shift that, to pivot that into a message that might be relevant here to address some of the things that we've heard so far, to see if we can maximize the value of this event overall. So I wanted to cover 3 real topics here. First is some of the statements and comments we've heard about the role of the FDA so far, also some themes that we've seen in change management generally, and also the idea of fear. And those 2 ideas there, change and fear, go hand in hand. So first with FDA, I'll back up. It occurred to me that there might be a piece of information that isn't widely known, and that's about the way that the FDA investigators have changed over the last few years. In 2017, the Office of Regulatory Affairs investigator teams split into specialized groups of investigators. So from 2017 onward, we've had the Office of Bioresearch Monitoring Operations, OBIMO, and that is a specialized cadre of investigators that are dedicated solely to doing BIMO inspections. No longer would you have an investigator that did an egg inspection one day, a manufacturing inspection the next day, and then a clinical investigator inspection the day after that, or week to week. So now, I think there's an opportunity for great growth and evolution in the conversation with our investigators also, as they raise the bar of their knowledge and expertise, as they see the same types of things, inspection after inspection after inspection. I think we're going to start to see a lot of more improvements in that type of thing as well. I wasn't really sure if this audience had heard that message before, so I wanted to make sure that I could name that for you. Second was about the experiences of risk-based monitoring from FDA's perspective. That gets to the heart of some of my comments from the first session about common terminology. Just because somebody might say that they have used risk-based monitoring and we've seen application come in-house doesn't necessarily mean that what they did was what we believe risk-based monitoring to be. That's one of the challenges for us in really assessing and tracking the outcomes of risk-based monitoring real time, and frankly, we don't have the data yet. What we do know is that in some instances where we've seen true risk-based monitoring be implemented, we have seen a great correlation between the issues that were identified in the risk-based monitoring system and the issues we see in the application review on the back end. So anecdotally, I think that works really well. Also, some of the comments I made in the first session about what risk-based monitoring is not, those are failures. Those are lessons learned from entities who have claimed to use risk-based monitoring but have actually not. That's like the example of 100% centralized monitoring without any real plan to guide what they're looking for or at or why or when or anything. Just shifting to 100% centralized monitoring is not risk-based monitoring. We've seen that happen. That's not what we're talking about. Same thing with the sampling idea, just a random sample of documents, subjects, or records. That's not risk-based monitoring. That's just a sample. It's not with a risk-based plan. That could be an element of a risk-based plan, but you must do it with intent. Let's see. Okay. Traditional monitoring with source data verification, right? We've heard that over and over and over again. If that was like risk-based monitoring bingo, you would have all screamed bingo like 10 minutes ago. Traditional monitoring with source data verification is looking at basically transcription errors, not elements that are critical to quality. So the concept of getting away from source data verification, I think, is valid. But it's not like, absolutely, we're never going to do source data verification anymore, ever, in any instance. It's with intent, when it's indicated, for the right purpose. Pause, shift to change and fear, right? Everybody heard the statistic that 70% of changes fail in an organization? That's pretty common, right? How many people who are responsible for programs like this in industry feel like if they were going to implement a wholesale change and it failed, they might get fired? That's a pretty common theme, readily understandable. Those same people probably are not the people that govern every element of success for that change. It's tough as an individual to say that you're going to make a large change for an organization, but not control every aspect of success for that change, because you know that you're hanging out in the wind. Things could fail. You're accountable. It's your fault. That's not a safe place to be. It's not comfortable, and that is a resistance. That is one of those bungee cords of resistance that's going to hold every organization and every person back and ask, well, should I do this or should I wait for this guy to do it so I can just copy what he's going to do? That's one of the things that we see over and over again, and it's one of those areas of change and fear that we need to be able to acknowledge just in open air. And I wanted to also reflect on one of the great, I think it's a metaphor, but you can correct me, metaphor that Dr. Califf used when he was the commissioner of Christmas tree protocols. Does that ring a bell with everybody? You have a Christmas tree and you put it in the attic, and every year you take it down and you put all the ornaments on it and you add in new ornaments because your kid's in 3rd grade and she just made a new ornament. You add more ornaments every year. You never get rid of any ornaments. That way, protocols after study after study after study get more and more complex. That's how you have conflicting provisions within a protocol. No bueno, right? Same thing happens in the risk-based monitoring space. When you take a monitoring plan and you just add more onto it, you have Christmas tree monitoring plans. Same thing, no bueno. Needs to be tailored to the trial, the specific trial, with the critical quality factors, everything that you assessed in the risk assessment that you developed in your protocol. So let's get away from Christmas tree protocols and Christmas tree monitoring plans. It's don't just change, or don't just add, right? It's change mindfully. I wrote that down, I had to read it. Okay, and I think my last message here is that this whole event was set for FDA to hear your experiences, to hear about your challenges, your interests, the things that are working well, the things that aren't, the areas that we might be able to help with. And this is an ongoing conversation, not just with industry and FDA, but in the global environment. That's why it was so great to have Camelia here with us virtually this morning, because these are conversations that are going to have to happen repeatedly over the course of time. And it's not just like a new guidance that FDA puts out that's going to shine a light into the dark corners of risk-based monitoring. These are ongoing, step-by-step, day-by-day, small steps over the course of time that I think have the potential to demonstrate some really incredible gains for the industry as a whole. And I would share with you that that is just my great hope, that this is just one step forward towards that end. And with that, I will stop. Thank you.
Thanks, David. And last but not least, Steve.
Great. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Let's see. Okay, great. So my name is Steve Young. Organizationally, I'm with CluePoints, an RBM solution provider in the industry. I've been in the industry for quite a number of years, more than I'd like to admit. Many years in clinical operations, and actually became introduced to and very excited about risk-based monitoring actually over 10 years ago when I was still at J&J and we were talking about it. And I think one of the panelists mentioned earlier today about how long and how slow it's been to actually get the industry as a whole to really start adopting. And I've been somewhat frustrated over the years seeing at the slow pace myself. But I think we're really at an inflection point, and I think this conference and workshop today and all the interest definitely reflects that, which is fantastic. I think we're off and running generally in the right direction. Obviously, still a lot of work to do. But I'm going to just give a couple of high-level thoughts, perspectives on RBM, and I'm sure I'm going to echo a lot of what my colleagues here on the earlier panels have been talking about. But what I'd like to really reinforce is that with all the specific questions and details and logistics and change management we have about RBM, we got to remember, it's really at its core, it's a very, very simple idea. And it's really about, really essentially, fundamentally, doing the thinking, the planning up front to do the things to optimize the likelihood of operational success of your clinical research. That's all it's about. And to that extent, as you can see represented here, during study design, concepts of quality by design, of patient centricity and site centricity, taking into account the viewpoints of those key stakeholders in clinical research, has the same fundamental purpose as what we're talking about today with risk-based monitoring. It's making sure we're designing and planning for research that will be successful operationally, and not just based on planning it just based on the scientific merits of the research that we're doing. There's been a lot of analysis over the last 15 years about study complexity. That's also part of quality by design. Can we remove or minimize the amount of non-core procedures and assessments that we're subjecting patients and sites to, an unnecessary collection of data? And then, of course, as you have a stable protocol, that's turning into risk mitigation planning during the study. And then, of course, your operational monitoring, your operational quality oversight and quality monitoring should be guided by that pre-study risk assessment approach. So it's really about thinking before we act. It's pretty simple, isn't it? I mean, it's something we've always, anyone who's been in the industry for for a while knows that's what we naturally do, right? We're thinking as we're planning for a trial, what could go wrong? What do we have to do to make sure this is successful? What we haven't always done is done it in a real organized way, in a real discrete way. And so it's sort of like one person talking to another. All this, to me, all this is doing is providing a good framework within which study teams can really make sure they're going through that critical thinking process of what can go wrong in my trial, what do I need to do to plan for success in my trial. And that's really at the core of everything we're talking about. That's foundational. It's thinking before we act. And as many of you, I'm sure, know, there's this executive level mandate to get to first patient in by July 1st. So everyone is scrambling. And that's been part of the problem in our industry, is that we don't feel like we have the time to properly slow down, think about, and plan for success. This framework, this whole paradigm, I think in many ways, is trying to get all of us to slow down and do the thinking that we need to do together, and then act during the clinical trial. It's a simple idea, and we need to keep it simple. I think from working with a lot of different colleagues and organizations over the past 5 years or so, I think some of the early challenges or failure points or struggles that our organizations have had is over-engineering various parts of the process. We need to be thoughtful about it, but we need to keep it simple. Risk assessment and mitigation planning. There is a common problem of turning that whole risk assessment exercise and the scoring of impact and probability and detectability into a box-checking exercise, going through 80 or 100 considerations or questions and evaluating each one, and the study team is exhausted and they don't know why they're doing it, and they spend hours debating and fighting each other over whether the impact is a low or a medium or a high probability so they can get the score they want for risk mitigation. You're totally missing the point if you're getting into that level of detail. The whole focus of that exercise should be on a cross-functional team of experts, giving them a forum to really critically think about their trial and what can go wrong on it. Centralized risk monitoring is a key component operationally. There's been a lot of discussion. I just want a few high-level points: quality over quantity. That's with key risk indicators. If you got 30 or more KRIs on your study, I'm going to suggest that that's probably too many. You have duplication. What's much more important is to select the KRIs that are going to, and design your KRIs for the most proactive, reliable risk detection. That's a much longer conversation, but that's what's important. Having really robust centralized statistical monitoring, it was mentioned before, extremely powerful tool that will expose all types of issues, risks on your trial that traditional monitoring and data management reviews just wouldn't be capable of uncovering. And then finally, effective risk triage. That's another point that a lot of organizations are struggling with right now. You have this central monitoring group, more technically data scientists, data analysts type people are setting up, running the statistical analysis and KRIs, coming up with really important risks to share with the clinical teams, but then the clinical teams are not properly equipped, don't know how to interpret them, don't know how to follow up effectively on them. And so there might be gold nuggets of things that you should be following up about a problem site or a couple of sites that are in trouble with various aspects of conduct of the trial, and the study team just drops the information on the floor and goes away because they're not sure how to follow up on it. So we need to pay more attention to that process. And then site monitoring, it's all been talked about. Again, I think keep it simple really applies there as well. I think we continue, even in this targeted SDV discussion, targeted SDR, too many of us are still thinking about SDV and SDR and its purpose and its place in quality management incorrectly. We're using it as a hammer, and it's to try to drive quality. It should not be thought of as a hammer. It should be thought of as maybe an initial and a spot check to confirm that the site, that you have evidence that the site understands the protocol, that they're managing source documents properly, that they're taking the patients through the protocol properly. And just one last thought on SDV and SDR. There's some organizations, coming up with very sophisticated targeted SDV plans and targeted SDR plans, and you've got to SDR this subset of data, but we want you to SDV this subset of data. Think about the site monitors and how crazy and confusing this can be for them. Keep it simple. So I like the idea of either just SDV what you've decided you're going to SDR, or frankly, don't SDV anything because its value is near zero anyway compared to SDR. So just a few thoughts to leave with you, and hopefully we'll have time for Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. So some great opening presentations to what is going to be a discussion-oriented session. I want to pick up on a couple of things that Steve said to kick this off. First, we do have a lot of time for questions, and I'd also encourage comments. So this is a chance for you all to talk as well about what you see as important obstacles to more progress and what could be the possible enablers. And I'm going to try and start that discussion, if you'll indulge me for a minute, by one way of looking at what is happening here in this gradual process of moving to risk-based monitoring is we're kind of moving from what David called the Christmas tree monitoring plan approach within the broader Christmas tree protocol strategy of doing trials to an approach that is not just for monitoring but overall, but is risk-based, efficient, that gets the evidence needed without unnecessary time, effort, delay, and cost. And Steve, I think you said you're hopeful that we're at an inflection point in that process. It's been a long one. Reb, you've been involved for years in this as it's been going on since the earlier FDA guidance. I mean, this really strikes me as sort of nothing short of culture change and fairly fundamental culture change in the industry and among the product developers, the CRO industry, and then FDA as well, and how they approach regulation. And culture change is always hard. And I wonder if I have just a few questions for any of you who want to respond to start out on this, and definitely don't need all of you to respond, but culture change usually starts with a leadership commitment. So the kind of people in this room, the people who are making decisions about big trial designs and investment in them, the business plans for the CROs. How are we doing on leadership buy-in in the industry to these changes? Are we there yet? What are the biggest opportunities for informing or engaging industry leadership that we haven't really fulfilled yet?
So Mark, I'd be happy to maybe start off with that question. I mean, and it was actually something that Steve said that triggered my thinking around this particular question. So I think that in terms of senior leaders within the different sponsors, I mean, they're pretty much bought in. And even when we talk to the different companies that joined Transcelerate over time, a lot of their interest was in working with other companies that had done RBM. So that actually was one of the drivers. Now, with that said, when you think about what actually drives change, Steve mentioned that clinical teams. So if you think about clinical teams work in a clinical trial. A trial runs about 3 years on average. So think about how many studies have turned over at the clinical team level since we started rolling out the RBM methodology. Maybe 1, maybe 2 studies in their careers as a clinical team. So even though we're all practitioners here or promoters of the methodology here, we're looking at it across the portfolio, but a lot of the decision making and the review of the studies for risks and thinking about how you're going to mitigate some of those risks at a study level or even designing studies that have quality baked in, there hasn't really been the number of turns that you would expect to see at a clinical team level and as a result, the experience level. So I think the onus is on us to see how do we kind of drive even a greater level of education amongst medical leads and study leads and so on and so forth.
Well, that was the next place I was going to go is, leaders can say or think one thing, and that by itself doesn't do much of anything. So I think several of you, Deborah in particular, talked about people and what needed to change, applying the ADCAR framework or other kind of what you said was I think several of you said it, and you just said it was an ongoing educational approach. So if that's First of all, if any of you have different views about leadership, this would be a good time to mention them. But second, if the hard part here is really getting people to change faster than a generational turnover in the clinical teams, what can accelerate that?
So I wanted to just comment on the executive management piece. At our company, we have all of the senior people on board. They're all very pro risk-based study execution, the whole point of creating the changing the name. So we've had that in place for a long time. The problem really was that getting, the way I guess that was going to funnel down, or how it's more like a trickling down. So I mentioned in my presentation we did these racked workshops. We literally had round tables like this, and we had everybody with a fake protocol, literally a list of bullet points, and we asked the team to come up with 3 risks. That was it, just 3. And then we took the papers, and from table 1 that went to table 2, and table 2 went to table 3, and so you now picked up on the next step to talk about at what point is that going to be a risk, or how would you see that that's a risk. Those people had to work with what the other people came up with. Because to your point, Reb, project teams change, there's turnover, and so you get handed something, a plan, that you weren't part of the risk assessment for. And you have to know how to handle it, and how to, what was expected and how it might need to change. So executive management is great and it's needed, but we're now past that. I think we have that. We have to make sure the people on the ground, the boots on the ground, are believers. And a big part of that culture change is understanding and getting on board that SDV is not important.
Other thoughts on helping people make the culture change?
Sure. In fact, I want to do something here. I actually had another slide that I didn't get to.
Oh, tricky.
Okay, we didn't plan this.
One of the things, and this is among many, I think there's a lot of factors. I think, executive leadership buy-in and sponsorship, very active, is really important. But I've kind of outlined here just at a high level a couple of items. And I think someone else mentioned, which I totally agree with, is sort of just-in-time training is really important, because you can have a big training on RBM across the organization, and then a lot of those people won't actually be doing it for another year or something. So, but to that point, having the right champions, evangelists, coaches of RBM in place for those study teams is really important. I'm using the terms here, risk facilitator or risk coordinator. I think someone earlier called it a risk manager. If your organization can afford to think this way, have it maybe a dedicated role. I even think that what I have here is the risk facilitator for risk assessment mitigation planning can be the same person operationally that's coordinating the centralized risk monitoring and triage process. It could be a dedicated role, and that person is right up front coaching, educating, explaining the why and the how to the clinical teams and guiding them through that critical thinking process, both pre-study and organizationally. So that's just a suggestion about how to think about organizing for success around it. And the other thing I'm sort of reinforcing there is the cross-functional study team engagement. This is not, and I've seen it, sometimes there's a perception, oh, RBM is owned by clinical data management, or this functional group owns RBM. That's not my thing. You're not going to be successful if you're setting it up that way. It's got to be perceived, understood as everybody is involved in RBM, and it's not going to be successful without that.
Now, and this is all happening not in some abstract environment, but in an environment where you're dealing with global regulatory perspectives too. And David pointed out correctly that FDA doesn't implement RBM. On the other hand, David, you also highlighted, I think, something that sounded a bit like some culture change at FDA, sort of leadership commitment reflected in guidance and some changes in organization. So maybe this is a little bit directed at you for follow-up, but then I want to extend it to the others. But maybe starting with David, given what you've heard, are there other things that FDA and other regulatory agencies can do to facilitate acceleration of this change?
I love the conversation about culture change. That's one of those things that kind of sticks with me that I think I could probably have a whole session on. Because I love the idea of meeting people where they are, right? And that's something that happens in government just like it does in industry. You have people that are, in air quotes, institutionalized. in their mindset, in their ability to change and to flex into doing something just differently. Like, how might this look if we could just do this one thing differently? And it's a message that really has to resonate up and down the organization. You might need to convince your senior leadership. You might need to give them the business case. It might be something that's more, for us, like EVS, Employee Viewpoint Survey. It might be about the relative level of satisfaction of the people actually doing the work and your ability to retain them because they feel engaged and empowered to do great work that they want to do. And with your staff, it's you know, you have people that like to get messages in person, in small groups, individually, in email, in meetings. Like, you have people that want to just get a textbook and be able to digest that and say, yes, I get it. And I think in order to effectively move the needle on culture change, both in government, for industry as a whole, in any organization, you have to really be mindful of all of those factors and not really ignore any one. Just because I like to, you know, talk like this doesn't mean that anybody else would ever be able to receive that message in a way that's effective. But it's a system-wide culture shift.
Yeah. I'm going to ask, before opening it up to discussion, any other comments from the panel on steps that FDA or other regulatory agencies could take to accelerate progress? We've already heard about a lot of positive comments about just having this meeting and FDA engagement in this and about some kind of ongoing process. But any other thoughts to add?
I think the only comment I would have, I was going to hold it till the end of the day, but it's okay, I might as well throw it out now, is I keep hearing this fear, but I mean, what are we really afraid of? We keep thinking about we have a fear of missing something. And if we put the right mechanisms in place, we should not be worried about missing something that's a random error. We should be worried about missing something that's a systemic error. And I think that we need to kind of draw a clear delineation between the two, because the intent of doing upfront planning and putting mitigation processes in place to monitor appropriately is to really manage the systemic error. And I think that if there's something that we could do with our regulatory agency partners is to kind of drive that point home if it already hasn't been driven home.
And can I comment there? Mm-hmm. I realize now that I missed the first part or the second part of your
question.
That's okay. It has been a shift in FDA about bringing novel treatments to market to meet the needs of the public. And I think to the extent that FDA as a regulator has the ability to help facilitate that in high quality medicines, if we have the ability to work with our partners across industry, then that has been a focus in the past and it is a focus now. And I think as the clinical research industry has become more global, our network of our collaborators has become smaller. Like, we have the opportunity to work with EMA, with all of our foreign regulators to shrink the variation and the variability in the global environment. And we are doing that now. We have a lot of things in the works, a lot of irons in the fire, as it were. And you know, it is a continued focus for us to be able to do outreach events, to seek input at functions like this, to be able to get new messages out to people, because we want to meet you where you are also. But you're quite right that it is a shift for us as well, and one that is done with intent.
Great. All right, I would like to open up this discussion to all of you, and I start over here. And again,
Okay.
Please tell us who you are.
Yeah.
When you,
Linda Sullivan, Metric Champion Consortium. One of the things that I'm afraid has not really been represented here, and we certainly have organizations like that in the MCC, is the smaller sponsor environment. And in fact, you know, I know from conversations I've had with some of our smaller sponsors, we have folks that have come out of big pharma and they've gone down to the smaller pharma, and they're now trying to implement things like risk-based monitoring, things like that. And their leadership doesn't support it. They don't understand it. In many cases, they're very risk-averse, and so they think by doing something that's risk-based, it somehow makes everything more risky. So I think some of the, you know, meeting people where they are, I think there are different things that are happening in the large pharma environment from the small pharma. Mm-hmm. And I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind and think about it, because it's not the same across the board.
Agreed. Any comments on that and how to bring along the smaller pharma?
I would just agree with the comment. We do a lot of work with small biotech companies who will look at a budget or look at a proposal and say, no, we don't want that, and cross out risk-based monitoring or any kind of centralized monitoring. Anything that sounds unusual to them or not what they were expecting, they would say, we want that out, without really thinking about what that means.
Well, and I've certainly heard that the idea of that somehow they think 100% SDV removes risk.
Yeah.
And that, to me, the 100% SDV thing is really alive and well in the small sponsor environment, and it's a real barrier there.
I'm going to say 100% SDV adds risk.
And being someone that went from large pharma to small pharma or smaller biotech, even though we're not that small, I saw the same thing, which was, there wasn't the same level of penetration of RBM methodologies being applied. Now, with that said, that's why when I was talking about education in the broader ecosystem, it behooves all of us to help promote that, because a big chunk of our work in the industry gets done by the smaller biotechs. And so if there are other development partners, CROs, academic research centers, so on and so forth, if there is the knowledge and the wisdom there from other experiences, we should be, cross-pollinating those ideas with the smaller biotechs.
Okay, Tim Roll from GSK. So I had 2 points, but one has already been raised, so thank you for that. So second thought on barriers for implementation was, I think, probably a mistake maybe, was the non-binding at the start of the guidance document as it came out in 2013, because I know from an awful lot of people, okay, we don't need to deal with that, move on. I think, from experience and, coming to a lot of these networking, obviously the change to ICH E6R2, it's not non-binding anymore. It's getting a lot more traction, but again, I was going to pick up on that, we're sharing our experiences as large organizations, large sponsors, they can repurpose roles to put in, a risk facilitator or a centralized monitor. Small organizations don't necessarily have that, and I think they're the ones that we need to think more creatively about how can we support them. I think Trancelerator, working to put some more data out there, but, call to arms for, where can we share those best practices to really break this terrible habit of, SDV and traditional monitoring standards. We've got to move on from that.
I see a lot of head nodding. Thanks.
So Ann Meeker O'Connell was just going to pick up on what you said, Reb, and I think there's an element of education. I think probably in this room we have a large number of vocal advocates, so it's somewhat of a biased sample. And I think if we're talking about making change across the broader clinical trial ecosystem, we really need to change how we're framing the discussion. So I think we need to move away from starting the discussion with SDV, because I think when you start talking about percentage of SDV, people are naturally attuned to seeing a smaller number as a loss or a negative. They're automatically kind of thinking of this as something that is, as you pointed out, less or risky. So I think we really have an opportunity to reframe in a different way, to say, we're going to find a way, we're going to give you an approach where you can pinpoint kind of exactly what's most critical to your trial up front. And we're going to be able to identify what are the best mechanisms to avoid important errors in those areas and give you the right tools to detect early. I think that's a really different message from we're going to do 31% or 14% or whatever percent SDV.
Should be 17%, actually.
Can I hear 16.5?
Well, on this, just all seriousness about this, SDV does sound on the surface simple, and maybe it's not quite such a clear, simple metric as percent SDV that really captures RBM. Are there other metrics or summary ways that people should be thinking about the RBM application or effective application?
We sometimes will ask a project team, what is the minimum amount of time between visits, between on-site visits that you're comfortable with? From a relationship perspective, from a process perspective. And we start the discussion with that. And then we sort of back into the SDV question, but not start with SDV.
So, I mean, I'm sure everyone read the paper a long time ago around the value of SDV. And that paper pretty much said that of all of the changes made to a database, 1.7% were driven based on SDV, and that was for critical data. So, and we reviewed it with our colleagues at the FDA, and everyone is saying, well, why are we doing this? So my argument is 0% SDV is the right number. Frankly, I even question whether or not we should be doing any database changes based on manually generated queries from data managers, because only 1.3% of the database was actually changed that was tied to critical data. So if we're sitting, and this was based on what, Esther, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like 1,400 studies. So it's not like it was a small sample set. So the fact that we're still having this conversation I find kind of interesting, but I think that again is a case where we haven't really fully educated the broad population around the value. The only time I think you need to do SDV is if there's a critical endpoint where there's a high risk that transcription can result in material error to the case report form. And if there's not that risk, then we should not be doing any SDV at all.
Yeah. Yes.
This has been a fascinating session. Mike Walliga with Bristol Myers Squibb. I think so much of this is around change and about doing things differently and people's roles changing. And one of the things I come back to think about, and Deb, you brought this up, and it started me thinking, well, are we still measuring our staff in the same way as we did before in terms of their productivity and performance? Because if we're still doing that, then that ability to change, to get to zero or say we don't need SDV anymore, it's much more difficult. And so until we can figure out a way how we measure our staff and the value that they bring to these activities, because it is different. We look at the RAC. The RAC is a great example. The challenges we see there in terms of people being able to do this in an effective and efficient way. Well, how are we measuring that that is getting done besides that people are spending 20 to 80 hours doing it? That's not the right measure. The measure is what is the value we're getting out of that? So have we, and this is something that we struggle with, certainly that I'm struggling with in BMS, and I've only been there a short period of time, is how are we doing that such that we can demonstrate not only value to ourselves, but to really then utilize that as part of the continuing change process?
Great comment. Any thoughts on?
I absolutely agree with that. I love the question of how are we measuring our staff and our success and our productivity, because you inevitably change what you measure. If I'm measured on success metric X, Y, and Z and I'm failing, then that's automatically where I'm going to spend my effort. If it's just on how many days I spend in a facility, then I'm going to camp out. But off the record, of course.
Did you do all of your SDV or not?
Nikki Mays here. I'm an employment-seeking candidate. I have resumes for everybody. But my question is geared towards you, David. I've been involved in RBM for a while. I've been to multiple conferences, multiple meetings. And one of the things I see that is consistent is we are saying we need more guidance from the FDA. We need more guidance from the FDA. And so my question to you is what's the FDA's game plan for providing us this guidance? Is it even there? And my second question or follow-up to that is what's the possibility of you releasing to us a summary of findings of audits or inspections from RBM studies or a comparison of findings from RBM versus non-RBM studies?
Yeah, so three-part question there.
Yeah, you got it though.
We are working to review the comments to the draft guidance now, so that's, I think, number one on the list, to take those comments, to fully consider them, to refine where necessary, and to get that guidance back out. Your comments were really excellent. I appreciate all your feedback, those of you that sent the comments. The second is we know that we are working with our global counterparts on revisions to ICH, which will then also play into this conversation in a more global, like more impactful vehicle. And the third was, releasing like metrics or like results. I don't think we have results like that we could confidently share, but I think that's something that's kind of on the docket where we know that there are different types of analyses, that's the right word, right? Analyses that we could do to be able to share information that will add value to all of all of you, because it's a comment that we hear all the time. It's not something that we're ignoring. We're asking ourselves, what's the best way? What would a prudent choice be to be able to get meaningful information that we know is accurate? And you know, it's a challenge just like everything else, but it does not escape our notice.
I think maybe one area for further feedback from this group going forward is what kind of analyses would you like to see? I mean, FDA has limited resources to spend on analyzing the data available, but it is some really interesting data.
I think
if
that's
there's
an
some
area
clear
where we
questions.
would really like to be able to hear from individuals, companies, and organizations that have done their own analyses. Because we probably don't have the resources to be able to undertake a full-scale assessment within FDA. And you know, keep in mind that we know we don't get the risk assessments and risk-based protocols or risk-based monitoring plans submitted to FDA. So we could hear that you have used risk-based monitoring, but we don't know what the risk-based monitoring was until maybe we go out and do a sponsor inspection, which we don't always do. So, you know, there's the front and the back end there, and I think that's an area where I could say that we might be able to partner with another organization to be able to see what kind of data we could get unblinded, of course.
So if I could make a request, Justin Stark, Novartis, your analysis you shared earlier today was phenomenal.
Yeah.
I thought where you were going to take it beyond that, though, was what does that mean for cycle times on decisions? Because even if you just release that and we can start to quantify the cost of quality, because we all know we spend a ton of time fighting fires and rework. The tension we have is with RBM, you're investing resources up front on new studies to plan for them while you're still fighting the legacy fires of the old studies. And so your resources are at tension. But if we can start to put more data out there that can help to build the business cases, I think particularly for some of the smaller sponsors, it will really help the case for why this makes sense.
And thank you for that. It's absolutely a yes and for me. We've been working on collecting that back end data for a while now while continuing to update the data that we have. The challenge there for me is that to assess our recommendations in our clinical inspection summaries is easy. You read that, yes, no, we put it in our system, and I can have that and update it every fiscal year. To look at the back end on the actions on the applications, it's not just BIMO's work that feeds into the CRs or delays. And it's a challenge. And my risk there is in being wrong, because you have the whole application under review by a multidisciplinary team that all has their separate parts. And it's not just a BIMO issue that's really going to drive a cycle time. It's not going to be you used risk-based monitoring, so you're going to get an early approval. It doesn't happen that way. So the best data that we have there could potentially be anecdotal at best and probably not that useful, because it's not going to be the driver for applications just generally.
Thank you. My name is Duncan Hall. I'm the CEO of TRI, and we're a risk-based monitoring solution provider. And we work with both sponsors and CROs as customers, so we're kind of right in the middle of that relationship. And one of the things that we're seeing is one of the real challenges to adoption is the commercial relationship between sponsors and CROs under a risk-based monitoring methodology, where CROs are bidding for work, and the expectation is that they're bidding a set of services for a price, and often price is a key decision-making factor. And under a risk-based monitoring model, what you're really saying is, we're going to be continually monitoring quality, and based on what we see during the trial, we're going to be adapting our monitoring approach and the different ways of monitoring according to what we see. And that's very difficult for a CRO to bid in any sensible manner because it's variable. And I guess what I think would really help adoption is for the sponsors to be a little bit more open-minded about what, no sponsor wants to sign a blank check, I get that, but there is going to be some degree of variability, and it's very tempting for a CRO to go low to try and win the study, and RBM to some extent may even help that, but coming up with a better commercial model whereby perhaps the submission of the risk assessment alongside the price to say, here's our assessment of risk for this study, and here's how we think we're going to monitor it at this stage, and therefore there's a price associated with that, maybe with some variability, would be a much better approach. But we're still seeing a lot of sponsors just saying, give us a price, give us a price, give us a price, and often we'll go with the lowest price. And I think that's making it very hard for CROs to actually do the job that they're being asked to do.
Yeah. So any thoughts on making the CRO contracting process more about value than just a simple price?
So I guess I kind of do that as my day job. So the way we kind of approach it at my current employer is we try to set an even playing field with our partners in terms of if we are competitively bidding. In terms of the specs, so that will go down to the point of saying, okay, well, let's spec it based on a certain amount of SDV or a certain number of monitoring visits. So we're not necessarily asking them to, have a race to the bottom in terms of monitoring activity. And at the end of the day, what you really want to price with your CRO partners is the cost of a visit, or the cost of an intervention, and possibly the cost of any central capability if you're talking about having a central monitoring capability also baked in. But don't essentially say it's wide open and give us your RBM model and have that not be apples to apples with everyone else.
Thanks. Okay, we have time for a couple more questions, comments here.
I'll be quick.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We're fine.
Brian Saul, Teva Pharmaceuticals. How would you refine that message about the limited value or zero value in SDV to a more conservative function? In our case, that's QA, and obviously they're worried about inspections and things. And I've presented the papers and the statistics and the numbers, and we've had, I'll call it, passionate negotiations about this topic. But it always seems to fall back on the fear factor. I would love to hear some recommendations on how to break down that barrier.
Let's talk a little more about overcoming fear before we finish this session. Go ahead.
Sure. Okay, so in terms of, there are certain parts of our organization that tend to be a little more conservative. So our statistical colleagues tend to be more conservative because when they generate the TLFs, they want to see a pristine database so that all the data falls nicely on the charts. Our regulatory colleagues want to make sure that they're minimizing any potential for a finding. And I think that if you were to think about the RBM methodology, there's a certain amount of education saying that there's a cost to doing the amount of oversight and monitoring that we do today in the legacy framework. Historically, with my experience, if you bring the regulatory colleague in early in the game in terms of when you're designing the protocol, if you have the regulatory colleague actually at the table when you're putting together the RACT, it becomes very evident that you're not actually adding risk, but you're actually taking risk away. So that's for me, that's always been a very easy conversation, and the resistance hasn't been on the regulatory side. I'll be very transparent with you. I have had resistance on the stats side because they still want to see a pristine database that comes across. And that's something that I think we have to still work on as an industry.
I just had an idea, actually, that maybe if the FDA or FDA colleagues would be willing to put a 5-year moratorium on inspections for the industry, then that could relieve a lot of the fear that's out there.
My magic wand.
Well, we won't know what to do, right?
Yeah, FDA has already moved towards risk-based inspections, so maybe there's more.
Yeah. Hi, Mark and Luke, Food and Drug Administration. A question about the 0% SD. I don't think that the source data verification could ever go to 0%. I think there's such heterogeneity from the site level. I mean, you saw Michelle's talk earlier this morning, and the heterogeneity amongst the experience of the sites, and having gone to medical societies around across the different fields, and hearing the new people wanting to get into clinical studies, and having them go through the training and the issues that they get to after their first set of studies that they go through, and hearing the mistakes that they make, and the learning exercises that they go through. I think it's really important that as part of their training and the learning for the sites coming on, and also the wayward sites. Some sites refuse to learn from the prior lessons. that from a site perspective, it could be very problematic not to have that SDV built into the process.
So can I?
Yeah, please.
So I would say if I were doing the risk assessment on that study, that particular site was a high-risk site, and we would mark that as a site that we needed to go and ensure that there was proper training, knowing they're going to hire novel or I'd call them freshies, people right out of college, let's say, first job, even if they've never done the role before, or there's a lot of turnover, that it would be something that we would address from that perspective, and not. I don't think doing SDV is going to find or cure the problem.
Yeah. So do you assign risk categorization? You mentioned thinking about risk. Are you going to assign Michelin-like stars to each site and say, this is a 5-star site, or a Yelp review maybe type of thing?
I mean, not to the point of Yelp review, but definitely determining that's part of the risk assessment for us.
Is that something that you do already CROs perhaps don't share that information? Are there wayward sites?
You're looking for the Yelp for sites?
Yeah, exactly.
We do track that, but I don't think it's not a Yelp review that you can.
And it's not public, right?
Right, it's not public.
Yeah. And I just want to reinforce what Deb said, that, I mean, I completely agree, at least from a perspective of SDV. I think we're fundamentally misunderstanding the value or non-value of SDV if we're going to parse out different SDV levels for sites based on their level of GCP experience. That's not where we should be focusing. I think things like upfront training, things like that might be more, better tailored to dealing with sites that you might have some concern about upfront.
And sometimes you're doing SDV. I mean, so the reason why there's a lot of sampling of SDV as sponsors started moving down this path was because they're using that as a proxy to see if there's something else wrong with the site, right? So instead of using SDV as a proxy, I mean, part of being able to look at data patterns and seeing if they're outliers, that's a more meaningful way of seeing there's something wrong with the site. Doing the upfront visits, the pre-study site visits and the site initiation visits, and investing your time on site then to see if they have good control and good processes is far more valuable than doing a sampling of SDV.
It does seem like on this Yelp point, not to belabor this, but it does seem like something that a lot of different product developers would want to know, and a sort of a pre-competitive issue.
There have been some companies that have actually tried putting out some kind of network where they've ranked, where they give stars for sites that have done really well. I don't think there have been any that have actually tried to blacklist sites based on that, because I don't think they really want to do that, but there have been some approaches taken. I think
the measurement gets better. Maybe.
There's a vendor out there for that.
Yeah. Okay, last couple of comments over here, and then we'll end with Jacqueline.
Okay, so implementation of a risk-based approach takes time up front, as we've discussed. It takes thinking and planning during the protocol development phase. So something that Steve touched on that we haven't talked a lot about is corporate objectives of you have to have FSI by August 1st. So for an operations team who hasn't yet implemented risk-based monitoring or a risk-based approach, how, if anyone could provide any insight or advice as to how do you convince corporate, leadership, at least for the first few times you go through the process, that, hey, this is going to take us a little bit longer. We're going to need an extra month or so built into the timeline, because right now that's just not really feasible. So I'd be interested to hear of anyone who's successfully convinced executive leadership that we might need a little bit more time here.
Well, first point I'd just like to add is I don't think it should add a month to your timelines. Ultimately, when you're, maybe the first time actually, maybe when you're getting your processes, it might take a few weeks. It might add a few weeks to the timeline. That's a tough one to answer. I don't have any magic bullet for how you convince your executive or corporate leadership that, to do it other than education and being a champion to them and, lobbying for that with your colleagues.
I was going to suggest selling them on a pilot, picking a study. Don't spend a lot of time picking the study, because it's really only to get the processes down or to get a sample. Maybe you don't do a full risk assessment. Maybe you don't deploy everything that you would in a real study, but pick a study and do it as a pilot. So you're running it like you always would, but you're also running it to enhance or to construct what your risk-based process is going to be.
And sometimes their peers and other companies can help influence them a whole lot better than the people within their own companies. Yeah. I've seen that benefit of that little competitive pressure working really well.
That's true.
And if nothing else, point them to ICHR E6R2, which makes it a compliance matter. And I hate the fact that, I think we've talked about the fact that uptake in RBM has really started to take off since the release of that. And that's good that everyone's starting to jump in the pool now on RBM. It just is really a bit disheartening that it takes fear of compliance or lack of compliance to get everybody to start jumping in the pool. But if nothing else works, you can always point to that too.
Okay, well, I don't want to end on fear, so.
So I won't go into the fear factor. It was more picking up on your point. I mean, David, you talked about people making wholesale changes in organizations and being sort of out there on a limb, and I would think that's not usually how change goes. You sort of work your way up. And so my question was, in terms of the bigger companies, did you go through a process of doing sort of both types of management to see if you were going to lose anything? And if those kind of experiments were done internally, is there a way to get them out and to publish them? Because when we prepared for this meeting, there wasn't many examples, and they were sort of somewhat academic, and so it'd be really interesting to know what has gone on in industry.
We published a paper, and it was on the Journal of Clinical Research Best Practices. So we have an RBA system, which has a standard set of risks. We were looking at RBM, but because we had a cyber attack, we actually couldn't implement that right away. So we had traditional monitoring, and then at a point in time, we started RBM and some pilot trials. So we were able to look at what was driving site visits before we had RBM, what was driving site visits after RBM, or interactions or interventions, and then also looking at our RBA system, which also gave a risk score versus the RBM system, and looking at overlap. And there was only about 10% overlap between those two systems. One used a deviation from center, the other used a threshold-based way of looking at risk. So.
And just to put a plug in, I know later on Justin will be coming up and talking about metrics, and actually some of that will become very evident.
Yeah, and that's actually no, I'm good. I was just going to say that that's actually a good transition point to our break, because several of you brought up as a way of accelerating this this culture change. More evidence on impact would be helpful. That is the main topic of our last big session. So in light of this session, I'll try to make sure we come back to how are we showing that there is really a business case behind these risk-based monitoring approaches. But for right now, I'd like to thank our panelists and all of you for an excellent discussion on enablers and overcoming barriers to RBM adoption. And I do hope we're at that inflection point. Thank you all very much. We're just a little bit behind if you look at the schedule. I will easily make that up in my concise closing comments. So we'll take a 15-minute break now and start again. I guess that's 2:23 or thereabouts. If you all could head back now, and I'd like to make sure we have all of our panelists up here. So, as center director at Duke Margolis, you get to make you're called on to make some command decisions sometimes. And what I think I'm going to do for mine, if you all don't mind, is if you look at your schedule, we've got another break listed after this section. I think what we might do is just go from this session on into the conclusion and wrap up, and maybe plan on ending a little bit early. If you need to stretch your legs, get some more caffeine or whatever, please go ahead. But I think we can make it for the next hour and a half without yet one more break. So with that, I'd like to welcome everyone back for this session on measuring the impact of risk-based monitoring approaches. And I don't think I need to introduce this much beyond saying that this issue of measuring impact has come up throughout the day. absolutely critical for business case decisions, for leadership support, for getting cultural buy-in to the adoption of risk-based monitoring approaches, and how to do it effectively, and how, as we know, as we develop better evidence on what exactly we mean by effective risk-based monitoring, measuring impact is critical. So I'd like to introduce our panel, and we're going to have a mixture of these opening comments and then discussion, like last session. Justin Stark, the Innovation Director at Global Development Operations for Novartis. Linda Sullivan, co-founder and Executive Director of Metrics Champion Consortium. Sharon Love, Associate Professor of Trial Conduct Methodology at University College London. Brian Barnes, who is Director of Risk-Based Monitoring for PPD, and Michael Olega, who's the Head of Centralized Monitoring for Bristol Myers Squibb. And we'll start with Justin.
Good afternoon. First off, I'd like to thank the FDA and Duke for providing this phenomenal forum for discussion today. I'm here to speak to you on behalf of Transcelerate to talk about the past, present, and future of RBM metrics and measuring the impact of them. I think it seems like generally people are very familiar with Transcelerate. I would hope it came up in your Google search about RBM at some point in the list. But for those of you who may have less awareness, Transcelerate is a not-for-profit consortium amongst a group of biopharma sponsors. Risk-based monitoring was one of the first work streams of Transcelerate, along with the other 4 that are circled or boxed, I guess, in red on that slide. RBM continues to be a work stream that Transcelerate invests time and resources in, and it really is a huge endeavor that Transcelerate has taken on. The reach of this astounded me when I saw this slide. Transcelerate consists of 20 sponsors, largely large sponsors and some mid-sized sponsors. There are over 1,000 people working at any given time across the Transcelerate initiatives. Specific to RBM, we will spend most of the time for this presentation on the present and the future, but did briefly want to touch upon the past as it lays a foundation for the metrics. So there are a wealth of resources out there, particularly for those of you that are trying to bring RBM to your organizations. I would encourage you, if you have not visited Transcelerate's website and looked at some of the materials that are out there to support you with change management, creating awareness, getting buy-in. There's a lot of materials there at your disposal as a resource. During the implementation of RBM, one of the things that the Transcelerate member companies have done is began to collect anonymized data related to RBM piloting and eventually implementation to start to capture the experience of the member companies with the implementation of RBM. In the more recent years, as more of the framework from RBM came out from Transcelerate, the focus of the RBM efforts at Transcelerate have shifted. It's moved more to facilitating broader awareness, collaborating with external stakeholders and forums such as this one, but also continuing to try to create some visibility and awareness of RBM as a potential mechanism to really transform the way we operate as an industry. We'll also talk a little bit at the conclusion of the presentation regarding the future of RBM and where we see some things going and some of the trends amongst the member companies. So briefly, the past. I've touched upon much of this, but the data, part of the data that we'll share today is from over 1,000 observations related to individual studies that were reported on a quarterly basis at the discretion and option of the Transcelerate member companies. It's important to note as we look at this data, as you interrogate this data, the definitions for better, the same, or worse were each company's own internal benchmark. So it may have been determined by a control, it may have been determined by a target that they had, et cetera. But on a quarterly basis, the member companies were reporting for each of their studies for the 8 metrics that appear on the right-hand side of the slide, what their experiences were on those RBM studies. That data is aggregated and blinded and analyzed by a third party, so I can't speak to in a lot of detail to the underlying data there, but it does give you some interesting conclusions. So this is the summary of what was reported over the last 5 years amongst the RBM member companies with their experience implementing RBM. I want you to note that at least 50% of the studies were better across all 8 of those metrics. 70% of studies, of the observations, were the same or better across all of those metrics. There's also things to look at to create awareness and also buy-in and for awareness. Related to a lot of the metrics around what would be considered quote-unquote quality, you do see a trend where the quality increases over time. The quality up front isn't necessarily all that different. What becomes different is we tend to do a better job of picking up on that signal, interrogating that signal, determining an action to do for that signal, and addressing it before it becomes something we discover at the conclusion of a study. Also within the underlying data, not surprisingly, overall monitoring cost and on-site intervals were highly correlated across those observations. The last piece was a little bit of an interesting one. I think that the expectation was, with RBM, potentially there might be challenges with data flow. The lever we always pulled with sites when we needed data was to send out a bunch of CRAs to get data entered, to help get queries resolved. And so there was some concern about what might happen with data flow with RBM. I'm extrapolating a bit from the data, but what I expect happened is that many of the member companies that implemented RBM also realized the criticality of the data flow to actually implementing these mechanisms we're talking about. We talked about earlier how key the risk assessment is, but the key is also being able to detect those signals in a more real-time manner. And so there was a lot more of an emphasis on the data flow, not just at interim analyses and snapshots, but throughout the conduct of the trial. Getting into, additionally, the current state beyond those metrics, earlier this year, the RBM workstream initiated a metric survey, again amongst the RBM member, the Transcelerate member companies. That survey was to collect some data with the experience of the member companies around 3 areas related to what their current use was of those 8 original metrics internally, how they were measuring the impact of RBM within their respective organizations, and also trying to get a sense of whether there were some key themes emerging on new metrics that might be getting used amongst the member companies and what their relative value were. The results of that interpretation of that survey and some analysis that came out of it as well cover with you today. As we look at what you will see is that there's not a one-size-fits-all approach to measuring the value of RBM. One of the first questions we tried to gain a sense of from the member companies was what their key driver was for RBM adoption. It's of note that each company could only select one option. You ended up seeing it pretty evenly split, ultimately between quality and efficiency and cost, which isn't all that surprising. I think if we had given a multi-select, it probably would have been pretty uniform in focusing on those areas. In terms of the scope of where the RBM, the Transcelerate member companies have implemented RBM, you see that there is pretty uniform adoption of the RBM methodologies within the member companies, and the majority of those companies are now implementing RBM across their full portfolio. We've talked a little bit about defining what RBM is. So some of the data we also collected were what capabilities do the member companies deploy and define as part of their RBM. One thing to note was all 18 respondents, including the one that said they didn't implement RBM, did indicate they've implemented a trial level risk assessment. Whether that's related to ICH E6, I'll leave you to determine, but it is something that you see uniformly across the Transcelerate member companies. The other key aspects you see are related to targeted SDV, offsite and remote monitoring, centralized monitoring, statistical monitoring, many of the areas we talked about today. Where you see a more emerging trend is still areas related to quality tolerance limits, as we discussed earlier today, and also some of the data management practices, including prioritization on critical data. In terms of quantifying the impact of RBM, this was some interesting data when we started to see it. When you look at the study-by-study results, there are strong signals that the RBM methodology was improving delivery on studies. But it's a little bit more mixed in terms of member companies being able to tangibly quantify the impact of RBM. We had a lot of discussion about this within the team that was working on this survey and analyzing the data. And a lot of our conclusions, particularly with looking at some of the additional qualitative feedback, were when it comes to quality, it becomes hard to tangibly quantify the impact of that quality. It's very hard for me to quantify something that ultimately didn't happen. We also asked the member companies to share their experience with those same 8 metrics that they were sharing on a quarterly basis. This chart shows you for those metrics which ones are still currently being used in the amber, the gray representing that they were previously used but no longer, and the blue indicating that those metrics were never used. Along with that, the member companies were asked to assess, were those metrics in fact useful? What you find is, pretty resoundingly, they're somewhat useful. The interesting juxtaposition on this slide is, if you look at SAE reporting, it is never used or previously used. But if you look at the relative usefulness, it was actually one of the stronger, the feeling was it was one of the stronger indicators that could be used if it was in practice. The conclusion of the team as we looked at this is partly, it becomes challenging to measure a lot of these things. It is not always easy to measure these in a portfolio level, even amongst large sponsors. In terms of the KPIs, we wanted to share this. This will be, I neglected to mention up front, Transcelerate will be releasing a paper related to this information, expected to come out in the next month or so, sometime in August. We wanted to share the key performance indicators that were added by the member companies. This is effectively a raw data dump. There was no real clear synthesis we were able to make of the data. You could see that in some cases, particularly looking at the ratio of on-site versus off-site monitoring visits, one member company found it to be extremely useful. Another member company found it to be not very useful altogether. But those metrics in red are those metrics where there were multiple responses regarding those particular metrics, and you could see the metrics that different companies had started to implement, along with their own assessments of the relative usefulness they had found with those metrics. One of the things that did come through, though, loud and clear in the survey was the qualitative feedback around RBM. There was a lot of comments we received about the value in knowing the data better, in having the better processes and breaking down silos cross-functionally to allow us to deliver differently and pick up on signals sooner and respond to them. Coming out of that, we talked a little bit about some of the current challenges with RBM. Less than 50% of the member companies indicated they have controls to baseline and measure the value of and impact of their RBM implementation. There is a challenge with RBM value and not necessarily being a one-size-fits-all approach with metrics, and you see some of that in the last slide. There are also challenges with actually being able to attribute the impact of RBM directly to RBM, because the reality is we're all at companies that are doing many different things all at once, and so to be able to say, particularly in metrics such as the ones that we're using, that improvement is solely attributable to RBM becomes a challenge. Some of this is that it's proxy metrics, right? These are high-level metrics, not necessarily related to activities. The colleague who spoke from SAS earlier today that talked about systems facilitating processes, amen. If we can get business intelligence at an activity level and what we could begin to do with it, right now we deal with a world where it's still largely Word documents and Excel spreadsheets and email to get things done. There is no clear trend in new metrics, and in many cases, what works best for member companies is really tailoring the metrics to the processes and activities they're putting in place. Looking ahead in terms of what is next for RBM, QTLs is obviously an emerging area and more guidance is needed. Transcelerate is working to continue to advance the discussion in that area, and more information will be forthcoming in the future on those efforts. More experience with regulatory inspections and the results would definitely help. It is something that comes up even amongst the member companies with all the experience we have with RBM. The continued evolution of ICH and the revisions that are forthcoming from regulatory agencies globally. These types of forums to continue to share knowledge and experience and learnings and how we can advance this effort, I think, are key to what we're trying to do. And the last hope is that technology piece, really trying to leverage digitalization to the activities that we do every day in a way that facilitates it, but also gives us the information that allows us to operate more effectively. So with that being said, thank you for the time.
Thank you. Justin, thanks for that overview presentation on measuring impact and all the work that Transcelerate has done. We're going to have 4 commenters on this and any other relevant topics related to measuring impact. And we'll start with Linda Sullivan.
So I don't need to introduce myself because I keep talking throughout everybody else's presentations, but I'm really happy to be here. We're only going to spend a few minutes on some of these intro things, and we'll have some follow-up conversations. Since I've mentioned MCC a few times, I did want to give you a little background or just a perspective on who we are and what is the perspective that I'm trying to bring to the table here. So we are another consortia group. In many ways, we're sort of similar to Transcelerate, but we're different in some important ways. So we kind of represent a little bit different point of view. So we are comprised of member organizations, but it's a mixture of sponsors of lots of different sizes. We have CROs, we have some of the IT system vendors that are here today, and we have some of the consultants that are working in the area too. So we sort of have a broader stakeholder view. And as with all of our metric toolkits, we've been around since 2006, so we've been doing things in lots of different areas. But we have been in the risk-based monitoring, quality management space for a while. And we sort of think about things in 4 different ways. The first is we are a place, we do a lot of online meetings where people can find out what are others doing. So it's another opportunity to learn from your peers. We do spend time trying to really talk about what to measure and why, how to implement, and how to use results. And this is something that's come up a couple times throughout other sessions, which is we can implement technology to drive us in certain directions. What we hear the most from our organizations are that people don't have the quote-unquote critical thinking skills to really use this information to drive change. I mean, measuring things is just going to give you numbers. If you don't have people that can interpret and take action, can drive processes, etc., things are not going to improve. Just measuring something doesn't improve it. We are, in many ways, a very process-driven approach in what we do. And we follow a very simple yet powerful framework when we talk about measuring things. We typically will design, here's the process we're talking about, and then we talk about, well, how do you define success of that process? What are we call them critical success factors. And we use those to then move into the next space, the green boxes here, which says, well, how do you know you're on track to achieve that, or you have achieved that? And so we start to sort of come up with this list of questions that are attached to these outcomes that you're looking for. And portfolio level questions may be different from study level, etc. And then we start to talk about what can we measure? And we're trying to get measurements that can help you answer these important questions. And in some cases, you may have several things you need to measure to be able to answer the questions. And then the final piece is we want to be concerned about making sure results are presented in a way that help answer that person's question. And I will say, having the privilege of being at lots of different conferences and looking at case studies, and not just in RBM, but lots of other things, we live in a world where we can push buttons now and get very complex visual displays that I sit there and think, I don't have a clue what this is telling me. I'm a very visual person. I want the display to help me answer that question. So in terms of monitoring, when I was asked to be part of this discussion, I actually think about measurement in 2 different buckets. The first is some of what we've been talking about throughout the day, which is what I call sort of what are those pilot success factors. And I think a lot of organizations went forward implementing RBM in some capacity because it was the right thing to do, and it's what people told us we should do. And I don't know that they've always had an idea in mind about what do you hope is going to happen? How are you going to know if this was successful and you want to implement it across the board? And by the way, this is not unique to RBM. We have the same thing going on right now in patient engagement. The same problem. Patient engagement means different things to different people, and nobody knows how to measure. And so how you define success is dependent on your organization to some extent. Sometimes we're trying to get faster timelines, we're trying to save costs, we're trying to improve quality, etc. And in some ways it's framed by your experience with your own programs as to what you're hoping this is going to help you with. And so trying to understand whether it's successful or not is going to depend. And I liked what we just saw in Justin's analysis towards the end, where he was saying that in some ways what you measure may be driven by your program. And it should be driven by your program, because what you've implemented in one study versus another or one company may not be exactly the same. And so in some ways we need to think about, if we do X, we want to see Y. And so how can we measure to see if that happened? So I've thrown a variety of things up here. I'm not going to necessarily go through them all in detail. Maybe we'll talk about them. But I think there's 2 things I really want to point out. While I appreciate a lot of what Transcelerate did, I think there were 2 really important measurements that we still need some answers to that would really help drive some of this success with implementation. The first is, if you are doing risk-based quality management, is it taking longer to get through that study startup process? What are realistic expectations? There's certainly going to be a learning curve, and maybe things will get better over time, but this does take time and people, and that, it's not miraculously just going to happen in the same timeline. But how much longer does it take? And does it improve over time? And the final one at the bottom is, so if we're doing this new process and we're continually monitoring things, well, maybe the beginning will take longer, but do we get to last patient, last visit to database lock faster? Because we're no longer cleaning everything up. Is everything coming in cleaner? And I don't think these are questions that anyone has answered. Yet I'm sure some people have that information. And I think for some organizations, those are really important questions to set the right expectations up front when you put these programs in place. And I think sometimes you need to really differentiate, that problem of we've implemented lots of things at once. So what is it that's really driven where we've got some improvements that may be sort of taking some of the things you maybe want to get from central statistical monitoring and questions and measurements, sort of look at that separate from if we got the protocol better, what does that do, separate from if we're having more targeted interventions on site. So I've sort of tried to put that into these, so you can look at these later. The thing I really want to just close and set the mind is we see a real need at MCC, and we're launching a group in October to say, well, now that we have some emerging practices now, new processes, how are we going to measure these things? The more traditional ways of measuring how the process itself are outdated. We're not sending somebody to a site every 2 weeks. We're not going to get that monitoring report back, et cetera. And so we think it's time. Because in fact, if you're looking at whether RBM is successful or not, and looking at the success factors, one important question is, did we actually do what we had in the plan? Like, you might have said you were going to do something, and then you're looking at the impact at the end, and the question is, well, did you actually do that plan, or did you sort of, over time, just return back to what you were doing before? And so we see this as a huge gap right now, that we're going to start those discussions. So there is a public survey that we just put on our website today that's just starting to gather some feedback. And if you take the survey, we'll give you some summary results. But we are sort of starting off by, here's a high-level process map. You think this is something that could be useful to use in this dialogue? What are some of the issues and questions and challenges that come up that you might want to answer with metrics? And then a few metrics in there. But it's really just the starting place. So I'm really interested to hear from others, where are you in terms of measuring the process themselves, and whether there are some insights you can provide. Because I think it helps with the whole resourcing issue, et cetera. It all sort of fits together. So that's my quick little intro. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. And next is Sharon.
Hello, everyone. In 2013, the FDA encouraged risk-based monitoring. Since then, there's been a handful of studies in risk-based monitoring. That's a disappointing fact, but it does mean that I should be able to summarise what's happened in a few minutes. So, monitoring has to be done within a study, so we have to do trials within studies. The jargon SWOT, study within a trial. So I'm going to take you through a few SWOTs that have been done. TEMPER was carried out in my CTU. What we did is we took 3 clinical trials. In those clinical trials, the triggers were run. When the trial team decided that a high trigger meant that a site should be visited, We took that site, we matched it with another site within the trial that had a low trigger score, and we visited both sites. Our outcome variable here was was whether a site had one or more major or critical findings when we visited. The trial results are actually swamped by consent issues. So what I'm going to show you is the pre-planned sensitivity analysis without the consent issues. So in the high trigger score sites, 69% of the sites had one or more major or critical findings. And in the low trigger sites, 45% had one or more major or critical findings. So this study did show that there was a difference, that using triggers was useful. You went to more sites that had problems. The difference wasn't as great as we wanted it to be. Adamon and Optimum were two SWOTs that showed that risk-adapted monitoring was not inferior to extensive on-site monitoring. Monitoring showed that 100% SDV was little different to SDV of key scientific and regulatory variables. So that's the SWOTs that have been run. And then we've got two studies where we've got data sets that were trial data sets based on risk-based monitoring. And then we've got the data based on 100% SDV. So two data sets for each trial. And they both found, I've just pressed the wrong button, sorry. And they both found that there's a negligible difference in the primary analysis results. So you take the two different data sets and you get the same results. And then we've got two potential triggers that we could use, sets of triggers that we could use. There's the ones from the Whittam and et al. Paper last year. There was 8 suggested triggers, 3 in recruitment and retention, 3 in data quality, and 2 in protocol compliance. And then we've got the Transcelerate triggers, which are in those 3 areas plus 5 others. So we've got 2 sets of triggers we could choose. So what I'd say we know so far from the literature is that we've got 1 trial saying that triggers work. We've got 3 trials saying that risk-based monitoring is okay. And we've got 2 trials saying that risk-based monitoring maintains the primary conclusions. So that's what we've got in the literature. So my concerns are that we've got 1 trial saying triggers works. Normally, when we're working in clinical trials, we don't have 1 trial that says the drug works and we all use it. We normally have that repeated, and I think we should do the same outside of drug work. So we probably need another trial, looking at see whether triggers work. Then we've got these 2 sets of triggers, and people have probably got their own triggers that they've used in trials across the years. Which ones do we use? And what about the thresholds? If you've done a series of trials in the same disease and the same drug, then you've probably got some idea of the thresholds. But if you haven't, then the thresholds we're using are pretty much guesses. And then the way we use triggers is that our interest in them varies throughout the trial. So in the beginning, we're really interested in the recruitment triggers and what's happening and whether we can have input. And of course, once we know we're going to recruit to the trial, we stop looking at those. And the same with the primary aim. We don't look at the primary aim triggers early on, but we're really interested in them before we analyse. So in fact, what we probably want is thresholds that vary throughout the trial. And then outcome measures. The outcome measures used in the trials that I've showed you were either the number of major or critical findings at site or the number of missing or inconsistent pieces of data in the database. So we've just used those. We don't actually know that they're the best outcome measures and that we're using the right thing. So I think there's some research needed. I think research is needed in how to do risk-based monitoring. So what we need is to get an evidence base for how to do risk-based monitoring, and then we can release guidance based on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next is Brian.
And good afternoon. My name is Brian Barnes. I'm going to represent kind of two different hats today, and I'm going to take a page out of David's book and give everyone the freedom from slides. So just to kind of share some perspectives that I have from the CRO side. So I'll kind of be representing the day job from the PPD CRO perspective, and then also from the ACRO RBM working group perspective as well. And just a quick introduction for those that aren't aware of ACRO. It's the Association of Clinical Research Organizations, which represents CROs and now some technologies, and more representing that larger RBM space. So a couple of interesting points that I've heard that I can kind of share some perspective and confirm results is a little bit starting with Justin's and what Transcelerate had seen from RBM adoption. So in early 2019, the RBM working group with ACRO conducted a survey within our member organizations and found some very similar data that Transcelerate has in terms of RBM adoption. And what we showed was around 60% adoption on RBM studies. So a little bit different cohort than what Transcelerate had shared, but similar uptake. But I think to kind of share some of those limitations that we did see and some of those challenges that we've heard of a lot today is there are so many different risk control mechanisms in place. So you have so many different flavors of RBM that are there, exactly what Justin was talking about, that it's hard to quantify exactly what RBM is. So I think that was one of the big takeaways that we had was making sure that everybody has common terminology and is reporting that same type of data. The second little hat that I wanted to put on and share some perspective on was regarding a little bit almost to what Linda had shared, a little bit. So we've talked a lot about metrics in terms of quality and what does RBM show in terms of improved quality. But from the CRO side, we need to be able to communicate to our clients about how well are we able to adhere to our processes and our internal processes. And so looking at that hat, we undertook an activity in early 2019 to really try to work on defining some of that. So some of the key parameters that we wanted to kind of keep in mind was, again, what David had talked about is you can't change what you don't measure. So we really needed to start measuring what our performance was so we could start to see where we needed to make some changes. The other thing that we really wanted to reflect upon is really determining what we should measure rather than what we can measure. Because it's very easy just to measure everything and then just collect a bunch of data and not really have any meaningful output. So what we really tried to focus on was really also in the spirit of RBM is it can't be a checkbox activity. And that's one of the challenges that we saw with metrics is just saying that an activity was done really doesn't get at what the core goal of that activity was. And I'll kind of give an example of that here in a moment. So to kind of start to work on some of that discussion that Linda had was we defined 10 cross-functional KPIs to really assess what our operational performance was. And those, again, are focused in kind of three key areas: the risk assessment, monitoring, oversight, and then centralized monitoring. And we had about 3 to 4 different metrics in each one of those. So we are kind of actively in the process of collecting that data. But we are seeing that kind of understanding the limitations of systems integrations is making that data collection much more challenging, because we do work with a number of different clients that have different reporting systems and structures, and we talk about quality management systems. It's hard to put things in a basket to be able to assess that. So hopefully in the future we'll be able to share some of that data output, but I think just going through and starting some of these working groups to really listen to what others have experienced and help us all grow will be valuable. So with that, go ahead and transition.
Thanks, Brian.
So following on from Brian and from David, no slides. 2 reasons. 1, didn't have enough time to get approvals internally. And 2, I've made so many changes based on what I've heard today that I would have to redo them anyway. So my apologies. I will do my best to get them into everyone's availability. I'd like to take a slightly different approach to this conversation about metrics. You know, I raised the question earlier about how we measure ourselves. And we stop and think about it. Think of the organizations that are represented here, in sponsors, in suppliers of services to those sponsors, the size, their maturity what they do today. Risk-based monitoring, to me, if I put my process excellence hat on, it's the biggest continuous improvement program we could ever think of. That's the goal, is to continually improve what we do, to take a look at what's critical to a trial in terms of the data and those processes, and to then think about, well, how could I possibly see errors that are going to be generated, errors that really matter, that are going to have a major impact on trial conduct, or on a regulator's ability to say, yes, they have conducted a series or a well-controlled trial. That, to me, is some of the essence of risk-based monitoring. And with what David and Justin have talked about is really, it's about achieving quality. And to me, that's really paramount. And it's not just achieving quality, because you can achieve quality over iterations. To me, it's about achieving quality the first time you have that opportunity to execute that process. Because if you do that, then you are avoiding cost, which comes in the form of additional resources to do rework, or additional resources because you have more time involved because of audits or whatever. That rework, you're gaining the value. And it's one of those hard things to measure, is cost avoidance, risk avoidance. It's a challenge, but I think that is really the thing that I think of in managing risk and looking at how we measure these things. And if we think about what we measure today, we think about the things that, for example, that Justin talked about, that Transcelerate has suggested as far as metrics, many of those are lagging indicators. Stuff has already happened. We can't necessarily make a change at that point. We just see the results of processes. What could we do to think about measuring leading indicators? For example, there were a lot of conversations today about the risk assessment process and how well that is done. What a great leading indicator into what we might see in terms of outcomes from a trial. If we're not really good here at conducting a risk assessment, if we're not thorough, if we're not really giving it that critical thinking, we can probably expect what we're going to see towards the end of that process. And so thinking about how we can do that in a more effective way, a mix of truly lagging indicators, because they talk about the performance of a process or a series of processes, but then how do we try to sort of get in front of that before it really starts going off the rails? And a lot of this also, we've heard a lot today about organizations and their maturity, their RBM maturity. These are all factors that can drive not only how we measure things, but then the outcomes of those measurements. So how much has an organization really embraced now ICHE 6, R2? How much have organizations really taken to heart what FDA has put together in terms of the guidances, what Transcelerate has put together, what other organizations have done to try to elevate our thinking around risk management? And how do we then, as an organization, define and implement what we've heard and seen and read? And we have different stakeholders, and they have different interpretations. And so you come to this in sort of it's a morass of approaches, which we've heard about, which is not a bad thing, but it's where we are, because we're interpreting, we're seeing, we're thinking all differently based on our experiences. And that can introduce challenges when we measure things. And we think about how we then execute trials. And we've talked a bit about that today, too, in terms of, is it a hybrid model where we have a supplier who's supporting us? Is it an all-in-house model? Is it an all-outsourced model? When you think about technology, RBM is very technology-centric. There's a lot of technology that can enable really strong process. Well, that's great, but if we're in a place where we're not conducting all of our trials in an RBM method and we apply this methodology just to an RBM trial, we've artificially inflated the value of what we're going to see coming back. And so does that make it, in theory, an apples to apples, or is it a Gala apple to a Macintosh apple? This is where some of the nuances come in. And you think of the more traditional things like phase of the trial. There's a great question about, what do we do with quality tolerance limits in a phase 1 trial? They're the most critical trials we should be focusing on, because that's where the risk really is, because it's the first time in patients. How do we do this? And it's not to say that we have all the answers, but it's to start this conversation about thinking, how do we do this more effectively? How do we control things that are inputs to processes, because what we traditionally measure are the outputs. The outputs we traditionally can't do anything about. It's done, it's dusted, it's happened, but we have the ability to influence in a process what happens up front, the things that actually make that process execute. Not well, but just execute. What can we do to control those things and measure those things more importantly? And again, I think Justin talked very well about the factors that influence our ability to measure things and how we do it. And it's not just performance like the question that I asked earlier, but it's how we do this so we can demonstrate to our leadership, our stakeholders, that yes, risk-based monitoring as defined by our organization, which may not meet what the FDA is thinking, but we at least can have that conversation. How are we doing? Can we demonstrate to ourselves, to our teams, that we are in a better place? And then lastly, I think what Sharon talked about, it is interesting, and I think we're going to see more of this, hopefully, in terms of really well-controlled evaluations of risk-based monitoring and that are published. There's very limited data out there. There's very limited information, and I think part of that is due to some of the immaturity of what we're trying to accomplish here. And I think because of the evolutionary phase we're seeing, certainly in the past 2-3 years, it's been really growing, and with technology, it's really done, it's a huge enabler. I think we'll see more of this, because again, this is going to help the flywheel go a little bit faster for us. And with that, I'd like to thank you very much, and one more comment to say, this has been a fantastic workshop. Thank you.
All right, I want to open this up to comments pretty soon, but just maybe start with an observation and comment of my own, see if any of the panelists have a reaction. So the reason that we're interested in doing risk-based monitoring is because we want effective and efficient clinical trials. And that's for evaluating medical products. And it does seem like evaluating the effect of RBM is at least as complex in some ways as evaluating some medical technologies, both because this is an evolving and complex, even though we want to make it elegant, evolving complex set of tools in themselves, and because the specific goals of organizations in implementing RBM, as you all have pointed out, they're similar. I think quality and not making errors came out number one, but efficiency and other goals were up there too. But they're not exactly the same. So, given that there's a lot of evidence here, including what Justin presented, that these methods do make a difference. Any further suggestions that you all have on one or of two or both metrics fronts? So one is the title of this session. What should be measured, and are we getting towards more consistency in that kind of measurement? It did seem like Linda and others had a few favorite metrics out of, or at least types of metrics out of the ones that were presented. And to Sharon's comment, if there is this heterogeneity in risk-based monitoring approaches that are being implemented, are there ways, good metrics for at least beginning to capture that could be used in organizations' practical assessments of whether they want to use, whether they want to apply, and how they're seeing the impact of these tools and characterizing their own RBM activities? That's kind of, I'm trying to take, I don't want to use the term morass like Michael did. I think there is more to it here than that, but it is a complex set of measurements on both the dependent variable side and the the independent variable side. Thoughts? Yeah.
So we had a really interesting thing happen when we put the folks that were at sponsor and CRO organizations that were putting QMS in place in their organization, and they had a common problem, which was trying to create the business case that they needed to put QMS, that investment in doing some things in QMS was something that the company needed to do. And so one of the things we did to try to help solve this problem was we put together something called the cost of poor quality estimator tool. Because I think one of the problems you've mentioned, that everyone's mentioned, is we don't always have a good baseline against which to measure. So that makes it difficult to know if something's gotten better. It also is something that most industries use a cost of total quality model, where you're trying to balance the investment in quality up front versus fixing quality problems down the road. We don't do that very well in the clinical. You probably all do it fine in the manufacturing side, but we're not doing it here very well. And we see that every day. No, we don't have time to do this, or we don't have time to do that, and we have less QA people, their budget's going away. And yet we have money to not only pay to fight fires and problems once they happen, but we reward the people that are really good at fixing the problems, as opposed to avoiding them to begin with. So one of the things we did was we went through the literature and we looked at whatever studies we could find that looked at the cost of something. So it could be the cost of a protocol amendment, the cost of losing a patient, the cost of setting up a site and they don't enroll anybody. So we had a whole series of things where we put some industry-based numbers if nobody had them, and then the teams put together a whole bunch of other things. So we're trying to look at the operational impact that quality problems have, as well as the time impact that they have, simply as a means of trying to figure out some ways to address some of these problems, because I think it's the root of a lot of the problems we're facing right now.
One comment I'd like to make about some of my comments that I had earlier. I think organizations, stakeholders, where they focus are on these lagging indicators. So things, for example, like the cost per site. How much does that cost, that unit cost for a monitoring visit? How many SAEs have I actually been able to identify that perhaps I couldn't identify? How many critical findings at sites have I been able to avoid? I think those are really important for stakeholders to see that there is value, because that's what they focus on, because that's what they hear about from their own internal auditing teams or from health authorities. And then I think once that is in place, then you get to think about, well, now that I've got these lagging indicators, what can help me better manage my RBM methodology as I go forward, if it's viewed as a continuous improvement project, to then take that forward and really to be able to then measure more effectively. And then to use that information over time, because I think that's one dimension that is really important here. It's not just that we're capturing this information, but we're using this information and evaluating it as we capture it over time. So, and then we can develop more nuanced approaches to, is there a therapeutic area concern we need to have in place? Is there a phase of trial? Whatever those might be, those other factors that really can drive more nuanced approaches to acceptance of risk-based monitoring, but also then the value that it brings to an organization.
I think the other element to this, and I think I agree with the points Linda and Michael made, RBM is a story that's still being written. If we look at, I think Reb made a great point about the cycle time of a trial. We're just inherently in an industry where there's really long lead times before we actually get the end results. We've typically been able to wait for those end results to measure it. When you look at RBM, most companies really started implementing it 6-7 years ago, and it started as something cobbled together. First off, just getting the study team to talk to each other up front about what might be relevant, and then whatever tools we had at disposal, and sometimes that was pretty low tech. Technology is key to not just controlling and enabling the processes, it's also going to give us more of the business intelligence and activity level to be able to look at this at scale across a portfolio. You can have qualitative discussions with statisticians that say the quality of the data is better than they've ever seen on interim analysis, but it's hard to measure that in a meaningful way. So I think there is that maturity factor that we're dealing with here, that it's hard to point to hard evidence because of the nature of the work that we do.
So I have another point to bring up.
And then if any of you do have comments to add to this, please head up to the microphone and we'll get to those in just a minute. Yeah.
So I think the other interesting thing around the impact of risk-based monitoring with a big M that nobody's talked about is the connection between RBM, big M, and CAPA and preventive actions. And I've presented and talked with QA people about the fact that, RBM is a gift to the QA CAPA world. You finally have a vehicle to do preventive action. There's now a process going on in your organization that connect these pieces, and they don't know about it. And QA is often not part of the risk team, so there's, we've talked a lot about sort of the statistical monitoring, all this stuff, but there's another big picture, which is we have two worlds that should be working together that speak totally different languages. That, a risk is an issue that we're hoping to not have happen again. And right now, we don't have very good access to information around the root causes of problems and issues that keep happening over and over again. We're not making that connection to this whole process. And some of it is just an access to information problem. The issues and things that are being tracked in the issue management system are impossible to pull information out of, and therefore that connection is not being made, because ultimately one of the measures of impact could be, are preventive actions actually effective? And this is a piece of of getting those preventive actions implemented. So there's a much bigger quality picture here and ways of measuring success that we haven't even touched on.
Sharon, and then Sharon, Brian, both of you.
So with respect to triggers, I feel what we need to do is get some data out there. I've got students doing 2 really simple projects at the moment because I haven't seen this data anywhere else. One of them is we're taking 3 trials across 5 years and looking at the trial triggers across the 5 years and seeing what happens when we do a site visit. Does the trigger value drop? I haven't seen any data on that. And I'm doing it also with the Whittam triggers. So we just haven't got enough feel for triggers at the moment. We're presuming they drop when we make a site visit, but we don't know.
Okay, I'll go ahead to the comments. We have time for a couple, and then any reactions up here, too.
No, partly just maybe an observation or comment, and maybe it's a lament, too, for you guys to comment on. Justin, you touched on this earlier about, really in terms of measuring the success of RBM, kind of the real end game is, I think a lot of it's time to market, right? It's did we have requisite quality that the FDA inspections didn't uncover anything unusual, or the FDA reviewers that were quality related and are having a significant delay. So I think that will play out. Unfortunately, we can't do a design of experiment to get quick answers on something like that, the actual end game business outcome, so we look for markers for it. I think David mentioned earlier the FDA is actively looking at more sophisticated ways, advanced ways to help the inspection process, to better identify those sites that may be problem sites during the inspection process using advanced statistical methods. I know that because my organization, Clue Points, has an ongoing research agreement on exactly that topic with the FDA to help enable more advanced. So they're only going to get better at identifying problem sites. So I think it's also incumbent on us as industry to make sure that we're also getting much better at identifying and solving those problems proactively. Anyway, any comments on that? And in terms of
Steve, that's an argument I use with those small biotechs that think not doing any centralized monitoring is the best way to manage risk. I say, well, what about, and I tell them that, and they go, oh. So I think the idea that
right.
The regulators are using some of these tools is something that's important for people to understand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I tend to agree with you in terms of the business case. We don't do a good job in this part of our industry in the cost of quality. We're not very good at saying how much do we invest in rework and firefighting and everything our teams do every day. If anything, we probably reward it. I mean, we look at them and say, look how hard they work to pull that timeline in and deliver that database lock. Well, could we have done it differently? Could we have done it smarter?
Right.
So there's inherent conflicts there. I mentioned earlier the data. I'd ask you just put the data out there and let us draw our own conclusions, because it is a lot easier to quantify the cost of quality if we can say the sites, the studies where there were concerns, ultimately, I think the data will be there to support it. The studies that had concerns took longer to get approved because we can really start to quantify that.
Yeah.
We can really start to establish the business case and the cost of quality and what this can do for us in terms of a business case to get it more accepted and adopted across industry.
And that was part of my point, to kind of echo and reinforce what you had brought up earlier in the question is, even though I know it's going to be difficult to collect those metrics and it's going to take time, I think some RBM trials are being submitted now, right? And so if there's any way that we can, with the help of FDA, really start to collect metrics on, metrics around delays related specifically to quality, that would be extremely helpful.
I mean, I had a conversation recently trying to just say, what does an inspection finding cost us in terms of activity? And it's just hard to put a tangible number on it.
Yep.
It's not small.
Right, it's not, but you can't quantify.
Yeah, Brian, a comment from you on this, then I'll go over here.
Yeah, I was just going to kind of share one thought, and it's something that was crossing my mind as we were kind of prepping and discussing, is there's really kind of two different perspectives of metrics. You kind of have the macro level and then a micro level, and I think we've been talking a lot about macro level, big picture, is RBM effective? But I think one area that we have some development, maybe these are areas for quick wins, is on a study level, and I think it's in the development of our monitoring plans and strategies, really following kind of the premise of a plan, do, measure, and act. I think that measure part of the mitigations the risk control mitigations that we're putting in place, that's a quick way that we can demonstrate, are we effective in managing the risks that we have set out to achieve? And I think that's kind of where we can get some early traction to say, look, we've identified these risks, we've established these thresholds, and look across the board, we're not exceeding those. So I think that's one area that we can kind of further develop, is that within a study level, really measuring, are the mitigations that we're putting in place, are they being effective?
Thank you. Yep.
So, Tim Rolfe, GSK. So, yeah, I agree with pretty much everything that's already been said, and I think one thing to look for that we kind of search as the golden nugget is actually, can we predict the site that's going to have the problem before it actually occurs? And I think, from a statistical perspective, which is my background, that would be kind of really, where we want to aim for. I think the challenge with that is it takes vast amounts of data to do that. And, we've talked about kind of the life cycle of a trial. It may take us years to be able to get to that position. There's a lot of stuff being talked about with machine learning and AI being able to do that. But again, fundamentally they're stats models and they're only as good as the data that goes in to form them. I think maybe the FDA is in a pretty unique position that actually you've got all of our trials data at the end. You can go in and you can mine that, and you can kind of come up with some of that methodological piece that I've only got my trials to look at. Everybody else can do theirs, but maybe there's an opportunity there in terms of trying to derive some of those lead-like metrics that you'll be able to see that we just can't on our isolated small, relatively small platforms.
But I think in the meantime there are operational measurements that we have access to that we're not looking at. Mm-hmm. And one of the we've had some very interesting conversations, for example, in our central lab group. So the central lab group was about to drop some performance measurements that had been put in place in that set, because they said it doesn't really impact the central lab process. And one of them was expediting lab kits. And when I heard from the facilitator they were going to drop that, I said, whoa, time out. I think we're asking the wrong question, because that's a great example of something, that's a risk indicator. Because if the process is working the way it should, people shouldn't be expediting lab kits. Mm-hmm. Now, all it's doing from a lab process standpoint is adding a FedEx, overnight fee. But if you talk to the vendors like Central Labs, ECG Labs, Imaging Labs, they, for years, have been saying, we're like the canary in the mine cave. We are the first ones to know something's changed at a site long before it shows up anywhere. And we don't have any mechanism to really get people's attention. And that's an example. 9 times out of 10, the reason the kits are being expedited is because they have a new site coordinator that nobody knows about and they haven't been trained. And wouldn't you rather catch it right there before you start seeing it in data downstream? So we have some things that, I call sort of these risk behavioral measurements that your vendors are collecting and see right now, but we don't incorporate them into that sort of surveillance approach that we're using. Now, if you go backwards, if you look at something that sort of went wrong, you might say, well, should we have known? How could we have known? We can start to find some of those measurements. Oh, the imaging core lab and the ECG lab were having problems with that site at the same time. And we just need to sort of take a leap of faith at times and just say, well, let's pay attention to what we may already know and try to use it more intelligently. And it means bringing the community of people working on your study together in a way we don't right now because of silos.
Yeah. So this is a complex and evolving area, and while I think it is the case that some of these quality and cost outcomes that you really care about may be hard to measure, as Justin said, there are some of these indicators, many of which we've talked about on this panel, that at least are related to those outcomes. And I want to thank the panel for not only highlighting what is possible to measure here and putting it in context, but also a reminder that risk-based monitoring itself is an evolving set of capabilities and capacities, and that along with monitoring the impact, it's also probably important to keep sharing evidence about what features of risk-based monitoring really do matter in measuring that as well. So I want to thank the panel for a great discussion of some very challenging topics and helping us lay out a path forward. Thank you. Now, as I said, I was going to make this command decision, and that we won't take a break for 15 minutes and then just have a 30-minute session. So we're just going to go ahead and do the synthesis session right now. So I'd like to ask our panelists for session 6 to come on up. If anyone needs to stretch their legs, please do, but I promise we're going to end early as a result of doing this. And I'd like to introduce our panelists for session 6, as they will provide a little bit of insight what they took away from some of the key themes discussed in each session that we had today. So we've got some people back up on stage. Michelle Cameron, Director of Clinical Research at Clearwater Cardiovascular Consultants, Ann Meeker O'Connell, Global Head of Quality Assurance at IQVIA. I think we may need new. Oh, do we have name tags up? Yeah. Great. Okay, we've got all the right name tags. Good. The team is very fast. Rab Tayabkan, again, Head of Research and Global Development Sourcing at Regeneron. Linda Sullivan, Co-founder, Executive Director of Metrics Champion Consortium. And Allison Koresh, the Director of the Division of Clinical Trial Quality at the Office of Medical Policy at CDER. So I asked them to each provide a few synthesis comments, summary comments, or just impressions, key impressions they had from the day, maybe with an eye towards where we go from here. So if you don't mind, Michelle, I'll start with you.
Okay, thanks everybody. I've learned a lot today, that is for sure. I want to start with saying that Yelp for sites, no. Sites change and evolve. They meet the needs of a protocol. That's what we do. So I caution against trying to measure the quality of a site at any static time point. I would always caution that. Partner with the site. Learn about who they are and get feedback when you can. Sites do have a view of all of the monitoring methods being employed. So we are one of the folks in the room here that do see all the different monitoring plans that are being employed. So perhaps there might be some sort of collaboration that can be made there. At my site, we run 30 to 35 studies at any given time. Many, many challenges are there. We adapt and prioritize, sometimes minute to minute. Coordinators have to stop. They get a serious adverse event. They got to stop right in the middle. They've got to take care of that. And then they come back to data entry and so forth. So I think I'm going to go back to SCRS and ask them to redo that site survey that I presented earlier in the day. I think it'd be very interesting to see what kind of feedback we get from that. I've heard from monitors and in this room today, sometimes we don't want sites to know what we're monitoring. They might only quality check those items. I thought that was interesting. And I submit that if these are truly the key risk indicators, you want the site to focus on those items, okay? But ultimately, the site's focus on, their true focus is on patient safety and data collection in an FDA audit-ready way. That's what we focus on. So we're there already. We're doing it. Many times, complex data entry must be discussed. We talked about different boxes, you know, trying to quantify a qualitative piece of data. So we have to have discussions between the creator and the user. I think that maybe we can build in some more avenues for that. I think it's important. And then lastly, I do believe risk-based monitoring can increase efficiency, identify risks, which we're all about. Patients are very important at the site level. We want to identify those risks. We want to be a part of that. We want to partner with that. So we need more information about the monitoring plan as a whole in the beginning so we can plan for it, so we can have those conversations. We have FPIs at the site as well. So pushing out and preparing and training, learning the protocol so that we can consent better is important at the site level. We do that. If we can identify those obstacles to enrollment at our site, and they do differ site to site to site, but if we can identify those early, we may not have that first patient in within the 30 days, but we'll have 5 in the second 30 days. So it's very important that we have that upfront time, and I've heard a lot about that today, so it's important. I think identifying a metric that I don't hear a lot about is identifying the leadership at the site. It's important that there is umbrella leadership at a site so that when multiple sites are being conducted, and I don't see this a lot at the sites, that we can move and shake to where the need is most important. And those might be the risks that you all have identified. So it's important that you do look at the leadership at the site. Is there a manager, is there a site manager, a site director, or is it just a PI and a coordinator? So look at who is really the decision maker in those situations. And then last, from a strategic business standpoint, I just wanted to comment that less time at the computer means more enrollment by the coordinator. So it's win-win.
Thanks, Michelle, and I appreciate bringing the site perspective to a lot of this discussion. Anne?
Yeah, so I guess there are a couple things that kind of have captured throughout the day, and I tend to think of things in terms of inputs and outputs. So I think there was a lot of discussion across the panels about really linking risk-based monitoring. That an important input is that there was discussions at study design, and I heard a common thread of the involvement of a multidisciplinary team. In terms of outputs, if I focus on the analytics discussion, you know, some of the things that I highlighted in my notes were making sure that we see use tech as an enabler to make the dashboards or the analytics easily accessible. That they are usable across team members. So I think it was said that we should democratize data and make it available. The concept that kind of risk-based monitoring, whatever signals or triggers we have, are not necessarily decisions in themselves, but they enable decisions. Also heard a lot today about processes and people. In terms of processes, thinking about the aspects of change management. So, you know, we had a long, lengthy discussion on change management, but really looking at it in 2 ways. What's the narrative that we need to convey when we're talking about risk-based monitoring to shift it from we're doing less to we're doing better? And also thinking about it in terms of how to move people away from layering on. So that we are not simply building additional Christmas trees or to borrow from Fergus Sweeney at EMA and his favorite quote from The Little Prince, perfection is not achieved when there's nothing left to add, but when there's nothing left to take away. A lot of, one of the points I also kind of reflected on is some of the dependencies that we have, the availability of data in real time, the integration of data, I think it was just mentioned in the previous panel, from an additional array of sources. And then last but not least, people. There's a couple key skill sets that came out throughout the day in terms of analytics, having people who can translate the analysis or different analytics into information that's meaningful and actionable for study teams, but also skill sets in terms of risk management. There was a comment previously that how do we know that the risk assessments themselves are valuable? And some of that's going to link to having people who understand the approach to risk management and aren't simply translating their historical things that they would have monitored into risks that they're going to monitor in risk-based monitoring. So I think those are some key thoughts that I took away from today.
Great. Thanks very much, Anne. Reb?
So, when I first thought about this conference, and I was like saying, well, 7-8 years in, we're still talking about RBM, I was kind of surprised. I kind of said, okay, at this point, it's old hat, and we should be much further along. And as I'm sitting here today, I mean, and maybe it's naive on my part, but I mean, to see that we're probably at an inflection point. We're at a point where we now have a lot of critical mass, we have a lot of interest, we have expectations that have been set around the adoption of RBM. And I think leading up to this point, it was always a little bit of, this is a little bit of a, yes, it's a guidance, and yes, it's optional, and how do you kind of drive it, and is it really more cost-driven in terms of wanting to do this, but it's not really about that. And in a lot of ways, if you think about the impact that this can have in our business, I mean, if I just look at it just purely financially, about 60% of the amount of money we spend on clinical trials today is spent on just monitoring and data management. And that's essentially the amount we spend doing a certain level of oversight to make sure that the quality of the data is good. So we're touching, if you think about how many trials there are and how many people are actually executing all of that work, we're touching a very large population. And because we're touching a very large population, to kind of take that ship and steer it towards implementing the RBM methodologies is a lot of work, and it is huge change management, and it will take a village. It will take all of us to do. And so one of my takeaways, obviously, today was around how do we kind of drive education, and how do we drive awareness, and how do we make sure that we're doing that with facts. The other part that I heard today was, well, we're all scientists, and what is a clinical trial? A clinical trial is a hypothesis that you have, and then you do this trial to prove or disprove that hypothesis. And I heard some people talk about, well, we need to do some controlled experiments to see how this will work and see if there's cause and benefit associated with the metrics we look at, and that takes time. So if there's information we're all sitting on, if there's knowledge we're all sitting on, if there's data points we're sitting on around the benefits or the pitfalls, we should be getting it out there so that we can help people make those decisions faster, as opposed to feeling the need to do more controlled experiments to validate or invalidate the need to do RBM. So those are some of my takeaways. The other thing, I always learn new things. So Linda, thank you. When you talked about the association of Kappa and RBM, I loved it. So again, there's things we're all going to learn as we keep talking about this topic.
Great.
So thank you.
Thanks, Reb. Linda?
Well, I was very excited when David started off the day by saying, let's not say risk-based monitoring, let's say risk-based quality management. I almost stood up and went, hallelujah. Because I think the big M, little m problem is one that we're really struggling with right now, and that was part of the feedback that we gave on the FDA Q&A document. And also, you further went on and said, and really, things should be based on the risk of the study, and that was reassuring that one size does not fit all, and we've heard that throughout the day. One size should not fit all, and that's part of why we're having trouble with some of this measuring the effectiveness, because there's so many different ways that we're implementing things. But I think we need to get to a point where when you say a term like risk-based monitoring, it means the same thing to everybody. And so sort of teasing out that risk-based quality management is the big thing, and this other thing related to how we interact with sites might have its own title would be really helpful. And, you know, I thought the notion that we have enough organizations now that have been doing RBM for a while that we are now at a point where there is an RBM maturity model was very intriguing. And so, you know, we're now at a point where, you know, we can start to think about, you know, what can we learn from the early adopters, which is a lot of what Transcelerate does, which is fabulous. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can just take some of that information, move forward. But it seems that we don't have enough baseline data to really measure some of these effectiveness things. And so maybe we just say that's okay. And the perception that things are getting better and how, in what areas they're getting better is a step in the right direction. But what I would caution us to say is that when we come forward with those kinds of evaluations, that we talk about what was implemented, so we can start to get some association with, you know, it's not one size fits all. So what are the things that got implemented that then people felt worked well? That we need to start to at least be able to make connections that way. The other thing that came up a few times was this idea of, you know, trying to coordinate what's happening at a sponsor and a CRO, for example. And are we, you know, reinventing the wheel? Are we redoing stuff? It doesn't sound like we're always working together as well as we could. And that creates, you know, all sorts of opportunities for lots of shadow work going on. And you're going to have that anyway till we trust this new approach. It's sort of part of that maturity process, but it doesn't, when I talk to folks, and that's why I asked you the question I did, Nicole, because I ask that every time I'm in a venue like this, because I don't think we've made a lot of progress with sponsors and CROs working together right up front, and that there's too much division. And I would hope that if we came back in a year, that might be something that we made progress on, because we have to work as a team.
Allison?
Hi. On behalf of FDA, I want to begin by thanking the invited speakers and panelists, certainly all the participants in the room, and also everyone who is online. Thank you for joining us today. We really appreciate having had the opportunity to hear the perspectives of such a broad range of stakeholders. And since I am the last of the day, I'll try to be quick. I know I'm the one stopping you from leaving. But I want to use this opportunity to capture some of the key points we heard from the workshop that weren't yet mentioned by this panel. First, as raised at the outset of the meeting, regulators view risk-based monitoring as an important tool for the generation of reliable data that can support regulatory decision-making while protecting human subjects. Also, that clinical trial quality is not the same as regulatory compliance. We heard this morning about the importance of people, processes, and tools to successful industry transformation within the context of clinical trials and clinical trial enterprise. With respect to people, we heard about the need to involve stakeholders throughout the entire process, from protocol design through execution of the clinical investigation and the analysis of the results. With regard to processes, we heard it is paramount to consider the order of operations and that managing risks are unique to each investigation and should drive the development of the risk-based monitoring approaches. Like Linda said, one size does not fit all. We also discussed how monitoring is fluid, needs to be adaptable, and we heard that technology is evolving and playing an ever-important role in risk management and in risk-based monitoring. We talked about that there remains a need for systems integration, interoperability, and a consideration of how tools can benefit different users. We discussed keeping it simple, that training should be done at appropriate times, and that the conversation shouldn't begin with 100% source data verification. We should reframe the discussion. And finally, that culture shifts take time and can be hard, but they can be worth it. Dave Burrow discussed the intentional shift going on at FDA and our efforts to promote risk-based monitoring. I'd like to wrap up by again thanking Duke Margolis and thanking everyone for their participation. We also thank you for your efforts in helping leverage risk-based monitoring to both protect human subjects and promote data integrity. And on behalf of FDA, we really look forward to continuing the dialogue. Thank you.
All right, Allison, thank you, and thanks to all of our panelists for their
efforts at on-the-fly synthesis here. We do have a few minutes left, not a lot, but a few, still ending early. So if there are any final synthesis thoughts or comments from, we can take one or two from the audience. I've got, while you're coming up, maybe I've got one. Just picking up on Linda's comment about sponsors and CROs maybe getting more aligned together. I took, Michelle, a lot of your comments to basically be saying, sites, there's a lot of room for more site alignment between the sponsors and the CROs too. And maybe just one quick area, if anyone has any quick comments on this, is seems like the tools for risk-based monitoring and the intended measures of impact, they may be different in different cases, but the intended measures of impact would be a basis for more alignment between all of these parties in conducting an efficient and effective trial. And that's not Yelp, but I think there was a comment earlier about, well, if we have good risk-based monitoring tools, they should be able to predict something about which sites are going to do well or not, and maybe if shared in advance could help anticipate and avoid problems. Just wondering if there's a room based on the progress in risk-based monitoring so far for more alignment between all of these parties around clear value goals in conducting trials effectively. Yeah.
I certainly get I get sites asking me all the time, what are they looking at? What's important to them? Why won't they tell me anything? And that has gone on, from the day we formed in 2006. It hasn't gotten any better. And imagine if you're a site and what should I focus on? What should I worry about? How am I doing? And they don't know how they're doing compared to their peers because we don't tell them. We tell them about enrollment and that's it. And where things are really frustrating for everybody is the quality side. They don't have ways to measure the quality of what they're doing on their process until something goes wrong, somebody comes in. And it's very difficult for them to put quality management programs in place when they don't have sufficient feedback. So they're desperately looking for ways to get a better connection.
Yeah, and I just want to add that we do want to know how to do it better. And I think this room, we've heard this again and again today, we have to measure it in order to know that we're where we are to be able to get better.
And I think I just wanted to link back to where we started. I think when David was talking about the concept of it starting with discussions around protocol design. And I think if you look at the work that has been put out by CTTI on quality of a design, things that are in the ICH E8 draft guidance, it really talks about having that broad array of stakeholders involved in discussions at the time of trial design about what's critical to quality. And that includes not just different functions within a company or different providers, but also sites and patients' perspective as well. So I think there's certainly encouragement for to get that involvement and understand, have kind of a alignment around what truly is critical in this trial.
Thanks. Yes.
So yeah, I think final comment and question to the panel. Just start with 10 years into our RBM journey, and I think it's great that there's so many people here, and thanks to everybody for sharing their experiences. I guess closing question really from me, and it picks up on Linda and Dave from the start of the day, is it time that we stop talking about risk-based monitoring and start talking about risk-based quality management? Can we do away with the RBM term, because it seems to be focusing the attention in probably the wrong area?
I vote yes.
I'm fine with it.
Ditto.
Yeah, less about monitoring, more about achieving improvement and value in the trials.
Well, it's also helping people get the idea of risk-based site monitoring is a component of risk-based quality management. And by having a big M and a little m, we confuse everybody. And I think that's a challenge. We're doing a summit in September, and I was very purposeful. I have a track, and instead of calling it RBM, which would be something that everyone would resonate, they'd find it on Google, I said, I can't do that because I don't think that's right. I put risk-based quality management, because I just think it's confusing people, not bringing people together.
Well, I see nodding on the rest of the panel, and I think this has been a terrific set of closing comments for this session. People have been at this work for a while, from risk-based monitoring, or I guess I should say risk-based quality measurement, around trying to bring risk-based, evidence-based approaches to conducting and implementing trials more effectively. This is a very challenging topic, one where we've talked today about culture change, about some of the challenges in measurement, about the training that's needed and attention along the way, and how, given all that, it may be hard to measure progress, especially in the short term. And, we'll probably have to wait a few years before we know whether this really is an inception point or not. But it seems like a lot has been achieved. Maybe we can't measure everything exactly, but looking around the room and thinking about the impact that you all have had on the way that trials are being conducted hasn't been comprehensive yet. But boy, it's different than it was 7 or 8 years ago. So my hope is that you all, I've certainly learned a lot today, and I hope you all have taken some important findings away from this work as well, and that we can, as a result, indeed turn this into something of an inflection point in getting to much more valuable and effective trial conduct. So we're not there yet, but a lot of progress, and I want to thank everyone here. As Allison said, a lot of people here in the room and online have put some time and effort into this. A few people I want to single out specially. First off, our great group of speakers, starting with the panelists who are up here today, have done double duty today, but everyone from both days of the workshop. So thank you all very much to all of the speakers. Also, a special thanks to the partners in this effort that we had at the FDA, Allison Ray Chang, Anselon Stewart, Philip Budashewitz, John Concato, Amy Chi, Diane Parawan, all put a lot of time and effort into making this possible. Behind all of that, as you heard from David and others, FDA has been thinking about this a lot. They've been reorganizing. They're in the process of some significant culture change related to these issues as well. So I want to thank all of our FDA colleagues for their engagement in helping to make more progress here. And last but also not least, our team at Duke, Kara Marson, Morgan Romine, Sarah Sapsiri, Elizabeth Murphy, Adam Kretsch for all of their work in putting it together, Greg Daniel, thanks for all of your time and effort on this too. Great working with you guys. And for all of you, please keep up the good work in this challenging area. It's really important. It makes a big difference for people, makes a big difference for improving medicines and healthcare. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening.